Good morning. Good morning. We are going to begin the second day of the workshop that corresponds to the third session. That third session that we are going to dedicate, it's entitled Adaptation and Integration in the West in the Aftermath of the Second World War and the First Phase of the Cold War. Is the more crowded session because there are 7 papers, I think, so it can be a very nice discussion and it belongs to Greece and Portugal and Spain. And we begin in the case of Spain with the intervention with the paper of Lorenzo, Delgado and Óscar Martín, a paper that they title, as you see, Spain and the American Space Race in the Cold War. They are going to speak between not mixing the presentation in English and they're going to speak in Spanish for a misunderstanding. So for the Portuguese will be easier than for the Greeks to understand. And so only few words about Lorenzo, Delgado and Óscar. Lorenzo Delgado is a senior researcher at the National Research Council of Spain. He is also research fellow at the University of Paris I, Sorbonne, and also research participant in the International Visitor Program of the United States. And in his research, he has studied the international history of the 20th century, especially relations between Spain, the United States, France, and Latin America. His works have mainly analyzed various issues of public diplomacy, cultural, educational, and scientific transfers, international organizations, and military assistance during the Cold War. I'm going to not mention the list of books and papers, but it's not precisely short. And the colleague of Lorenzo is Óscar Martín. Óscar has a permanent position in an institution that belongs to the National Research Council of Spain as well as the Politécnica of Valencia. He was a researcher in the Periphery program in the past and before in the Complutense, and in recent years his research has focused on the fields of international history and foreign relations. He has specialized on the inquiry of the United States cultural, educational, and scientific diplomacy toward Franco's Spain between the 50s and the 70s. So thank you very much, and the word is for you.
Bueno, buenos días. Como comentaba al iniciar, creo que después del cierre del broche de ayer tan musical y tan irónico con Mamma Mía, lo suyo habría sido empezar esta sesión escuchando a Sinatra y el Fly Me to the Moon. Pero no hemos tenido el reflejo de nuestro colega y no se nos ha ocurrido. La próxima vez yo desde luego lo voy a incluir. Creo que es un excelente recurso. Las 3 imágenes que tenéis en pantalla en realidad están separadas tan solo por 2 meses. Es decir, desde que el hombre pisa la luna hasta que los radares de la estación de Robledo de Chabela en los alrededores de Madrid captan ese mensaje y tal, hasta que los astronautas se pasean por la Gran Vía en Madrid, en realidad pasa muy poco tiempo. En julio es cuando llegan a la Luna y en octubre los astronautas se están paseando por la Gran Vía. Como os decía antes, la señal del Apolo 11 fue transmitida, entre otras estaciones de seguimiento espacial, por la que se había instalado en Madrid. No era la primera vez que la estación de Madrid u otras instaladas, por ejemplo, en Canarias, en Maspalomas, colaboraban con esta carrera espacial, gracias a una serie de acuerdos de los que luego hablaremos, en los que la NASA y el INTA, un organismo español equivalente, colaboraron y llegaron a acuerdos para establecer esa cooperación. Claro, la cuestión es por qué y cómo un país científica y tecnológicamente atrasado, como era España entonces, consiguió participar en este acontecimiento, ¿no? Bueno, quizás no esté de más recordar, y tenéis dos instantáneas, que solo 10 años antes, también por la Gran Vía, que es por donde se pasean los astronautas en la imagen que yo tengo a mi derecha, como veis en un descapotable y tal, se había paseado Franco e Eisenhower, con mucho más ceremonial. En este caso, los astronautas no tuvieron que pasearse con el dictador, pero casi les hacen vestirse de toreros, cosa que a Eisenhower seguramente ni se les habría ocurrido. Bueno, luego iremos un poco a esto. ¿Dónde estaban las bases de ese fenómeno? Bueno, las bases en realidad eran las bases militares. Eran, a principios de los años 50, las Fuerzas Armadas Españolas eran una fuerza que no tenía capacidad disuasoria de cara al exterior. Aunque era un pilar del régimen, básicamente de lo que se ocupaba era de mantener la dictadura y el orden en el interior. Pero no tenían recursos financieros, la industria de defensa española tampoco tenía capacidad como para estar a la altura de otras industrias de defensa de otros países más adelantados, y además existía un fuerte aislamiento internacional, ¿no? La única posibilidad de modernizar el país, de modernizar esas fuerzas armadas, tenían que ver con la conexión con el exterior, y en este caso con los pactos que se firman con Estados Unidos en el año 53. Puesto que España, abajo tenéis una caricatura muy divertida de cómo se distribuían las bases militares norteamericanas en España, puesto que España en realidad ponía el territorio, su posición estratégica, y que esa posición estratégica era interesante para las fuerzas aéreas norteamericanas desplazadas en Europa, la preferencia que se dio por parte norteamericana fue a la modernización del ejército del aire. Pero claro, existía otro problema. El ejército norteamericano suministraba equipos y suministraba armas, pero en España no existía capacidad para absorber esos nuevos equipos. Eran mucho más sofisticados, mucho más modernos de lo que en España los militares españoles tenían capacidad para absorber. Faltaba infraestructura logística, faltaba infraestructura para poder mantener los aviones, faltaba soporte industrial en el mismo sentido y faltaba personal especializado. Es decir, España no tenía avión a reacción, que era algo que en la Segunda Guerra Mundial se había desarrollado de forma muy fuerte. No tenía radares y sonar equivalentes a los que tenían otros países. No tenía nada de todo eso. Y no tenía personal preparado para manejarlo. Ya no solo era una cuestión de qué tipo de equipamiento suministraban los norteamericanos, sino de cómo se iba a utilizar. Luego, lo primero que había que crear era un circuito de formación y de instrucción. Como veréis dentro de nada, todo esto, porque pensaréis, ¿y por qué no se habla del ejército del aire si estamos aquí para hablar de la carrera espacial? Pues ahora lo vamos a ver también. Algunos antecedentes incluso inmediatos a eso. Después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, como os decía, la aviación española estaba completamente obsoleta. Se había intentado de alguna manera parchear esa situación, ¿no? Atrayendo a ingenieros aeronáuticos alemanes cuando, después de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, parte de ellos son sospechosos de colaborar con el régimen nazi, intentando comprar licencias y materiales en otros países, pero todos esos intentos habían sido infructuosos. De hecho, ni siquiera dejaban a los españoles adquirir información o manuales de otros ejércitos, porque el régimen franquista había un acuerdo entre las potencias vencedoras de la Segunda Guerra Mundial de prohibir cualquier material susceptible de utilizarse militarmente para el régimen franquista. Había una prohibición. ¿Cómo se hizo para intentar mantener un cierto contacto vía el exterior? Ya que los españoles no podían adquirir fuera, lo que hicieron fue invitar a una serie de científicos extranjeros a que vinieran a España. Y uno de esos extranjeros fue von Karman, un personaje fundamental en toda esta historia. Y Albert, por cierto, conoce bastante bien. El momento clave es el inicio de la Guerra de Corea. Con el inicio de la Guerra de Corea, Estados Unidos va a empezar a asimilar que tiene que entenderse con algunos tiranos amistosos como Franco, porque son anticomunistas. Entonces, va a propiciar un acercamiento que le permita establecer bases militares en España. Eso va a permitir que empiecen a llegar, hasta entonces ni siquiera eso había llegado, películas de entrenamiento militar. Todavía ni siquiera estamos en equipos. Llegan películas sobre cómo empiezan a llegar también algunos escuadrones de los que se pasean por Europa haciendo demostraciones aéreas y tal, a España. España se empieza a incorporar en algunos circuitos civiles de la aviación, ¿no? Y empiezan las primeras visitas e intercambios entre el INTA, que es el Instituto Nacional de Técnicas Aeronáuticas, todavía en este momento, y las Fuerzas Aéreas norteamericanas, ¿no? Desde España ya se tiene muy claro que la ayuda exterior es fundamental y que Estados Unidos es el interlocutor, es el partner para esta aventura, ¿no? Claro, ¿qué conviene retener de todo esto? En primer lugar, que España tiene muy poco que ofrecer más allá de su territorio. De hecho, ahí tenéis algunos extractos, se ven regular de los informes españoles en los que dicen, ante la llegada de los americanos hay que tratarles con el máximo de atenciones, simpatías y obsequiosidad. Y en otros extractos dice, llevaron los aviones llenos de naranjas, cajas de coñac y de sherry. Como no tenemos otra cosa que darles, nosotros no tenemos sus conocimientos técnicos, obsequiémosles así. Los informes de norteamericanos lo que decían a la inversa era hace falta una completa rehabilitación de las Fuerzas Aéreas Españolas. No sirven para nada desde el punto de vista militar y estratégico. La segunda cuestión a retener es el efecto von Karman. Von Karman era un ingeniero especialista en aerodinámica húngaro que había emigrado, judío, que había emigrado cuando las cosas empiezan a poner mal en Centro Europa, con el ascenso del nazismo, y que se había convertido en uno de los pilares científicos del avance aeronáutico en Estados Unidos. De hecho, estuvo al frente de algunos principales departamentos de investigación, tanto de las Fuerzas Aéreas como más tarde de la OTAN. Lo tenéis en la diapositiva. Él había entrado en contacto con Esteban Terradas, que es sobre el cual se edifica en un primer momento el INTA, con la CITA, que fue otro de sus primeros directores, con Millán Barbani, que era un ingeniero español que luego va a ser fundamental porque va a ser el que modifique todas las enseñanzas técnicas en España a mediados de los años 50. Ese circuito o esa conexión que se establece entre Karman y algunos de los principales dirigentes del INTA va a ser fundamental primero para renovar las investigaciones aeronáuticas y después para toda la cuestión aeroespacial. Karman va a ser el enlace entre la renovación del Ejército del Aire y la renovación y la entrada española en la carrera aeroespacial ayudando a Estados Unidos, ¿no? De hecho, a partir de este momento, el INTA vía von Karman, va a empezar a recibir fondos de la OTAN para algunos proyectos concretos y también, y eso es fundamental, un circuito de entrenamiento de profesionales que después se va a extender en el momento en que se cree el ESRO, que es la primera organización, la segunda organización aeronáutica europea. O sea, no solo va a venir financiación y formación de Estados Unidos, sino también de Europa vía los contactos con Estados Unidos. La prioridad, como decía antes, la formación del Ejército del Aire Español. Ahí lo tenéis en pequeño, tampoco... simplemente lo que queríamos con esta diapositiva es que vierais la magnitud del esfuerzo de formación norteamericano en el Ejército del Aire. O sea, en realidad les formaron para casi todo, para casi todo. Y eso significaba, claro, que para España era un salto, aunque en España siempre ha habido muchas críticas de que la ayuda norteamericana fue siempre insuficiente y un poco desfasada, etcétera, etcétera. Dada la situación previa, esa ayuda fue fundamental para dar un salto que si no, nunca se habría podido dar por sí solo, por parte española. Porque la ayuda norteamericana era mucho mayor en términos económicos que lo que invertía el propio Estado español en la renovación militar, en la renovación de sus... Es decir, no se habría llegado nunca a eso. Gracias a eso, España empieza a tener escuadrones de interceptación y va a entrar después en lo que es la aviación supersónica. Gracias a ese circuito de formación y a ese poder utilizar los equipos que les han proporcionado los norteamericanos. No existían ni equipos ni personal capaces de darles esa formación en España hasta que se empiezan a instalar las bases militares en España y la formación también se empieza a recibir en las propias bases militares. De hecho, a partir de mediados de los 60, la red de alerta y control que establecen los norteamericanos, conectada con la OTAN para vigilar toda la zona del Mediterráneo occidental, todo lo que ocurre, va a pasar a manos españolas, va a estar operada por técnicos españoles. Esto es fundamental para entender lo que pasa después en el INTA. También el INTA y la Junta de Energía Nuclear, no confundir las siglas con el organismo de investigación que nos contaban ayer de Portugal, la GEN.
También tenemos una Junta de Energía Nuclear.
Bueno, pues entonces no solo en el programa de formación militar que fue asociado a los pactos del año 53, se dio formación a los militares en este ámbito, sino también en el programa de intercambio técnico. ¿Por qué? Porque el ámbito nuclear y el ámbito aeronáutico eran dos ámbitos estratégicos, tanto en el propio esfuerzo de investigación norteamericano de la posguerra, como en lo que quería sacar adelante el régimen franquista. A partir de esas dos conexiones empiezan a desarrollarse programas de investigación nuclear en España que luego se van a transformar en el establecimiento de una serie de centrales nucleares en nuestro país en los años 60 y 70, y también se empieza a estudiar la posibilidad de establecer en España bases de seguimiento de los satélites que por entonces se están construyendo en Estados Unidos. Todo eso da lugar a una transferencia progresiva de conocimiento técnico y operativo que hace que empiecen algunos cuadros españoles a familiarizarse con conocimientos de vanguardia y con el establecimiento de una serie de redes de esos especialistas, ¿no? ¿Cuál es un poco la pauta, la guía de acción para esta política? Ante la falta de recursos, hay que aprovechar todas las oportunidades que se pueden en la formación de capital humano, para cuando los tengamos. No los tenemos, pero si otros nos los proporcionan y podemos formar a la gente, ya vamos adelantando un paso, ¿no? Bien, un par de comentarios muy rápidos, porque esto imagino que a todos os sonará un poco sobre la carrera espacial, ¿no? Bueno, sabéis que dentro de lo que empieza a ser esa especie de desafío de conquistar el espacio y pues los soviéticos realmente toman la delantera a los norteamericanos a la hora de situar un satélite orbitando la Tierra con el Sputnik 1. Eso va a hacer que en Estados Unidos salten las alarmas, incluso más que cuando la Unión Soviética tiene la bomba atómica en el año 49, porque la bomba atómica parece ser que la tienen gracias a espionaje que les llega. Esto no, es un desarrollo autónomo de la Unión Soviética que consigue adelantarse a los norteamericanos en un campo donde consideraban que tenían la primacía, que era la investigación científico-técnica, ¿no? Esto va a llevar a la creación de la NASA y a la promulgación de una ley que establece que se van a concentrar muchos más recursos en educación técnica y en formación científica y en matemáticas, y a la creación de un Consejo Federal para la Ciencia y la Tecnología. Es decir, va a llevar a poner muchos más medios y a poner en la agenda política de una manera mucho más clara todo el tema de la carrera espacial, ¿no? Bueno, los siguientes hitos, los norteamericanos siguen teniendo que ver cómo los soviéticos se les adelantan de nuevo cuando ponen a un astronauta alrededor de la Tierra, con el Voskov 1 y con Yuri Gagarin, aunque es verdad que muy poco después, con la cápsula Mercury, John Glenn también da la vuelta a la Tierra. Como sabéis, eso propició que una exposición con una reproducción de la causa de la cápsula diera la vuelta al mundo y pasara por diferentes países, y también estuvo en España. Fue la primera exposición espacial que se hizo en España, ¿no? Y en Portugal. Bien, va a ser el momento en que también se conectan con telecomunicaciones gracias al satélite Telstar las dos orillas del Atlántico, y se va a acelerar toda la carrera espacial con el horizonte de llevar un hombre a la Luna, ¿no? Cosa que va a ocurrir en el año 69, como sabéis. Bueno, esto no se ve muy bien. Esto forma parte de la propaganda hasta finales de los 50. El principal campo, la ciencia era un campo de propaganda norteamericana en España, en los boletines que editaba la embajada y que tenían bastante difusión, sobre todo en medios periodísticos, de comunicación, científicos, etcétera. Las cuestiones científicas tenían un peso importante, y el tema al que se le había dado más importancia era la energía nuclear. cómo la energía nuclear podía servir para usos militares, pero también y sobre todo para usos civiles, ¿no? Dentro de la estrategia también que elabora Eisenhower de Atoms for Peace, de átomos para la paz, etcétera, etcétera. Desde finales de los 50 va a ser la carrera espacial y todos los logros espaciales norteamericanos lo que capte la mayor parte de la atención, ¿no? Bueno, ahí tenéis la primera foto tomada desde un satélite meteorológico, el Tirosteres de la península ibérica, ¿no? Cataluña se la ve borrosa, yo no sé por qué, no quiero entrar en detalles. En cambio, Portugal está muy clara, ¿no? Bien. Lo cierto es que se va a entablar una competición que no solo es una competición científico-técnica, es una competición por el liderazgo mundial, es una competición económica, y por la rivalidad industrial, y es una competición de afirmación nacional, de qué país es más capaz, ¿no? Eso va a llevar a que se manden satélites y cohetes con funciones muy diversas. El cambio de nuestro mundo en buena medida está ahí, que van a desarrollar nuevas tecnologías de comunicaciones, meteorología, recursos militares y civiles, geolocalización, nuevos materiales, en fin, toda una serie de programas que después se van a trasladar a la industria por la vía de la creación de nuevas armas y misiles intercontinentales. Esto está vinculado también con la carrera armamentística, de una serie de avances en la aviación, en la computación, en los productos médicos, etc. Hay todo un conjunto de maravillosas fotografías disponibles en España en el antiguo archivo de la Embajada, que ahora está en la Universidad de Alcalá de Henares, porque formaban parte de la propaganda norteamericana en nuestro país sobre estas cuestiones. Bien, las coincidencias existen, pero, las coincidencias no existen, pero el azar también juega su papel. ¿Por qué? Ahí tenéis un sello dedicado a Theodor von Karman, que fue un personaje en todas estas cuestiones, y una foto de la presencia de los astronautas. Como os decía antes, las dos cosas están íntimamente relacionadas. Y al igual que pasó con la instalación de las bases militares, la geografía jugó un papel muy importante. ¿Por qué? Porque España estaba entre las zonas de Estados Unidos, de donde salían los cohetes y se emitían las señales, y las zonas de Australia, desde donde se seguían. Y faltaba una estación intermedia que permitiera ese seguimiento, muchas veces, de los paseos espaciales que daban las naves, sobre todo cuando circunvolaban la Tierra y con las vistas puestas en la carrera espacial. La conexión, por lo tanto, con esa carrera espacial fue vía Madrid, y con esto yo ya voy prácticamente acabando. Todo eso son imágenes de la presencia de los astronautas en el año 69 en España. Audiencia con Franco, también tuvieron otra con el príncipe Juan Carlos, conferencias de prensa, información para el público, una tarta con la forma de la luna y un cohete que no se ve muy bien, que les dieron en el hotel. La conmemoración de la paz en España, de un acto de conmemorativo de la paz en España, al hilo de la presencia de los astronautas, porque todo esto, de alguna manera, era utilizado por el régimen para mostrar que estaba también en la vanguardia de la técnica asociada a Estados Unidos gracias a la paz de Franco, lo pongo entre comillas. Los carteles que se hicieron como si fueran toreros, los astronautas, y algún Photoshop de la época que se les hizo con el ole astronautas, etcétera, etcétera. Un concurso que se hizo para que los niños españoles, y sobre todo la participación española en el programa del Apolo 11 con esa gran antena y con ordenadores de seguimiento de... Bien, yo acabo con esta diapositiva con una reflexión muy rápida y ya le doy paso a Óscar. La conexión. El INTA dependía del Ejército del Aire. Es decir, todo el programa de renovación que se había llevado a cabo en el Ejército del Aire, buena parte de la experiencia de ese programa se volcó y permitió establecer unas conexiones muy especiales en el ámbito también de la carrera aeroespacial. El INTA era uno de los 4 organismos de investigación más importantes en España. Estaba el CSIC, el Consejo Superior de Investigaciones Científicas, que hacía investigación un poco de tipo global y que dependía del Ministerio de Educación. Estaba el Instituto, el INIA, el Instituto Nacional de Investigación Agronómica o Agrícola, no recuerdo, que se dedicaba que se dedicaba pues eso, a estudios de ese tipo. Dependía del Ministerio de Agricultura. Estaba la Junta de Energía Nuclear, que dependía del Ministerio de Industria, o sea, no toda la investigación dependía de educación, y estaba el INTA, que dependía del Ejército del Aire, del Ministerio del Aire, y que va a transformar eso lo va a contar ahora Óscar, de aeronáutico en aeroespacial a partir de este momento. Claro, sobre todo en el ámbito nuclear y en el ámbito aeroespacial, había varios elementos comunes. Uno, la necesidad para su desarrollo de tecnología de vanguardia, que no existía en España. Por lo tanto, hacía falta contar con partners extranjeros. Dos, fondos, muchos fondos. Tampoco existían en España. No, para adquirir equipos o formar capital humano no existían medios. Había que contar de nuevo con un partner de fuera. Tener ya establecidos circuitos de colaboración en la formación con Estados Unidos, cosa que tenían tanto la Junta de Energía Nuclear, como el INTA. El hecho de que existieran relaciones fluidas con círculos industriales. Dentro de los organismos de investigación españoles, prácticamente los únicos que tenían una buena relación con la industria, que por la aplicabilidad de sus conocimientos, eran de nuevo la GEN y el INTA. La doble función o el doble vínculo militar y civil, porque tanto la Junta de Energía Nuclear como el INTA estaban dirigidos por militares, ¿no? Y tenían, digamos, que otras funcionalidades asociadas a lo estrictamente civil. Y otra cuestión que no era menor tampoco, desde que España se incorpora a la OCDE y empiezan a hacerle los informes de seguimiento científicos, económicos, etcétera, etcétera, se pone el acento en que solo hay dos organismos de investigación que tienen capacidad de interlocución exterior, también por esta conexión técnica, que son precisamente la GEN y el INTA, que son los que reciben además fondos de fuera. Es decir, existía una experiencia previa y existían networks que facilitaban estas relaciones, ¿no? De hecho, ya existía una relación con el antecedente de la NASA, que es la NACA, por la vía de von Karman, que ya estaba metido en todo esto. Y existía el antecedente también de esa formación de militares y técnicos a la que hemos hecho referencia con el Ejército del Aire. Y ahora ya yo paso la palabra a Óscar. Gracias.
First, let me apologize to our three colleagues because due to a misunderstanding, we haven't prepared our oral presentation in English. And second, my presentation today is gonna show just the first or the preliminary results of a research project, which is still in its first stages or is still is just starting to run. I'm going to switch to Spanish. Debido a las redes y los contactos previos a los que se ha referido Lorenzo, desde comienzos de los años 60, el INTA va a ir concentrando su actividad en el campo aeroespacial. De hecho, a partir del año 1963 va a cambiar su denominación. Va a pasar de llamarse Instituto Nacional de Técnica Aeronáutica a Instituto Nacional de Técnicas Aeroespaciales. Y en esta transición, el año 1960 es un año bisagra. Es un año bisagra que marca ese cambio desde la investigación aeronáutica a la investigación aeroespacial y que se observa especialmente en dos acontecimientos que tuvieron lugar en ese año. El primero es el curso de Ciencia y Tecnología del Espacio y el segundo la instalación de una estación de la NASA en Maspalomas. El curso de Ciencia y Tecnología del Espacio fue organizado por el INTA con el objetivo de crear un environment, es decir, un ambiente propicio para estimular la investigación espacial en España. Fue la primera actividad importante en este ámbito que se llevó a cabo en el país y su organización corrió a cargo de von Karman y del profesor Frank Malina, que eran los fundadores del Jet Propulsion Laboratory, al que me referiré más adelante, porque fue uno de los organismos de investigación que gestionó una de las estaciones de seguimiento que se instalaron en España. El curso fue un hito en el desarrollo de la ciencia astronáutica en el país, sobre todo porque en él intervinieron 15 profesores, investigadores de alto reconocimiento internacional en este campo. Además, fue un curso bastante amplio, que duró durante 3 meses y que estuvo compuesto, creo que por una treintena de sesiones en las que se abordaron diferentes aspectos, diferentes parcelas de la investigación aeroespacial. Además, además de suponer un estado del arte sobre este campo, las actas del curso fueron recopiladas por el INTA y posteriormente publicadas en el que constituiría el primer libro sobre astronáutica, el primer libro relevante sobre técnica astronáutica en España, que es ese Ciencia y Tecnología del Espacio, que, como decía antes, recogía las aportaciones al Congreso. El segundo acontecimiento fue la instalación de una base de seguimiento espacial de la NASA en Maspalomas. Esta base formaba parte de la red global que apoyaba a los vuelos tripulados de las misiones Mercury y Géminis, aunque también participó en otras misiones como Skylab, Apolo o Apolo-Soyuz más tarde. Según el acuerdo que dio lugar al establecimiento de estas bases, de esta estación, perdón, los norteamericanos, o la parte española ponía los terrenos y los norteamericanos se encargaban de la construcción, de todo lo que tenía que ver con el equipamiento de las instalaciones. Además, también, según estos acuerdos, la estación sería dirigida, sería operada por la NASA, e inicialmente todo el personal técnico que trabajaría en la estación sería personal norteamericano provisto por una de las empresas contratistas, porque la NASA habitualmente lo que solía hacer era contratar la operatividad o la dirección de estas bases con empresas especializadas norteamericanas, y en este caso el personal fue provisto o suministrado por la empresa Bendix. La parte norteamericana se comprometía a facilitar al INTA el acceso a las instalaciones y además también a mantener un intercambio de información bastante fluido sobre el funcionamiento de la base y sobre las técnicas que allí se desarrollaban. Y de hecho, desde mediados de los 60, más concretamente desde el año 1966, se va a producir un crecimiento gradual del personal español que trabajaba en la base. Así, en el año 1967 ya eran 25 personas, en el 68 creció hasta 42 y en el año 70 pasaba el medio centenar para alcanzar los 60. Bien, posteriormente, en el año 1964, las necesidades de la carrera espacial llevaron al establecimiento, a la instalación de otra estación de seguimiento y comunicación espacial en los alrededores de Madrid, concretamente en Robledo de Chabela. Esta estación se integró en la red global de la NASA dedicada a la exploración del espacio profundo, la también llamada como Deep Space Network, que fue operada por el Jet Propulsion Laboratory al que me refería anteriormente y que fue fundado por el profesor von Karman. Esta estación dio soporte a algunos de los hitos o a algunos de los principales logros estadounidenses en la carrera espacial, como fue la llegada del hombre a la Luna y también la recepción de las primeras fotos que procedían de Marte. Al igual que la estación de Maspalomas, la de Robledo de Chabela fue operada, dirigida y administrada por la NASA, e inicialmente también su personal fue completamente procedente de Estados Unidos. En este caso, el personal procedía principalmente del JPL, del Jet Propulsion Laboratory y de Bendix. Sin embargo, la NASA se comprometió a formar al personal español y cuando hasta que el número de técnicos y de ingenieros españoles suficiente para gestionar, operar la estación, tuviesen la formación necesaria. En ese momento la NASA también se comprometía a transferir el control de la estación a Estados Unidos. Por lo tanto, podemos decir que en este caso de las relaciones o de la cooperación espacial entre Estados Unidos y España se podría aplicar ese concepto de hegemonía consensual o hegemonía coproducida. Es decir, aunque estamos hablando de una cooperación o de unas relaciones espaciales asimétricas, los Estados Unidos dejan el espacio suficiente también para que la otra parte pueda alcanzar sus objetivos. Es decir, estas estaciones fueron el resultado de una serie de negociaciones a través de las cuales se pudieron acomodar, por una parte, los intereses y objetivos norteamericanos, pero también las prioridades españolas. Es decir, es un ejercicio de hegemonía consensuada, coproducida, es decir, no es una hegemonía impuesta de forma jerárquica, imperialista, sino que ambas partes, a través de un proceso de diálogo y de negociación, son capaces de acomodar sus objetivos y sus intereses. Posteriormente fue necesario aumentar el número de antenas de seguimiento espacial cercanas a esa base de Robledo de Chavela, y eso supuso que se estableciesen otras dos subestaciones en Cebreros en el año 1966. Por ejemplo, la estación de Cebreros, ya desde el inicio todo su personal es completamente español, y en 1967 se pone en funcionamiento la estación de Fresnedilla de la Oliva, también cerca de Madrid. Aquí tenemos en esta bueno, es un montaje. Se trata de alguna manera que trata de transmitir la idea de lo grande que era la antena que se instaló en Robledo. Ahí tenemos el Palacio de Cibeles, y en ese montaje se observa perfectamente las grandes dimensiones de esa antena. Ahí tenemos una foto con una visita de los entonces príncipes de España, que hicieron varias visitas durante estos años a las estaciones de la NASA en España, y también otra foto de una visita de uno de los astronautas norteamericanos. Era habitual que después de los viajes espaciales algunos de esos astronautas visitasen estas estaciones. Eran viajes que tenían un contenido técnico, pero también un contenido relacionado con la diplomacia pública, a la que antes se refería también Lorenzo. Para la parte española, tanto en la negociación que dio lugar a la instalación de las estaciones, como posteriormente en el desarrollo del funcionamiento de las mismas, para la parte española, y esto también ya lo ha señalado antes Lorenzo, y voy a pasar muy rápidamente sobre ello, la formación era indispensable, era un elemento fundamental, y que aparece muy claramente ejemplificado en esta cita de Rafael Calvo, que fue el primer presidente de la CONIE, de la Comisión Nacional de Investigación del Espacio, que se crea en el año 1963, y que dice: el primer paso que tenemos que dar es evidentemente la preparación del personal capacitado, que, puesto al corriente de las inquietudes mundiales en los temas del espacio, trasplanten y despierten la inquietud investigadora de nuestros centros científicos y puedan proponer temas de trabajo para nuestro programa espacial. Esta formación habitualmente se daba en las propias, era una formación on-site, es decir, en las propias estaciones, e inicialmente era una formación impartida por técnicos e ingenieros norteamericanos, aunque conforme más personal español fue entrando a trabajar en estas estaciones, también los españoles daban formación a sus futuros colegas españoles. Aunque cuando se trataba de cargos más especializados, como por ejemplo los jefes de operaciones, jefes de turno, habitualmente esa formación era impartida en Estados Unidos. Estos ingenieros que ocupaban puestos de mayor especialización dentro de las estaciones habitualmente pasaban largas estancias formativas en Estados Unidos. Por ejemplo, buena parte de los puestos más especializados de la estación de Cebreros recibieron formación en el Goddard Space Flight Center en Estados Unidos. Bien, esta referencia a la importancia que la parte española daba a la formación nos llevan a hablar de los objetivos españoles en la cooperación espacial con Estados Unidos. Y creo que una buena forma de ilustrar los objetivos del régimen de Franco a este respecto es referirme a una serie de alocuciones públicas y de discursos que dio el ya citado Rafael Calvo Rodés, que, como decía antes, fue el primer presidente de la Comisión Nacional para la Investigación del Espacio, la CONIE. Al hablar de los objetivos y de los propósitos españoles hay que tener en cuenta que a finales de los 50, principios de los 60, el estado de la investigación espacial en España se encontraba en una completa situación de subdesarrollo y de infrafinanciación. Por lo tanto, los dirigentes del régimen consideraron que la cooperación espacial con Estados Unidos era una buena oportunidad para obtener cierta presencia internacional en uno de los campos científicos más relevantes y más prestigiosos a nivel mundial. Ahí pongo una cita de un discurso que dio Rafael Calvo cuando tomó posesión de su cargo en la CONIE, que decía que uno de los principales objetivos de esta comisión debería ser el de tratar de suplir nuestra penuria de medios con las colaboraciones que puedan prestarnos organismos de otras naciones internacionales como la NASA y ESRO, con el fin fundamental de aumentar los conocimientos y prestigio científico de España e introducirla en el concierto europeo internacional en materia espacial. Hay que tener en cuenta que en el contexto internacional en el que nos movemos, a finales de los años 50, comienzos de los 60, como también decía antes Lorenzo, la ciencia es un símbolo de desarrollo, o está estrechamente asociada con la idea de desarrollo, de prestigio internacional, de credibilidad. Es decir, hay un vínculo muy fuerte en esos años, en el marco de la Guerra Fría, entre ciencia y poder internacional. Y, por lo tanto, tiene sentido la importancia que el régimen franquista da a la posibilidad de adquirir cierta presencia internacional a través de la cooperación con Estados Unidos en materia espacial. Esta cita es muy reveladora al respecto, no la voy a leer entera porque es muy larga y voy irregular de tiempo, pero dice Rafael Calvo: en la revolución científica que se está operando en el mundo actual, el progreso es demasiado profundo y demasiado rápido para poder quedarse al margen como pasivo espectador. Hay que optar por formar en sus filas, creo que ponía por formar parte en sus filas, o quedar anulado en un retraso irreparable. Bien, el régimen franquista tuvo otros objetivos a la hora de colaborar con Estados Unidos en materia espacial, como por ejemplo atraer inversiones norteamericanas, obtener nuevas tecnologías para uso militar, también promocionar una industria nacional aeroespacial. A este respecto, me gustaría señalar que, si bien es cierto que no se desarrolló en España un tejido económico y empresarial tan potente como en el caso nuclear, sí que existieron algunos ejemplos, algunos casos de éxito, como por ejemplo el de la empresa CASA, que en el año 1965 firmó un acuerdo de cooperación con la francesa Adaptation para suplir o para proveer materiales relacionados con las cargas útiles de los cohetes de sondeo a la Agencia Europea Espacial ESRO. De hecho, tanto CASA como Adaptation se convirtieron en los principales proveedores de este tipo de equipamiento para la agencia europea. Y luego, finalmente, decir también que los objetivos del régimen franquista en el campo espacial también tenían una clara dimensión europea. Es decir, las autoridades del régimen vieron la participación en la entonces, el que fue el antecedente de la agencia, de la ESA, de la Agencia Europea Espacial, que era ESRO, vieron en su participación en ESRO y en la cooperación espacial con los países de la Europa Occidental pues como una vía que allanaría el terreno para la tan ansiada integración en el mercado común europeo. Es decir, veían en ESRO una especie de equivalente a aeroespacial a lo que podría ser el CERN en otros campos científicos. Sin embargo, los primeros años de España como miembro de esta organización de ESRO se caracterizaron por la total irrelevancia debido al retraso tecnológico del país y también a la carencia de medios. Por lo tanto, los dirigentes españoles vieron en la cooperación espacial con Estados Unidos una posibilidad de obtener conocimientos, equipamientos, recursos que le permitiesen fortalecer el perfil de su participación en ESRO, como así fue. Al final de mi exposición, por ejemplo, me referiré a cómo el retorno económico que recibe España de su participación en ESRO va a aumentar de forma prácticamente exponencial durante los años siguientes. Si bien a principios de los 60, mejor dicho, a mediados de los 60, el retorno que recibía España de su participación en esta organización no llegaba al 30%, a mediados de los 70 prácticamente era del 100%. Bien, algunos de los hitos en la evolución de la investigación espacial en España. El más importante, la creación a la que ya me he referido antes de la CONIE en el año 1963. ¿Cuáles eran los objetivos que tenía esta agencia? Sobre todo, promover la investigación en materia aeroespacial en el país, principalmente a través de la elaboración y puesta en marcha de lo que sería el primer Plan Nacional Espacial. También entre sus principales propósitos la CONIE tenía el de coordinar la colaboración con la NASA y también representar a España en ESRO. Antes de la puesta en marcha de ese primer Plan Nacional Espacial, la CONIE realizó un programa preparatorio en el que uno de sus principales puntos, y volvemos otra vez de nuevo a la formación, uno de sus principales objetivos era promover la formación de ingenieros, de técnicos, de expertos españoles en el extranjero. Y ya veo que me estoy pasando del tiempo. Muy rápidamente, también señalar que la CONIE tuvo un programa de investigación meteorológica con la NASA que dio lugar a la construcción de un campo de lanzamientos de cohetes en el Arenosillo. Los técnicos que operaron en ese campo también recibieron formación en Estados Unidos, especialmente en la estación de Wallops. Y ya muy rápidamente señalar que el primer Plan Nacional Espacial se desarrolló entre el año 69 y el año 64, y los principales resultados de ese primer Plan Nacional fueron la creación de lo que sería el primer satélite español, el Intasat, que fue lanzado en el año 1974 y en cuyo diseño la NASA participó, no solo la NASA, sino también otros actores norteamericanos, algunas empresas especializadas en astronáutica como Astronetics o Scientific Atlanta, también empresas británicas. Y bueno, aquí tenemos una foto de la comisión técnica de ingenieros españoles y norteamericanos que participaron en el diseño de ese primer satélite español, de cuyo lanzamiento también se ocupó la NASA en su estación de Vandenberg, en California. Y bueno, para concluir, decir que durante este periodo, desde el año 60 aproximadamente hasta la muerte de Franco, España se convirtió en un importante aliado de la NASA, y esta colaboración permitió o facilitó la integración de España en el esfuerzo común aeroespacial europeo, que era uno de los principales objetivos del régimen franquista. También hizo posible un significativo aumento en nivel tecnológico de la industria aeroespacial en nuestro país. Y algo también importante, y con esto ya acabo, conforme el INTA y algunas de esas empresas dedicadas al sector aeroespacial a las que me refería anteriormente fueron ganando conocimientos, principalmente procedentes de Estados Unidos, fueron diversificando y ampliando sus conexiones internacionales y, por lo tanto, haciéndose más independientes de Estados Unidos. Y esta es otra de las características de ese imperio informal norteamericano, es decir, que facilita equipamiento, conocimientos, tecnologías que permiten a la parte débil de esa conexión, de esa colaboración, con el tiempo ir adoptando posiciones más independientes gracias a que ha ido adquiriendo un mayor nivel de conocimiento, de tecnologías que le permiten ampliar su rango de colaboraciones internacionales. Y aquí lo dejo. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo and Óscar. So we are going to continue with our schedule. And now is the time of Carlos Vargas. I give you some minutes. Well, so we can start. As we see now, we move to Portugal with that paper entitled Portuguese Cultural Diplomacy in the Colonial Period. And just 2 words to introduce Carlos Vargas, visiting professor at the Department of History at the Faculty of Social Human Science of the New University of Lisbon since 2006. Carlos holds a PhD in Political Science, specialty of Public Policies, and he has studied cultural policies in Europe, USA, and Canada from a political science perspective. Particular attention has also been given to the construction of Western theoretical thought around the concept of tradition, modernity, and culture, as well as to the appropriations of these concepts by different ideologies, namely throughout the 20th and the 21st centuries. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Good morning. So I will address Portuguese cultural diplomacy in the period between the Second World War and the decades of the 80s, having in mind that in 1974, Portugal changed its political status from dictatorship to democracy, meaning that the conception of culture and politics regarding culture and the representation of the country, external representation of the country, had to change. But at the same time that these politicians were trying to implement this changing, the internal perception of culture was changing, because leaving the colonies behind, the former colonies behind, made this symbolic shift, internal symbolic shift, that Portuguese people had to return to mainland Portugal in Iberia. And keeping in mind that dictatorship and former arguments before argued all the time that the excellence of Portuguese culture was made abroad. Because we left Europe, because we left Iberia, we became great. How could we manage in the end of 20th century to deal with this new reality that was happening at the moment? That's why I present this book by Eduardo Lorenzo called The Labirinto da Saudade, published in 1978, where he actually argues that we have to learn to be small again. We have to find the greatness within and not outside. And I was paying attention yesterday to some of your considerations, not what they would say about us, but the new image that we would have to find at the time. So representing this while this was happening was very difficult. So probably we were politicians, Portuguese politicians, were trying to represent a Portugal that was not anymore, but was not still finding itself within this process. So it was a very, very difficult period. And also the political objectives were changing at the time, because we became a democracy and we wanted to be admitted in European Economic Community. That became the main political goal. So cultural diplomacy as a multi-sided approach that uses various cultural elements to promote positive relations and understanding between nations. It goes beyond traditional diplomatic channels, using the arts, language, education, and other cultural expressions to bridge gaps and establish links. As its core, cultural diplomacy seeks to promote a nuanced appreciation of different cultures, fostering mutual respect and collaboration. In the context of Western democracies, cultural diplomacy plays a key role in shaping these perceptions and possible international relations. And these nations often employ cultural diplomacy as a tool to project their values, ideals, and the way of life onto the world stage. The importance of cultural diplomacy for Western democracies lies in its ability to cultivate an atmosphere of understanding and cooperation through negotiation, sometimes very unbalanced negotiation, fostering long-term relationships based on shared cultural experiences between the respective artists, cultural organizations, and audiences. A key aspect of cultural diplomacy in its role in dispelling stereotypes and distorted or wrong ideas about respective cultures and political communities by showing their cultural richness, diversity, and open-mindedness. Nation-states challenge these stereotypes and contribute to updating cultural practices and values with other communities, other cultures, or civilizations. This process brings citizens face to face with different perspectives on conceiving the world and understanding the place of human beings in the community to which they belong, but also as actors in a globalized world that is constantly and intensely changing. And in this presentation, I will mainly argue that Portuguese diplomacy had an instrumental perspective towards culture and an ideological and very characteristic approach to what was selected as culture, as representative of the Portuguese nation as a whole. I will also argue that Portuguese diplomacy had to deal with this fundamental shift from addressing culture as a crystallized national culture to addressing culture as a set of norms, values, and practices, dynamic and embedded in a Western civilization in a global transition. So meaning Portuguese diplomacy left behind national crystallized culture with specific characteristics that no one would find in the world, towards promoting a culture that embeds Portugal within European traditions and Western world. It's totally different perspective. So for this, in this presentation, I will dedicate to two key moments. First of all, identifying the moment of transition from the dictatorship to democracy. And in another level, showing that besides what politicians and cultural organizations were doing, there was another level of circulation. And I will give this example regarding the Portuguese-Brazilian relations that continue in a kind of flux that do not, in a way, but we will see the possibilities, do not depend of political intervention. But in order to address these issues, I mean, public policies, Portuguese diplomacy, and Portuguese cultural diplomacy, we need to address the concept of culture and what they, at the time, considered that culture was for Portuguese standards and for a possible external representation. And this will also have an impact. I bring here this, you know, Matthew Arnold, Culture and Anarchy, when in the 19th century, when England was facing an important change, cultural internal change, because of Industrial Revolution, politicians in London decided that was considered culture for the political authorities of England was not the culture that was produced locally in Scotland, in Scottish, in Wales, in Welsh, or in Ireland, in Irish, but only the culture that was produced and communicated in English language. So the author would be English, the themes would be English, and everything that will build this new canon, cultural canon, was driven not from the powerful and rich reality of local and national, different national levels culture, but the culture of political power coming from London. Because this would mean political power and cultural cohesion. For them, at the 19th century in England, culture was not about diversity and local communities. Culture was about focusing everyone towards the king or the queen in London. So, but this exception of culture that spread all over Europe very, very fast is still embedded in the conception of contemporary cultural policies that focus themselves in the idea of what is best, meaning the canon. So, when we are talking about what is best, we are considering that we have to collect the best objects, the best ideas every generation produced. And this selection goes to collections and museums. At the same time, we create a pantheon of heroes. Those women and men that were the best at the time, and they become also the canon. Only then, after this conception of culture around authors, comes the idea of anonymous culture, meaning bottom-up culture. So, gastronomy, cultural practices that we don't know who was the author, but which value still remains very, very powerful. So, cultural policies tend to face this tension in a very explicit, non-explicit way, conscious, non-conscious way, from a top-down culture built from the canon that we tend to crystallize, and it's very difficult to update, or at least is very, very slow to update. And this huge production of popular culture that is always changing within the tradition. At the same time this is happening, mainly after the Second World War, but in a very, very powerful way with the technological change, mass culture arrived in the West, and the Americanization of culture through all Europe, namely through all Europe, was very, very powerful. So politicians were very busy controlling high culture, cultivated culture, Instituto de Alta Cultura in Portugal. There was this flux energy of popular culture going on that most of the time we don't pay attention, but it goes on. But Portugal will pay attention to this for political representation. And there's this very democratic way of taking care of everything like this and making mass culture and producing music, European song contest, movies, and a lot of production that cultural policy is not paying attention. And we have to keep in mind also that cultural policies in Europe is a cultural policy as a political possibility of operation is very recent. André Malraux in France against Front Populaire starts the Ministry of Culture. And his conception was not Théâtre Populaire, it was museums, houses of culture to represent high culture, collections, objects of excellence, and the fashion way of presenting culture as the heroes, the big writers, the big painters, the big musicians, etc. So this approach that became a norm in European cultural policies in countries like Portugal was not discussed. There was no reflection. I will dare to say, until today, there's not a proper discussion about what should be, in nowadays, cultural policies, addressing the necessity of canon within a tradition that moves with dynamics all the time, dynamics that are so slow that we probably do not see them and we think that it's crystallized, process that some contemporary ideologies will profit from, saying, you see, the real Portuguese culture is not the culture of diversity, multicultural thing. It's a culture in the past, because that one was the real one. This is not a phenomenon only in Portuguese culture, but in political terms in Portugal, it is very active at the time. Estado Novo and the dictatorship they were very, very cautious in choosing. Regarding high culture, they go to heritage. There's no discussion about this kind of objects, and they all represent this prestigious, heroic civilization and culture to which Portugal belongs. And at the same time, they did it all the time, they went to choose popular representations of cultural manifestations, but manipulated by the institutions of Estado Novo. So, and we will see some of these examples. And the way they were using, at the same time, high culture and popular culture, but in a manipulated way, curated way, in order to convey the message of happy, poor but happy, family, fado, religion and God, Christian religion and God. And this idea that we are a very happy and traditional community, that the winds of modernity, the winds of democracy does not touch, does not change. So there's a safety in Portuguese culture representing the European cultural tradition that is not changing with the winds of Americanization. This is a tension within Portuguese politics. And I'm not saying Portuguese diplomacy. So in this image that I present here, and I apologize for not having him translated, but only in Barcelona I realized that. So this is a kind of a menu that every government has to decide. So when a government starts, they will have to decide from the menu if they will address craftsmanship, they will address fashion, will they address comics, will they address movies, will they keep between heritage and performing arts? So they have to build their own menu, meaning that these menus are not fixed. Of course, we can argue, well, but when a government starts, well, at least in Western standards, they inherited immediately several cultural institutions that they cannot throw away. So the menu is already conditioned by the existence of a network of libraries, a network of museums, a network of theaters, etc. But in building this approach, you choose. Cultural policy is about choosing ways of addressing policies within the larger frame of cultural possibilities. And most of the times, governments do not choose all of them. So I think we can accept that there's a consensus around that did not shift from in Portugal, did not mainly shift in Portugal from dictatorship to democracy, around protecting heritage. Somehow, and I stress somehow because it was through state agencies, encouraging contemporary creation, and at the same time creating the conditions for consumption and access to cultural goods. Nowadays, today, and this is a process that started mainly in the 80s in Europe. These cultural policies are mainly appropriated by the rhetorics of economy. And just to I just showed here this document from UNESCO that stresses the idea of creativity and entrepreneurship. But this is an ideological approach to culture, because in these documents, you no longer see artist and work of art. Instead of artist, you see entrepreneurship and entrepreneur. An artist only has value with his work if he finds a economic, validated process of making his work into the market. So you don't talk about creation, you talk about entrepreneurship. You don't talk about work of art, you talk about goods that go to the market. You don't talk about creation, you talk about creativity. And this is changing the shift. It's important to understand this regarding also industry, cultural industries, and the idea of creative cities and cultural tourism, in order to understand if cultural policies are addressing these issues, this contemporary way of identifying culture, or they still remain addressing the idea of high culture, the canon, and controlled manifestations of popular culture, or accepting that mass culture is a valid form of culture. In my opinion, what the real issue is, the problem is the concept of culture that we have effectively chosen to validate our reality. And this is what is going on at the time with dictatorship and with democracy, which is the concept of culture that will validate our history and the perception that we have about ourselves as a community. So this perception change, this is about management, intendencia, as we say in Portuguese. This is cultural policy. How we, the perception we have about ourselves and how we negotiate these perceptions with the others' perceptions about themselves and about also ourselves. But most of cultural policies in Portugal are related, mainly in dictatorship, are related with the idea of a national culture and the culture as a form of education in order to control this perception that we have about ourselves. In a way, dictatorship was using culture the same way that in 1869, Matthew Arnold was proposing culture as an argument to control the country. So, Portugal at the beginning of the 50s had not been admitted as a member of the United Nations, which only took place in 55, although it was one of the founding countries of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO in 49. In fact, in the post-war period, Portugal found itself in an ambivalent situation. It was part of the brand new Atlantic community from its creation and benefited from all important Plan Marshall, as Fernanda mentioned yesterday, that revived European economy with US support. At the same time, Portugal was facing growing international isolation, namely because of the dictatorial Portuguese government refused to grant independence to its colonial possessions. In the context of Cold War, the self-determination of people until then under the colonial control of European countries emerged as one of the most obvious signs of a growing tension between the US and the Soviet Union. The Portuguese cultural diplomacy at the service of the isolationist policies enforced mirrored and reflected these same policies, their impasses, contradictions, and limitations. It is in this context that we may understand, namely, the conditioned and censored participation of Portugal and the Venice Biennale since 1950, organized and under the National Secretariado Nacional de Informação, also the participation since 1964 in the Eurovision Song Festival, organized by the Portuguese radio and television broadcast, and the presences of Portugal with an associated cultural program, namely, and the Expo 58 in Brussels World Fair, and the Expo 70 in Osaka's World Fair. And I was remembering yesterday when you were mentioning the Catalan exhibitions, art was a theme within the Portuguese pavilions, decorating the walls for agricultural exhibitions or industrial exhibitions. Art and culture was never the theme, okay? It's the different, it's very instrumental. At the time, this Portuguese company, belonging to the state, Companhia Portuguesa de Bailado Verde, was representing the country with performances showing that idea of a very traditional country with very traditional ways of performing and representing themselves, not changing. It was about tradition and popular culture, as if popular culture was the main core. But these kind of representations were already a construction made by the Portuguese regime, and they were presented at the National Opera as an inside way of seeing the country. So the elites at the National Opera in São Carlos Theatre would see these representations of the people dancing in front of the square of the church in their small village, while the Portuguese regime was also organizing these folklore performances effectively on the squares in front of the churches. But the elites would see this representation of those representations. And this is the kind of representation that Portugal would take. This performance was done in Théâtre des Champs-Élysées. It's very, as you know, a very important theater in Paris, where Ballet Russe represented for the first time Le Sacre du Printemps in 13 with that huge scandal. In the 70s, when Portugal, late 70s, when Portugal was already a democracy, the new recently created national ballet company that we compare with Compañía Nacional de Danza from Madrid would represent also in this same theater. But at the time, because Portugal was already a democracy, they went there to represent La Sylphide, Sleeping Beauty, Coppelia. So we were showing ourselves within European, culturally European tradition, was no longer representing national crystallized national culture, but the idea that we were part of the big European tradition. In the 60s, with the emergence of independence movements and the outbreak of wars of independence, particularly in Angola, Guinea, and Mozambique, the Portuguese political power defended a country labeled proudly alone, orgulhosamente só. Domestically, it maintained a repressive regime with fierce censorship of artistic and intellectual creation, as well as political opposition. Externally, the dictatorial regime faced geopolitical and military tensions determined by a Cold War that extended to all geographies. In the 70s, Portugal underwent a profound transformation of its political reality with the Democratic Revolution of 74, which led to independence of the former colonies, the holding of free election in Portugal in 76, and the approval in the same year of a new constitution. Also in 76, Portugal created, following what Fernanda told yesterday, created the Institute of Portuguese Culture that preceded the actual Instituto Camões organization responsible for the Portuguese external cultural action. And also, Portugal became a full member of the Council of Europe. In the following year, in 77, the Portuguese government applied to join the Portuguese economic community. So the big shift that was happening. The fall of Berlin Wall in 89, the dissolution of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, in 91, but also the policies to foster nationalism conducted unilaterally by the US, along with militaristic strategies implemented by the US in conjunction with NATO, among other phenomena, eventually led to announcement of the end of the Cold War under Mikhail Gorbachev and George W. Bush. The successive geopolitical transformations that took place after the dissolution of the Eastern Bloc in the context of perestroika and glasnost, and the internal movements to restructure the Soviet economy and politics generated in Western thinking in general, but also in US geostrategic thinking in particular, a generalized idea of the triumph of the Western Bloc in the context of the New World Order. The idea also spread that one bloc had achieved victory and that the other bloc to the east was fighting defeat and humiliation in the binary vision that seemed to ignore the tensions resulting from a multipolar and dynamic reality. Such circumstances, however, gave rise to successive wars in post-Cold War period, namely regarding Portugal, Angola, and Mozambique, but also in Bosnia, Kosovo, and Afghanistan, just to name a few. As a matter of fact, some 10 years after the dissolution of the Eastern Bloc, the attack of the Twin Powers in New York in 2001 was certainly one of the terrible consequences of having ignored or undervalued the complexities of that highly militarized multipolar reality, which produced tensions with a global impact, including on US territory, as we've seen. On the other hand, there was also a growing sense of nostalgia, evident in both blocs, but also among the bloc of the non-aligned countries for the void left by the defeated communism. The Atlantic community.
The Atlantic community. We're looking for Greece.
There's Greece there. These phenomena of nostalgia were fueled by the promotion of concepts of the end of history and the clash of civilizations, and the attempt to assert a self-proclaimed hegemonic superpower by the US, and supported by the solitary victory of a neoliberalism based on an extensive privatization and freed from regulation, which no longer considered the quality of life of the masses as a central value of public policy. The vision of Mikhail Gorbachev, Václav Havel, and Nelson Mandela of a new world order based on demilitarization and multilateral cooperation was devalued and doomed at the time to fail. Portugal then was going towards Europe and making a huge effort to address all the possibilities that were given by the process of accession to the European Economic Community. In the 80s, Portugal promoted multiple transformations towards the consolidation of its democracy and democratization and modernization of its economy, with a growing reopening of the country to the international community and its fora, international integration that culminated in 85 with Portugal accession to the European Economic Community and also to the European Atomic Energy Community. In this new democratic reality, in a context of openness to the world and internationalization of Portuguese society, cultural diplomacy as a soft power was a fundamental instrument for the definition and implementation of a strategy to update, namely in Europe, the image of a democratic and modernizing country in the process of modernization, through the circulation of contemporary creation, through the promotion of national artistic heritage, but also through the circulation of academics, thinkers, and artists in a network of universities and international cultural institutions. Thus, the renewed participation of Portugal in the Venice Biennale and of publishers and writers at the Frankfurt Book Fair, the international tours of the National Ballet Company and later the National Theatre of São João in Oporto, but also of the Gulbenkian Ballet and Orchestra, a key actor in this reality, among other examples, contributed to important rapprochement of international audiences with contemporary Portuguese culture and creators. At the same time, they were promoting future international circulations of those same artists and creators. The big shift was no longer addressing Portuguese international circulation as a self-organization, but finding international agents within the market that would take care of Portuguese circulation in order to make this circulation within the market and not on the margins of the market. Circulation that most of the artists are very, very afraid and tend to run away because it's always a very, the perception of this kind of circulations is always considered very unprofessional and outside the market. And also running away of the circuits of choice made by curators, programmers, etc., within the framework of theaters, museums, and other cultural organizations. The significant internal and external impact of holding in 83 the 17th European Art, Science and Cultural Exhibition organized by the Portuguese government in Lisbon, suggested by the Council of Europe, with the theme, The Portuguese Discoveries and the Renaissance of Europe, was trying to match this idea of cultural heritage within the framework, larger framework of European culture. And this first approach to culture cultural circuit was done in Lisbon, and then Europalia 91 was done in Brussels. They were very, very important because they opened Portuguese collections to international curators. They promoted the circulation of curators and researchers. They promoted the circulations of programmers and artists within the international, in the European circuit. The desire to be European, the involuntary return to the homeland and Europe, along with the semi-peripheral condition and the specific circumstances of the country's economic and social development, coexisted with the desire to open to the world, to others, and to the culture of others. Thus began a gradual process of opening up Portuguese society, of publicizing and exporting its culture, both its historical heritage and its contemporary creation, as far-reaching process that Portuguese cultural diplomacy naturally followed and supported. But the presence of the Brazilian connections within Portuguese culture is very powerful. In 1986, José Saramago, the Portuguese writer, published this novel called A Jangada de Pedra, the stone raft, Baça de Pedra. And in this novel, the Iberia splits through a magic process, splits from Europe and navigates until it reaches Brazil. So this is embedded in Portuguese culture. And I brought these two examples just to show that in 31, when Brazil opened with a first ceremony, a very, very important ceremony, the Cristo Redentor monument, celebrating 100 years of Brazilian independence. The Pope sent a representative, the Portuguese Cardinal Patriarch of Lisbon, to visit Cerejeira, to visit and to represent the Pope there. Coming back, he said that it was very, very important that after the war, after the Second World War, Portugal should kneel and give thanks to Our Lady in order to keeping us safe from the war. So he proposed this replica built facing Lisbon of Cristo Redentor. Cristo Rei in Lisbon, Cristo Redentor. But while in 31 we were celebrating in Brazil the independence, this idea, though still European, Art Deco, and so they were not considered themselves there. They were still facing, well, at least political elites were seeing themselves as European, mainly as Europeans. So this is not yet the Brazil of Candomblé, of Iemanjá. This is the Brazil that wants to be Christian and European. They were celebrating independence. We were kneeling and asking our Lord, thank you for keeping us safe. The presence of the Atlantic Ocean as Portugal's great western frontier persists as an unchanged geographic reality. The so-called Atlantic civilization, once seen as essentially Anglo-Saxonic, takes on a new form when viewed from South Atlantic. While the historic relationship between Portugal and Brazil was one of colonial containment since the 19th century, these bilateral relations have undergone a process of reconciliation and networking, first through mutual acceptance, then through the establishment of common international objectives. On the one hand, this networking between Portugal and Brazil was taking place through public symbolic manifestation and the commemoration of common culture. But on the other hand, this network has evolved through cultural connections, music, literature, cinema, just to name a few, that serve to validate a post-colonial revision. The cultural links that had survived the proverbial test of time have proven so far valuable in assessing the evaluation of the relationship between Portugal and Brazil. And I'm not saying which one is leading the process. At the same time, Brazil's awareness of its importance in the regional and global sphere has involved the preparation of Brazilian cultural diplomacy that recognizes political desire for diplomacy between Portugal and Brazil, a diplomacy that is largely demonstrative of the importance of soft power, but positioning Portugal in a secondary level regarding other countries in Europe. For the generation that spearheaded the end of Estado Novo and the transition to a democratic Portugal, Brazil represented the homeland of political exile, with important political, intellectual, and artistic antecedents. Between 40 and 55, the Portuguese historian Jaime Cortesão faced exile in Brazil. In fact, the Lisbon government tolerated Cortesão's working in Gabinete Português de Leitura in Rio de Janeiro, while the Brazilian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Osvaldo Aranha, gave Jaime Cortesão's intellectual activity in Brazil an important support, namely through the various courses that the Portuguese historian gave at Itamaraty. Also in the 40s, the Salazar government refused a visa to Hungarian painter Árpád Zenes to enter in Portugal. Together with her husband, the painter Maria Helena Vieira da Silva lived in exile in Rio de Janeiro between 40 and 47. For his part, the philosopher Agostinho da Silva arrived in Brazil in 47 as a political exile, where he also lived until 69. Agostinho da Silva collaborated with Jaime Cortesão and Brazilian President Jânio Quadros, and was responsible for the creation of the University of Brasilia, among other higher education establishments he promoted. Another dimension of circulation with an extensive network of contacts took place in parallel between the two countries also in this period. In 40, the Portuguese cinema director, Chianca de Garcia, arrived in Brazil, and in the next year, he was already directing movies in Brazil. At the same time, the Portuguese actress, Beatriz Costa, was spending the third season of her career in Brazil. Between 39 and 49, Beatriz Costa enjoyed great success with her shows at Casino da Urca in Rio de Janeiro, together with Carmen Miranda. Actresses like Luisa Satanella, dancers like Francis Graça, or the fado singer Amália Rodrigues. They also performed regularly in Copacabana Casino and also in other venues. Meanwhile, presidential visits between Portugal and Brazil followed one another. Brazilian President Café Filho visited Portugal in Brazil. What we have there is the ceremony of honoris causa in University of Coimbra. And Portuguese President Craveiro Lopes, with the Brazilian stamps there, visited Brasilia, still under construction, in June 57. Kubitschek Oliveira, Brazilian president, visited Portugal in the 60s, in the 1960, followed by Jânio Quadros in 61. And in 1970s, the Portuguese president, Américo Tomás, visited Brazil in April 72, which, on the occasion, were celebrating 150th anniversary of Brazil's independence. With this visit, the remains of Dom Pedro I, Emperor of Brazil, King Dom Pedro IV of Portugal, were taken to Brazil with the Portuguese president. 2 years later, this same man, Américo Tomás, returned to Brazil, but now as a political exile. He only returned to Portugal in 1979. The ousted Prime Minister, Marcelo Caetano, also left him. He lived in Brazil until 1980. Not even a year later, after Tomás and Caetano arrived in Brazil, António Spínola also arrived exiled following the coup of 1975 in Lisbon. Spínola entered in Brazil in 1975 and only returned summer of 1976 to Portugal, and others. In the following decade, in December of 1976, Mário Soares, Portugal Prime Minister in democracy, at the time Prime Minister, traveled to Brazil on an official visit, the first by a Portuguese Prime Minister after the Revolution of 1974. He returned to Brazil in another official visit, but in his capacity of President of the Republic in 1987, when he received an honoris causa doctorate from the University of State of São Paulo. And in Portugal, University of Coimbra will give honoris causa to Brazilian presidents, but not to those that were in the dictatorship in Brazil. All these circumstances reflect a common historical heritage between Portugal and Brazil, a shared language and the existence throughout the 20th century of multiple and diverse networks, political, cultural, religious, commercial also, but also effective, renewed by constant migratory flows between the two countries. The dynamic seems to guarantee the maintenance of a privileged relationship between Portugal and Brazil, and most of the time Portuguese diplomacy do not touch it. Is enough the flux that exists. I could continue and give you details, but I will finish with these final remarks. So I think we have to consider that Portuguese diplomacy behaves as a pragmatic diplomacy. Others, more cynical, but not me, would say that it doesn't exist. But let's be kind and diplomatic today, moving between popular culture, cultivated culture, or expressions of mass culture, relying most of the times on the regular flow of cultural activity, and shifting from Portuguese unique culture values to cosmopolitan culture embedded in European and Western culture. It's most of the time instrumental, regards culture and cultural practices in an instrumental perspective, which reinforces most of the times when these actions happened, reinforces the protocol dimension of diplomatic actions. It's a reactive diplomacy, responding, though effectively, to international commitments, but very much restrained by chronic shortage of resources. And it's almost a cultural diplomacy, but with difficulty to identify the intrinsic values of culture, because there's a deficit of reflection about the cultural representation within Portugal. Thank you very much.
So now is the turn of Areti Adamopoulou. She's going to talk about cultural diplomacy in early Cold War Greece. And just two lines to introduce Areti. She's a professor of art history at the University of Ioannina in Greece. And she has a long teaching experience in other Greek universities. And prior to the current position, she was an art historian at the Efforate of Museum of Modern Monuments in Thessalonica. And also in Thessalonica was an historian curator at the Contemporary Art Center. She has, again, a large list of publications. And although she's going to talk about cultural diplomacy in Greece during the Cold War, her research focuses is No, the Scopus is bigger, and she also studied the contemporary art and the art market. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here and for having another great paper. You're going to see Sophia Loren again. So there was a time that Greece... Pardon? Melina Mercouri, no, I don't have her. I'll go with Rita.
But anyway.
So there was a time that Greece was fashionable in Western Europe. From the mid-1950s to about the mid-1960s, the country became a favorite tourist destination. Its cultural heritage was at the center of attention of many European cultural institutes. Its contemporary culture traveled beyond its borders. For the first time, neo-Hellenic studies were fostered in prestigious universities worldwide. Although the country's past was well known and celebrated worldwide, it was in the first post-war decades that its contemporary culture came to the foreground and was loved by Europeans. The examples are countless and come from both highbrow and pop culture. Consider but a few. Yorgos Lanthimos, the renowned Greek contemporary poet, won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1963. Yes, could you please?
No,
they cannot.
They won't be able to see.
Slides will not.
Yes.
Otherwise, I wouldn't say it.
And I quote here the reason why he got the Nobel Prize. Manos Hatzidakis won. Okay, I had Melina Mercouri. Okay, Manos Hatzidakis won an Oscar award in 1960 for the music of the film Never on Sunday. The film Zorba the Greek, based on the novel The Life and Adventures of Alexis Zorbas by Nikos Kazantzakis and directed by Michalis Kakoyannis, won 3 Oscar awards. And there was a real translation explosion of Kavafis poems after 1951. Every celebrity of the 1950s and 60s aspired to be photographed on the Athenian Acropolis. In the voluminous photographic material that survives still, one sees the jet-setters of the time, Rita Hayworth and Elizabeth Taylor, Sophia Loren, Marlon Brando, the director Gilles Dassin, Dizzy Gillespie, Jackie Kennedy, Prince Rainier and Princess Grace of Monaco, among many others, posing in front of the ancient ruins. Greece figured in glossy magazines and newspapers as a safe country situated in Northeast Europe, rich in picturesque landscapes, superb weather, famed cultural heritage, and happy, hospitable people. This image was in sharp contrast with the recent dramatic conditions of the Civil War of 1946-49 that had divided the country and proved more catastrophic than the Second World War. How was the new seductive post-war image of Greece constructed? To be consumed by whom? Which part of the country's contemporary culture and which aspects of its cultural heritage would be highly appealing to a contemporary Western audience? Seen from a different point of view, the 1950s and 60s was the period during which, by and large, the country was Westernized. Contemporary pop culture affected young and old alike. Society and economy were modernized, or were trying to. And for the first time in its history as an independent state, Greece was interacting intensively with its allies and no longer protecting powers. In those years, Athens emerged as the capital of a Western state, developing in Cold War conditions, geopolitically important due to its proximity to the Middle East, and it's about the Eastern Bloc. So we have a different geopolitical interest here in the case of Portugal. Greece was distancing herself from Central and East Europe, with which it had close ties until the interwar period, and which now belonged to the communists East, and followed new cultural practices that were taking shape at that time in Western Europe and the USA. New stereotypical images of the country were constructed and were diffused through tourist advertising and consumer culture. In these new circumstances, national culture and identity had to be revisited and reformed. The forces that shaped these procedures were, in the case of Greece, both internal and external. So in this paper, I discuss the early Cold War practices of international cultural diplomacy and examine their impact on Greece's modernization and Westernization process. I do so in relation to the Greek state's efforts to promote the political and cultural agenda internationally. I specifically focus on the period after 1945 and during the 1950s. And some of the questions raised are, what was the desirable image of the country in Western Europe? Which efforts were made by the country's new allies to turn Greece into a Western state? Which Greek state policies addressed the international cultural field? And to what degree did they affect the local art scene? And finally, how was the New East and New West approached or avoided locally? So the first part of my paper is on how the West imagined Greece after 1945, and to some degree I will answer Eva's question yesterday about the foreign institutes in Greek soil, on Greek soil. So Greece belonged by tradition to the sphere of influence of Great Britain and was positioned at the Yalta Conference in 1944 to the Western Bloc. In contrast to other Balkan countries, since its nascence as an independent state in the modern world in 1830, the country's connection was to Western Europe, although its place in the post-war alliances was debated even in recent years. After 1945, the country complied with international agreements and entered into the Western coalition. However, the local Communist Party conviction was that Greece should emerge from the war as a communist state. The civil war of 1946-49, fought between the government army and the communist fighters, ended with the defeat of the latter. Apart from enormous loss in lives and infrastructure which were added to those of World War II and occupation, Greece suffered a deep trauma that marked society for decades. It also opened the floodgates for international interventions by the New World powers, which marked the beginning of the Cold War. The Truman Doctrine and the Marshall Plan were instrumental in reviving Greek economy and setting the frame in which the country should develop in the post-World War. The Truman Doctrine provided the military and economic assistance that enabled the Greek government to defeat the communist insurgency, and the second could be achieved only through institutionalized political and economic cooperation across national borders and through prudent state interventionist tactics. So actually both policies relied on cooperation with the local elites. This is why it's almost impossible to connect specific actions to specific agents in the process of the country's Westernization. This picture becomes even more complicated when we consider Greece's interwar political dead ends and the urgent need for reforms in economy and society, which became even more pressing after 1949. After almost a decade of war, foreign occupation, and the deep political division between communist and anti-communist forces, the population was exhausted and the governments were too weak to tackle the many and serious problems. To both Americans, who sought to maximize their influence in the Eastern Mediterranean and the Near East after the withdrawal of the British in 1947, and to Greeks, who struggled for survival and felt surrounded by enemies, the Western perspective of the country seemed an one-way road. Along with politics and economy, culture and national identity had to be restructured and Westernized. What we call today the Cultural Cold War was an important field of confrontation. The task of winning hearts and minds around the world was of great importance to Soviet and American leaders. It required assets, planning, special agents, and strategic choices. In Greece, it was mainly the British, the Americans, the French, and the Soviets who competed to lure and win the local audience. In the 1950s, Athens, and in the 1960s, other Greek cities too, hosted large numbers of traveling exhibitions, concerts, ballet and theater performances, and so on, all events that aimed at acquainting the public with the cultural production of its country. However, what affected all social strata, and especially the young generation, was pop culture. And in this field, the Americans rhymed. After all, it was a claimed principle of American cultural diplomacy that economic and military goals should be invisible. Greece's geostrategic position made her an indispensable ally in the area. The Americans could monitor the Balkans and the area from Caucasus to the Middle East from their military bases in Greece. However, this was not included in the American rhetoric when the country became a NATO member in 1952.
Really? Oh.
They say so.
Artificial intelligence.
Well, this was on NATO's page, actually, webpage. You can see it today. So Greece became a NATO member in 1952. Instead, it was cultural values that were projected. Today, we read in NATO's webpage, known for its philosophers and its historical legacy as the birthplace of democracy, Greece, its language, culture, and history is omnipresent in Western culture. This affinity and orientation towards the West was confirmed in 1952 with Greece's accession to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. Alliance membership oriented the country's identity toward the West and became a pillar of Greece's foreign policy. This quotation allows us to observe how the US, as the leader of the free world, was associated to ancient Greek political values, and also how it perceived contemporary Greece's orientation to Western culture in absolute connection to its accession to NATO. The US advocated its connection to the values of classical Athenian democracy and promoted itself as the global heir to other similarly high values, just as France claimed to be the heir to the Roman Empire. And indeed, the American gestures were grand and the project of an impressive scale. The American School of Classical Studies in Athens, established in 1881, carried out an expensive and highly symbolic task, the restoration of the Stoa Vatalos. It was mentioned by my colleague, Professor Planzos yesterday, which was a 2nd century BCE building as accurately as possible between 1953 and 1956 to be used as a museum of the Agora. The task of expropriation, compensation, and excavation in the most socially important site of the ancient city was costly and demanding. The reconstruction and landscaping of the archaeological site cost some $2 million, monies that were donated by the school supporters and the Rockefeller Foundation, a regular contributor to USIA's plan. In contrast to the major European powers, the United States was a relative latecomer in the field of propaganda or public diplomacy. The United States Information Agency, the USIA, which I mentioned before, was founded in 1953, but outlasted the Cold War by 10 years. It developed into a significant organization served by large personnel numbers and enjoyed ample funding. It supervised the global network of local offices called United States Station Information Services, USIS, which aimed at telling America's story to the local population. The USIS post in Greece was one of the first to be established. Its headquarters were in Athens, with branches in Salonika and Patras. In the 1950s, the entire country was considered a priority target. As in other countries, newsreels, documentary films, the Voice of America broadcasts, cartoons, posters, photographs, pamphlets, journals, translated literature went on display at exhibitions, cinemas, and mobile shows. In 1952, the traveling exhibition The Caravan of Peace arrived first in Salonika and then in Athens, where the site chosen for its display was not at all accidental. Neither were its first stops. Italy, a former Axis power, Greece, whose civil war was the first episode of the Cold War and ended with American intervention, and Turkey, a Muslim country situated between Europe and Asia. The caravan was a visual narrative, one of the many organized by USIA. These were mainly propagandistic exhibitions in which photographs in various sizes and shapes were combined with movies, maps, flags, and constructions of every kind. Printed texts and recorded messages in the form of aphorisms, as well as special light conditions, produced a spectacle aiming at moving the audience's sentiment. One part of the exhibition was common for all countries and underlined NATO's efforts in establishing global peace. The second part of the exhibition changed according to the hosting country. In Greece, a linear narrative of the nation's great moments in history was presented, starting with antiquity, the Persian Wars, and ending with photos of the American General James Van Fleet, who fought with Greek soldiers against communism. To this kind of narrative, I shall return further on. In addition to bold propaganda, radio broadcasts were the soft way of permeating Greek society. USIS in Athens regularly monitored the popularity of the Voice of America, which diffused jazz music and pop culture, even in remote rural areas. It is estimated that by 1956, about 3 million Greeks listened daily to programs of the Greek language service of The Voice, a by far larger audience than that of the BBC broadcast, the Greek National Radio Foundation, or any broadcast from the Eastern Bloc. USIS officials also focused on attracting the interest of informed local opinion makers who were educated mainly with French culture and did not have a high regard for American cultural resources. In addition, the main concern of the USIS was not to fall behind in the competition with the Soviets, regardless of the current political climate. For example, in 1957, the Russian folklore ballet Berioska performed in Athens, attracting large audiences. In the same year, Dizzy Gillespie's Jazz Orchestra gave a concert in Athens. The band had been on the USIS-sponsored tour since 1956, aimed at improving the image of US in Southeastern Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. There's an often quoted anecdote about this event. The jazz virtuoso was afraid of the reactions of the Greek public, since a few days earlier, the anti-American demonstration had led to an attack on the library of the American School of Classical Studies in Athens. In the end, however, the cheering at Gillespie's concert was so intense that the chants "Bravo, Dizzy" were ultimately more intimidating than his feared rejection by the audience. The concert was a triumph. However, the USIS did not consider such concerts to be part of high culture and did not believe that jazz music would appeal to the local elite. American and Soviet public diplomacy in Greece was cultivated intensely in the Cold War frame when the country became the apple of discord in the area. The Hellenic American Union was founded in 1957 and engaged the cultural activities of the USIS. The Greek-Soviet Association was a different case. It was founded in 1945 by Greek left-minded men of letters, not as an institution of the Soviet state. Note that from 1946 to 1953, diplomatic relations between the two countries were frozen due to the Greek Civil War. The Pushkin State Institute, founded in 1966, succeeded the association in a period in which diplomatic relations were regulated. The most active foreign institutes in the 1940s and 1950s in Greece were the French and the British, which already had long-standing, well-established relations with the Greek public and a history of competing with each other on Greek soil. The French Institute, l'Institut Français de Grèce, was founded in 1907 and was the dominant institution with the oldest links to Greek society. The Institute's involvement in local dynamics became apparent in the troubled decade of the 1940s. As the tensions between communists and non-communists grew, Octave Merlier, director, and Rogier Millet, Secretary General of the Institute, great philhellenes and members of the French resistance, initiated a scholarship program that offered a way out of the country to brilliant young students with communist credentials. They were transported from Piraeus to Marseille by a New Zealand transport ship of the British Navy, the Mataroa, which means women with big eyes or the woman who sees far. The much studied today journey of the Mataroa, the Ark of Merlier, as they called it, brought more than 200 talented young Greeks to Paris in 1945-46. Among them were people who went on to international careers, the philosopher Cornelius Castoriadis, Kostas Axelos, and Kostas Papaioannou, the artist Yannis Xenakis, the historian Nikos Voronos. Some of them were members of the Communist Party and were considered outlaws. Remember that Xenakis was already sentenced to death in absentia, and Voronos was stripped of his Greek citizenship. The project would have never succeeded, of course, without the help of the French ambassador in Athens, Ramballen, and the cooperation of the Greek authorities. The scholarship program offered multiple benefits. The French state had the opportunity to educate a group of brilliant young people in French culture, and the beneficiaries were offered the means to build their career in a safe place. Had they stayed in Greece, it was more than certain that they would have spent years in prison. Equally impressive was the exhibition staged by the Institute in 1949. Now, this was not a temporary exhibition serving a global audience, but an exhibition accompanied by a donation, and a perfectly targeted one at that. Millet and his wife, with the encouragement and support of Henri Matisse, André Fougeron, and Christian Zavos, had collected works by famous French artists in Paris during the winter of 1945-46 as a tribute to the Greek resistance during the Second World War. It consisted of 46 works, paintings, prints, drawings, sculpture, books by 26 famous modern French artists. Among them were two well-known Greeks, Dimitris Galanis and Marios Prasinos, who lived in Paris already. The works were exhibited at the French Institute in Athens before they were donated to the National Gallery in Athens as a token of love and admiration for the heroic attitude of the Greek people during the war and resistance of 1940-44. Such site-specific moves had a great impact on local society, as they implied intimacy and respect for the country's history and culture, and did not evoke colonial practices. One of the major cultural shifts after 1945 in the Western Bloc in general was the unprecedented spread of the English language. In the 1950s, the US government generously funded the training of teachers of English as a foreign language, and with the help of grants from the Ford Foundation, American universities set up training programs for them. By the end of the decade, that's the 50s, English teaching had become an autonomous profession. It was not before. After 1945, Britain struggled to reconcile its great power commitments with financial austerity. In contrast to the French, financial needs, rather than cultural diffusion, were the priority for British international diplomacy in the first decade after World War II. However, government reports in the mid-50s identified the expansion of English teaching worldwide as a key priority. In a prophetic 1956 report by the British Ministry of Education, we read, within a generation from now, English could be a world language that is to say, a universal second language in those countries in which it is not already the native or primary tongue. The tide is still running in its favor, but with slackening force, it's important that its expansion take place mainly under Commonwealth and United States auspices. In this light, the teaching of English overseas was seen as an instrument of foreign policy and of the protection of British commercial interests. The British Council was re-established and developed a network of collaborations with academia, local authorities, civil servants, publishers, and professionals of all kinds. Over the years, the Council activities have proved to provide good value for its public money. The case of Greece is instructive in this respect. The British Council of Athens, later renamed the British Institute of Athens, later renamed the British Council, was founded in 1939 and was restructured after 1945. Its activities changed the linguistic hierarchies in Greece. Consider that in 1935, English was the fourth most popular foreign language in Greece after French, German, and Italian in this order. This situation was reversed after World War II, when French became the language of a limited and cultivated elite, while English was marketed as the language of economic and technological progress and of international understanding. In 1945, the Greek government equated English with French in secondary education, which had been dominated by French since the 19th century. Although language was the primary concern of the British Council, other cultural areas were also developed. As early as 1947, the British Council presented the exhibition Modern British Painting 1942-47, which was first shown in Athens and then toured to Rome, Paris, Marseille, and Prague. The selection of works was made by Herbert Reed, who signed the text of the catalogue and who came to Athens for this exhibition. He was one of the most prominent art historians and critics in post-1945 Britain and the author of an influential history of modern art and sculpture, which was translated in Greek in the following decades. Reed returned to Greece to accompany and lecture on another exhibition of British art in Athens, that of Henry Moore, in 1951. This time, the event was organized by the British Council in cooperation with Angelos Prokopiou, a Greek art historian and critic, pro-Western and pro-American. It appeared that the combined efforts of the foreign powers and the local elites to westernize the country were beginning to bear fruit. By the early 1950s, this was already evident in the cultural sphere. Moore's was the first exhibition of almost abstract sculpture in the country. Although its influence was limited to the local conservative academic art scene, it gave Prokopiou the opportunity to argue about the superiority of abstract expression in the post-war frame. It is noteworthy that in his lecture on the exhibition, Prokopiou stressed the links of contemporary abstract art to Mycenaean and Cycladic art and to Plato's Earth. Addressing Moore in second person, he said, "From your island homeland, you bring us a strong seer that comes to reveal to our eyes the prehistoric rocks of our plastic art, the smooth and simplified stones of pre-Minoan and Cycladic sculpture, from which the Doric and Ionian art of the archaic period sprang. You remind us of the origin of our art." For Prokopiou, as for other Greek literati, and I have in mind Manolis Andronikos, every European artistic style had its origin in ancient Greek art. Certainly Roman art, the Italian Renaissance, Neoclassicism, but also modern art could find their ancestors in the Greek cultural past. That was the way Greece was connected to Europe. This linear, unbroken line of forms from the distant past was linked to the present not only by the Greeks, but also by their Western allies before and after 1945, as we shall see further on. Now for the second smaller part of my paper, which is about Greece as imagined by the Greeks. So after 1945, the construction of an official narrative about the collective memory of the nation became an urgent priority in every European state. The management of the recent traumatic past required a careful selection of events that would unite and homogenize the population. So in this frame, national history was to be rewritten, the past revisited, and identities restructured. In Greece, the situation was more complicated than in other European states. Since the civil war was fought over the country's position in the new political coalitions, there was more than one trauma from the recent past to be mediated. After 1949, the horrors of the occupation were still alive, as was the macabre game of power played out in the Greek mountains during the civil war. In this situation, who could be defined as the enemies of the nation? The foreign occupiers, the Nazi collaborators, the communists, the Greek government, the USA, or the USSR? The answers were, and are still many, and controversial. Whatever the extent to which society was torn apart at the time, the reality was that the state had to be modernized and westernized quickly and completely. So how was the new Western identity negotiated in the country? All attempts towards the construction of new state narratives had been colored by Greece's political orientation towards the West and the erasure of the civil war from public memory. Consider that the first monument associated to World War II was the monument to the British, Australians, and New Zealanders who died in Greece in the battles of 1941-45, erected in the heart of Athens, the Field of Mars, in 1952. Paying tribute to foreign powers for the country's liberation, rather than celebrating the victories or the heroic deeds of the nation, speaks volumes about the political priorities of the time. So was the style in which the monument was constructed. The 5.5-meter high structure is a classicist white marble stele, crowned by a frontally depicted Athena, the ancient goddess of wisdom and protector of Athens, of the city of Athens, in the type of promachos, that is, as a frontline warrior, mourning solemnly still. At the bottom of the stele, also frontal and still, there is a sitting lion, symbol of the British Empire. In both style and content, this monument encapsulates the post-war national state narrative that was under construction at the time, or rather, it was a statement of how the post-war nation-state perceived its existence in the Western world. Greece was promoted as the cradle of democracy, the land of 3,000 years of history, with a cultural heritage known and revered throughout the world, and now an ally of the West. Athena, a symbol of the Periclean democracy and of classical culture in general, exalted and in the state of a warrior, assumed the position of a promachos, now against communism, and defending Western ideals. The lion also seemed to refer more to the terrace of the lions on the sacred island of Pylos in Greece than to the medieval British coat of arms. Greece assumed its position as a frontline state of the Western world committed to anti-communism. The messages conferred by this monument were also present in the exhibition of Greek art, 3000 BC, 1945 AD, presented at the Royal Academy in London in 1946. It was sponsored by the National Association of Hellenists in Great Britain, a lively community with strong links to London society. It was, and I quote, set up for a memorial to men of Greece, Britain, and the dominions who fought and died for the cause of liberty in Greece and the Greek seas. The cause of the exhibition was also noble, again I quote, any surplus from the exhibition is to be devoted to the Soldiers, Sailors, and Airmen's Families Association. As the title suggested, the exhibition included objects from the Bronze Age, for example, the Spencer Churchill bronze bull leaper, you see them there. The classical period, the Chatsworth head of Apollo, paintings from the first 3 centuries of our era, considered a bridge between classical and Byzantine art. Byzantine works, you see pages from the exhibition catalog here. 6 works by El Greco, 18th and 19th century embroideries. The famous series of 17 paintings by Panayotis Zographos, sponsored by General Makrianis and presented to Queen Victoria in 1840, and contemporary paintings. All artifacts belong to British collections, except for the embroideries and the 17 contemporary paintings. The first belonged to a Greek collector, and the latter belonged to the artist, and have been sent to the exhibition by the British Council at the request of the director of the exhibition, and were on sale. The introductory text by Charles Saltman, an art historian and writer, and director, as they say at the time of the exhibition, we would say curator today, was clearly in line with the official Greek narrative of the nation's perpetual cultural splendor. For example, the pattern on the 18th and 19th century embroidery were considered reminiscent of pottery painting of more famous periods in Greek art history, and we read, on the velvet and gold coats from Epirus, there are patterns like those on Attic black figure faces, while pieces from Naxos carry some of the same elements as Attic geometric pots of the 8th century BC. Today, we find the connections perhaps strange. Attic and geometric pottery were familiar to archaeologists and art lovers in Europe. These artifacts could be viewed in European collections and museums, and in Greece in the National Archaeological Museum in Athens. A woman working in the 18th and 19th century sea in Epirus, which is northeastern Greece, or on Naxos Island in the Aegean Sea, both rural and poor areas, would probably never in her life have seen Attic or geometric pottery, let alone been inspired by 8th or 5th century BC art for her handicraft in other media. However, Greek and British art historical narratives considered natural that patterns remain alive in the minds and hearts of people or run in their blood for centuries. State efforts to promote national culture were significant after 1949 and intensified during the 60s, especially in the fields of tourism and pop culture. One of the stipulations of the American economic mission to Greece, the Port of Mission in 1950, concerned the development by the state of infrastructures for tourism as expected and necessary to cover the need for immediate foreign currency inflow. That year, in 1950, the National Tourist Organization was established. The new organization was financed by the state, but enjoyed a semi-autonomous status, which allowed for skipping protracted bureaucratic procedures and thus moving fast and effectively. The tourist industry required stereotypical values and easily ingestible images. Advertising campaigns showcased archaeological treasures and beautiful, spectacular landscapes, but also hinted to the hospitality of the local population and their carefree mentality. As we heard yesterday, the most famous archaeological site, the Athenian Agora, Delphi, Mycenae, Olympia, Knossos, were made accessible and were ready to welcome large numbers of tourists. Under the National Tourist Organization auspices, 2 new festivals were established. The Epidavros Festival in 1954 and the following year the Athens Festival, both aiming at the reconstruction in a Cold War environment of cultural life in Athens and at disseminating a new image of Greek culture. Until today, they are the leading cultural organization in the country. Both were connected to ancient Greek culture. For these festivals, 2 ancient theaters were restored and opened to the public. The ancient theater of Epidaurus, the first known theater in ancient Greece, and the Odeon of Herodes Atticus, an elegant Roman theater at the foot of the Acropolis. You saw it yesterday. The Epidaurus Festival presented mainly a repertoire of ancient Greek plays. It was inaugurated with Euripides' Hippolytus by the National Theatre of Greece. The Athens Festival had the Herodion, the Odeon of Herodes Atticus, as its main stage for a variety of performances. Both festivals emphasized the site specificity of the spectacles and the authentic experiences they offered. Only there could people from all over the world enjoy ancient Greek drama performances or watch Russian ballet or listen to a jazz band under the shadow of the Acropolis. It seems that Athens, in particular, had to regain its world-renowned position as the cradle of democracy, and the classical Greek heritage had to be asserted over Byzantium, which had become fashionable in the interwar period, but was now connected to the Slavic Eastern Bloc. This orientation also permeated popular culture. One example is the Athenian Sounded Light, staged at the Pnyx Hill, inaugurated in 1959 and engineered by a French company. The Shadows narrative, constructed of snippets of Herodotus and Thucydides translated into florid Elizabethan prose, presented the Greek-Persian Wars of the first half of the 5th century BCE in clear Cold War terms. In the show, the messy complexities and contingencies of 5th century Athenian history were reduced to simplistic cliches of light versus darkness and good versus evil. Throughout the text, the Persians were presented as cardboard cutout bad guys, reckless, bloodthirsty, and barbaric, while the Athenians are ever courageous, noble, and heroic. This show ran until the late 1990s. Classical antiquity not only offered styles and sites of veneration to contemporary Greece, but its history could also be revisited and mined, adapted for use in the Cold War frame. This was an idea shared by both Greece's allies and the Greeks. Under these circumstances, politicians and literati, regardless of their political creeds, envisioned a country that would actively participate in the creation of contemporary European culture, whatever this was, without losing or denying her own cultural heritage. Post-war national identity was being structured as being international, European, and Greek. In 1951, Marinos Kaligas, director of the National Gallery at Athens, formulated this quest very insightfully. We can become perfect Europeans and remain at the same time brilliant Greeks. The one term is not in conflict with the other, and the prevalence of the first does not destroy the second. European Greeks and not Turkish Greeks. Thank you.
I have two questions. Somebody to begin was asking something to one moment to Lorenzo, because the session begins early, so Lorenzo and Óscar begins, and later Carlos and Areti. So the questions is for the four of them. Albert?
Hey. I have a question to Lorenzo and Óscar.
It's here.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I have a lot of questions, but one is a comment and a question. The comment is, as you said, as Lorenzo said at the beginning of his presentation, Spain was at the time a country without scientific and technological research tradition. Okay? And then my comment is, in this situation, all the international relationships with other institutions and with other scientists went not through institutions, but through particular individuals. Okay? If the this Instituto for National Instituto, I don't know, for aeronautics, etc., the contacts were through Esteban Terradas. That was a scientist, an engineer, a technician and technocrat. Not through the Spanish government, through Spanish institutions. Of course, there was the INTEDAP, but there was through Terradas. Terradas had the contact with Theodor von Karman. The same is with the nuclear energy. The same. The contacts were through this guy, Otero Navasquez. And that is because we don't have any kind of tradition. We don't have any kind of relationships with other institutions. That is my comment, and that is something until the middle of the 60s. Okay, now, I have a question. It's, do you know what really the Americans, how the Americans saw this kind of relationship with the Spaniards? Because as far as I remember, we had a very interesting surprise. I think that was 2010 or something like that, with this WikiLeaks affair. You know what I mean with this guy, Julian Assange or something like that. Then we saw that the interest of the Americans in Spain, the interest of the Americans in Spain was first because they have military bases, especially for nuclear submarines, and because a Catalan company, a very particular company, producing plasma, etc., etc. No reference to the science, not reference to the economic, not reference to technology, nothing. Only this. Then my question is, do you know really the opinion of the Americans about the protocols of meetings, etc., about these affairs? That is a question to Lorenzo and Óscar. And please, I have another question to our Greek colleagues, to Carla, to Dimitris, and to the last. Oh, now I have here the Areti. Yeah, I remember we had a similar case in Spain at the beginning of the 2000s, when in Spain we had archaeological site, this Atapuerca. There was an archaeological fund, and that was instrumentalized by the state, by the government, saying that if you try to understand the evolution of the human beings, you have to come to Spain, to Atapuerca. Okay? My question is, who takes benefits of the instrumentalization of the archaeological disciplines and cultural disciplines in Greece? Because I wish to know what persons, what type of guys were negotiating with the government, what kind of guys give the permission to instrumentalize these disciplines. Okay? In the sense of scientific and cultural diplomacy. That are the two questions I have to you. Thank you.
Vamos a ver, Albert. La respuesta de forma muy sintética es sí y no. Te cuento. Es verdad que el interés norteamericano por la ciencia en España en los años 50 es casi nulo. Casi nulo. O sea, no hay buenos laboratorios, no hay buenos equipos de investigación, no hay buenas instituciones. Hay algunas individualidades, tú has citado a dos de ellas en esos dos campos, que sí que establecen relaciones porque les mandan en misiones a veces al extranjero a que se relacionen con estos medios o porque invitan a profesores extranjeros a que vengan a España. Y se empieza a establecer un mínimo contacto. Pero ese contacto no anima a la ciencia norteamericana a ponerse en contacto con la ciencia española. Son contactos personales, en principio. Claro, ¿qué es lo que va a favorecer que ese contacto personal vaya a más? Realmente tú te has contestado solo, es una pregunta trampa, Albert. Lo que quieren es, lo que les interesa de España es su posición geográfica, nada más. Y todas las facilidades que les da el régimen. O sea, ni en Italia, ni en Grecia, en ningún otro país tienen tantas facilidades como van a tener aquí a la hora de establecer bases militares o estaciones de seguimiento espacial. Aquí tienen muchas facilidades. No. Entonces, la cuestión es que de lo que se trata es de hacer todo lo posible por integrar cada vez más a España en el bloque occidental. Y que, como están con una presencia militar fuerte en España, hay que hacer que esa presencia militar sea bien recibida por los grupos de influencia del país, entre los cuales están los militares, evidentemente. Entonces, el interés por la energía nuclear y por lo aeroespacial va un poco por ese lado. Pero también están los cuadros científicos, que todavía no son muchos, que están en España. Claro, el tema es también que en la posguerra mundial, en la segunda posguerra mundial, hay un movimiento muy fuerte hacia una progresiva convergencia de los, ¿cómo decirlos?, de los núcleos científicos occidentales. Estados Unidos lleva a cabo una labor intensa, entre otras cosas porque en Estados Unidos existen comunidades muy importantes que se han ido formando en la Segunda Guerra Mundial de científicos de otros países que no son estrictamente norteamericanos, que están promocionando esos vínculos. En España, en el caso español, eso no funciona bien hasta los años 60, porque los españoles que se han exiliado, efectivamente, no tienen muchas ganas de recuperar el contacto con la dictadura franquista. Pero también va a funcionar, porque las comunidades de científicos o de intelectuales van más allá de la política muchas veces, salvo que haya rencillas personales. Entonces, es evidente que en el caso de la filología hay grupos españoles que van a tirar del hispanismo norteamericano y de la filología española aquí. Pero también en el caso de la medicina hay médicos que se van a Estados Unidos que van a tirar de la corriente de médicos que se va a producir luego con Estados Unidos. Es decir, las individualidades actúan en un momento dado en que los lazos son mucho más débiles como un contacto. Pero, como tú decías antes, porque te decía que es una pregunta trampa, a partir de los años 60, esos cauces, esos circuitos de intercambio van a ser mucho más fluidos. Es otra de los problemas a la hora de seguir estas corrientes. No solo van a estar capitalizados por el Estado, porque a partir de los años 60, muchas instituciones norteamericanas, por ejemplo, y ya en la segunda mitad de los 60 también alemanas y francesas, van a dar becas o van a facilitar estancias a científicos españoles. Es decir, no va a tener una participación el propio Estado español. Claro, a la hora de reconstruir todo esto, lo difícil es ir creando esos itinerarios, esas trayectorias, que de alguna manera van a ser una línea fina, muy fina al principio, que luego se va a ir extendiendo. Porque se nos pierden muchos protagonistas. Te pongo un ejemplo. Yo estaba convencido, como tú, que la conexión von Karman-Terradas era fundamental para el caso del INTA y para todo el tema aeroespacial y tal. Claro, pero Terradas desaparece en 1950, que es cuando muere. ¿Y qué pasa después? Pues ahí yo he ido descubriendo al menos algún otro personaje, te digo uno, que va a ser tan importante como Millán Barbani. Gregorio Millán Barbani, he hecho referencia en la exposición. Para que Millán Barbani es un ingeniero mucho más joven, especialista, no recuerdo ahora si es en termodinámica o cosas así, que se va a Estados Unidos y que en el año 51, von Karman le pide que actúe como ayudante de un curso que da en la Sorbona. A un español que no... Claro, Millán Barbani actúa de ayudante de ese curso y además pone en limpio los apuntes de ese curso ampliados y luego lo publica en inglés, traducido al español. Y von Karman va a establecer con él una relación muy estrecha y le va a acompañar a varios cursos. Bueno, hasta ahí tenemos el año 51. Millán Barbani, en mi investigación, me vuelve a aparecer el año 57. Millán Barbani no solo está de ingeniero en el INTA, sino que es captado por los cuadros que empiezan a proponer una reforma educativa en España para un tema tan sensible como la reforma de las escuelas de peritos y de ingeniería, de las enseñanzas técnicas, que son unas enseñanzas memorísticas, muy poco prácticas, muy atrasadas. ¿Y qué es lo que propone Millán Barbani? Una reforma a la americana, adaptada al caso español, que no funciona. El propio Millán escribe después que aquello, bueno, abre algunas perspectivas, pero no acaba de funcionar. A ver, con todo esto, y ya no me enrollo más, el tema está en que hay muchos más senderos de los que nos aparecían a primera vista y que no todos son fácilmente identificables. En el tema nuclear, tú sabes, porque has trabajado en eso, que se han rastreado mucho más, porque muchos de los españoles, la conexión científica, ¿cómo decir? Los emigrantes científicos no son como los emigrantes económicos, pero hay algunos elementos un tanto peculiares que a veces se repiten, como son las cadenas migratorias. Si alguien va a un lugar y establece un vínculo, hay otros que le siguen. Entonces, lo que hay que seguir muchas veces es por qué un instituto como el Instituto Técnico de California, que es donde está von Karman en origen, se convierte en un centro de peregrinación de científicos españoles, ¿no? O lo que ocurre con Severo Ochoa a otro nivel. Claro, eso facilita mucho las cosas. Pero claro, de todas maneras, el problema hasta muy avanzados los años 60 es que no hay instituciones españolas susceptibles de asimilar convenientemente todos los conocimientos científicos y, desde luego, eso no se traduce en una difusión de esos conocimientos o una traslación de esos conocimientos al sistema científico ni universitario más que muy lentamente. No sé si ocurre en otros ámbitos, pero desde luego en el tema aeronáutico sí que ocurre, ¿no? Y eso sin meternos en otro tema, que es el tema de la industria y el acompañamiento industrial de algunos de estos... pero en fin, es que no me quiero enrollar más.
Sí, Eva, cuando me toque,
Ay, no te había visto.
I also wanted to say something,
Okay.
but I don't know if Albert is
Albert?
viewing.
I have again connections problems, but I am still.
Está aquí.
Yeah, it was mentioned there that your amplitude banda was very weak, and it was said there. Probably your connection is not working very well.
That's what I suppose. Yeah, okay. But I am still here. I close the camera.
Can you hear? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay. I partially agree with your first comment. If I correctly understand you, you argued that the contacts were just or mainly personal, individual contacts among scientific. Is that right?
That's a question to me.
No, because I don't know if I.
The question is yes, and the answer is yes too.
Yeah, but and you mentioned Terradas, but we cannot forget that Terradas was the chairman of INTA. So we have also an organization or an institution there. I mean, when Terradas invited von Karman, he invited him as a chairman of INTA. So we find here a blurring frontier that is not easy to disentangle what is just a personal contact or is an institutional contact, because some of these people were acting in both dimensions at the same time. So this is why I said that I partially agree with you. Yes, there are personal contacts, but these contacts are through organization, because some of these guys were official representatives of scientific agencies. So we have here an institutional dimension that is also important. So I think that is not this, what is personal, what is institutional. I mean, I think that we cannot disentangle that. Yes, there are personal contacts, but the other was an official representative. I mean, he wasn't just a science person. He was also a kind of political representative of Spanish institution.
Bueno, déjame un momento, Albert. Te amplío el comentario, es que según lo estaba pensando, según los escuchaba, yo creo que a veces el franquismo distorsiona, la percepción que tenemos del franquismo distorsiona el análisis. Imagínate que no estás en el franquismo, imagínate que estás en los años 10 del siglo XX y que en lugar de hablar del INTA estamos hablando del Centro de Estudios Históricos o el Instituto de Física, lo que luego es el Rocasolano y tal. Muchas veces, pues es el ejemplo de Menéndez Pidal o de otros personajes, Río Ortega. Muchas veces van a ser esas personalidades científicas con capacidad para traspasar las fronteras, las que actúan de alguna manera como reclamo y como nexo de conexión de vínculos que luego se van a ampliar a las instituciones de las que proceden. O sea, es también la forma en cómo nos planteamos el análisis, esto lo hemos hablado otras veces, de cómo se generan esas comunidades epistémicas, esas comunidades de conocimiento, ¿no? Que, claro, nos parece que son más sencillas en democracias porque es más abierto y el conocimiento fluye, digamos que con menos cortapisas. Mientras que en las dictaduras, sobre todo en dictaduras como la franquista, en un momento de aislamiento internacional, es más complejo. Pero la cuestión es hasta qué punto las realidades científicas efectivamente se ven influidas por las circunstancias políticas, eso está claro, pero no se ven cortocircuitadas. O sea, cuesta más ciertas cosas, pero las dinámicas a veces están un tanto, no por encima, pero en paralelo a las propias condiciones políticas. O a veces tengo esa percepción, no lo sé.
But my point is that they are not just scientists. They are also, they are playing a kind of institutional political role because they are representatives of institutions abroad. So we cannot, I mean, they are the two, how do you say, the same sides of the same coin. So I think that if we,
I think if I can
we have
also,
here methodological.
yeah, I agree with Albert in the sense that why Terradas was chosen as the head of this institution, because the prestige of Terradas was a very old one, and probably the Franco regime also takes this guy, which is internationally known and famous and has a prestige, in order to put him there and to start maybe not only a personal, but also an institutional and even a state policy, taking as point of departure this person that was even before the 30s very importantly recognition. So there's the complexity is there, but you are right in the sense that also these figures at this very difficult time are used by the Franco regime in a positive sense to benefit them in front of the international relations, in this case with the United States.
Maricio also wants to add something.
Ask.
No, add, but ask.
I wanted to ask for this concept of consensual or co-produced hegemony, because I find it interesting and possibly useful for me. So it's an egoist question. If it's yours or in references to read about it. I wanted to ask to Professor Vargas if this concept could also be useful in the case of Portugal, because I understood he has stressed I understood the passivity of Portugal in those cultural diplomacy politics, and I ask this phenomenon of consensual or co-produced hegemony that we observe in the case of Spain, if why it has not functioned in Portugal or something. This could be my question. And I have a question for Areti. Related to cultural Cold War and the concept of Westernized and Europeanized, I understood we relate more Westernized with the role of the USA and Europeanized, no. And during the cultural Cold War, there was a tension between Westernized and Europeanized. If this tension, if you can observe this tension in the case of Greece.
There is a competence between the US and the European nation for this
Concept of Western.
fluency, yes.
So we put a little bit older because Areti has another question, the first question, but maybe because Mauricio tells you something about that concept. And then if you would like to answer first, and then we pass to the Portugal case, and then to...
Should I go first?
Or maybe Professor, and you also, Fernanda, sorry. Fernanda, and then if Professor Vargas would like to add something.
With music, please.
So my questions, okay, so thank you. First of all, thank you for your presentations. They were very, very interesting. I wanted to ask something to Lorenzo and Óscar. One question is easier. It's of course trying to also to compare with the Portuguese case. It's about scholarship. When you started, did you send researchers abroad and you researched researchers? Because I think that you talk about mostly about technicians or engineers, but technicians. I don't know about real academic for scientific training. In Portugal is quite interesting because we talked yesterday about GEM and YAC and the number of scholarships. And it's incredible because although Portugal was a very undeveloped country in economics and technology, etc., the number of scholarships of people sent abroad and received in Portugal was the most higher number, most significant was for nuclear studies. Okay. But I was wondering what kind of scientific training, not only and in the same idea, if you what kind of adjustments in academia, okay? Engineering, in which kind of discipline there were nuclear studies. Another kind of question is related to the, I don't know if there was in your case some kind of tension between an approach more conservative or even more militarist against the idea of development or not, because and if it was in any way connected with some sections of the regime, because in Portugal this is one of the most interesting issues, because the idea of modernization and with this kind of development is closer to people who are more progressive and more liberal and want the political and economic liberalization of the country. In a certain way, even our nuclear development started with this kind of people. the guy who started was the same guy who created the so-called Junta Nacional de Investigação Científica, that one that was the branch, scientific branch. Nowadays is the Foundation for Scientific Technology. And it had some kind of tension with the side more conservative of the regime. And once again, contradictions of the regime, because the nuclear subject is something that has to do with Americans, but the most conservative branch of the regime was not so glad with the Americans. So I don't know if you have this kind of tensions. And in the Portuguese case, what happened is that the nuclear was under the umbrella of education science. Then the creation of GEN, nuclear, but directly under the presidents of Council of Ministers. So it was very important. And then they created a laboratory for the reactor, and with the presence of all kinds of ministries. But after a while, the nuclear and reactor passed under the umbrella of economics and energy, and in the end of the regime, the guy who took the nuclear was one of the most conservative and military guys in Portugal, García. So I don't know what kind of connections with real politics in terms of fascism, authoritarianism. So that was my questions. My questions to Carlos. I wanted to. I think that this is also about actors and power, because I think that's what's happening so in culture. How you can manage power and tension between powers. I wanted to ask you two questions very precise. The role of the exiled people, because after in this tension between civilization or a wider country or that you experienced, our intellectuals that were abroad were very important also in that idea of Europeization of Portuguese culture. And some of them, and you started your presentation with Eduardo Lorenzo, and some of them were very inspiring and relevant, even. And the other question is to bring to this discussion and to this stage another important actor named CPLT, Portuguese Language Community. Because I think that they can, and I believe that they did a kind of rearrange this kind of old balance, because in a certain way you move to Europe and European culture, but after some years we tried to cover the idea of a global culture. Not colonialist, but based on the Portuguese language, who has some kind of risks in this contestation of colonialism, etc. But that's what happened. So we had some kind of appropriation of the Portuguese language as a tool of.
Okay, thank you, Fernanda. Grigoris, your question is about Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's a very straightforward and brief question. I didn't understand very well your presentation, but don't worry. But actually, I know that Spain left CERN in 1969 during the Franco regime. Do you know the reasons behind this decision?
What left?
Okay, because I mean, maybe it's related with all this sense diplomacy that Spain, I mean, choose to deploy back then. Because for me, it's strange that they left an alliance, which is a very prominent one, and at the same time, you know, they tried to. To participate in other alliances like ESRO and etc.
But Breton. Yes. I think Albert know better of me this question. I translate the question to Albert about the term. Okay. ¿Cómo hacemos? ¿Cómo respondemos?
To Fernanda, the first question of Mauricio, and then you want to ask, and we must have 5 minutes for Carlos and also 5 or 7 minutes for Areti. So do it in the
And then I'll bet.
the quickest way, please.
Okay, very quickly. Thanks for your question. This concept of consensual or co-produced hegemony, I think it was firstly coined by Meyer, who is an author who has theorized a lot about the American Empire and the nature of American Empire. But this concept is being used a lot by John Kriege. And these authors argued that the US empire is not imposed hierarchically. That the US empire is not an imposition, is the result of negotiation.
Inspired by invitation.
It's another
expression.
Yeah, it's also another concept.
An article. Yes.
I knew this concept by invitation, but what I found interesting is that
the hegemony is co-produced or is consensual because, according to these authors, the US leaves the other part enough space or enough capacity for leverage or for maneuvers in order to pursue their own goals and objectives. So it's a way to build hegemony, taking into account or integrating the interests of the other part. So this is why it's consensual, because it's the result of a consensual negotiation. And I think that this concept could be applied to the US-Spanish space relations, because obviously the space stations were operated by the US. Most of the personnel, the technical personnel, were American engineers. But also the Spanish part could have access to the station, to the technologies implemented or used in the station. So both parts.
I found very interesting. What I think is that probably the Americans do it very good, but that's not an exception. I think I need to read more about it. But how you say it, you can apply it to the German-Spanish relation. When I told Gestern, about the possibilities the Germans gave to develop Spanismo, and so and that it's not an exception, that probably the USA do it very, very good, and so, but probably it is.
I mean, to be honest, I have to read much more about it. I mean, as I said before, I'm just starting with this project, and I'm trying to explore the possibility to apply this concept to the US-Spanish space relations. But probably this application should be refined, and I have to mull over about it.
I asked because now I am interested in the concept.
Next, the answer from
Just to start with your last comment or question. Afterwards, Lorenzo will go will address the rest of your comments. But yes, there was a tension within the regime between the technocrats and in general terms, this is a very general overview, and the single party, the Falange, and the technocrats wanted to promote science as a means to boost development. But this doesn't mean, or this doesn't imply that the technocrats were progressive-minded people, or they were democrat or liberalizing political forces in Spain. No, they wanted to promote science, also linked to development, because they saw development as an instrument for political legitimation for the regime.
Okay.
So from their perspective, development wasn't a democratizing driver. On the contrary, development was a tool for strengthening the foundational basis or underpinnings of the authoritarian regime. It was an authoritarian modernization model.
I was actually that yesterday. Because
But it's true that
different from Portugal.
But these technocrats were at the same time fighting within the regime with the Falange boys or the single party.
And girls. Between technocrats and military, because nuclear has a specific role in this. Because it's not only economics and development and science, it's also about defense.
Yeah.
So in Portugal, we cross these kind of tensions because it's the tension between progressism, economic science, etc., and conservatism.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, a competition between at political level or ideological level, and at the same time, the competition between actors, because the militaries want to take over the nuclear subject, and they did, because it started with people more connected with science or energy, etc., but the end was control of militaries. So and militaries, of course, they were the branch more conservative. So, but in spite, militaries, they were also.
I mean,
so
in Spain,
tensions are very.
but the modernizers in Spain during the 1950s and 60s, they were not. It depends on in economic terms, they were liberalizing forces, but ideologically, politically, they were authoritarian. Also, they wanted to help the regime.
That is one of the most relevant differences between our
Different political situation. They were not preparing for democracy, although when democracy came, they would argue they were preparing for democracy.
Yes, it's true.
They were paving the path.
Preparing the path.
Democracy, but it was
They were preparing the path for an authoritarian regime after the Franco death.
So not your idea.
So Albert, no, first Lorenzo, but this time please, because Carlos and Areti still has to answer the questions. So
That, I give my turn to Carlo and Areti. Because we are repeating the same arguments, and I think that's probably it's better if Carlos and Areti can answer the question they have. Okay.
And you ask with later.
Intento hacerlo muy rápidamente en la respuesta. En primer lugar, en España no existe un centralismo científico. Durante el régimen de Franco existen lobbies. Lobbies de diferentes grupos, ministerios que van a intentar, dentro de lo que es la penuria de fondos, sacar lo máximo posible y cada uno tirar por su lado. No es un Estado tan monolítico como parece. En segundo lugar, la guerra civil en el caso español significa también el exilio, porque se van fuera o dejarles fuera o quitarles de sus puestos, la represión de muchos de los principales científicos que había en el país. Eso va a condicionar el retorno después. Entonces, cuando termina la Segunda Guerra Mundial, el problema es que no hay suficiente capacidad en el sistema como para tirar para adelante. Ni tampoco existen buenos contactos con el exterior para tirar del exterior. Hay que rehacer un poco el sistema, ¿no? Entonces, lo que hay que, como hay problemas, o sea, por una parte hay un organismo que se llama Junta de Relaciones Culturales, que es la que financia los viajes, las estancias en el extranjero. Estoy hablando de la segunda mitad de los años 40, pero tiene poco dinero, hay pocas divisas en el país. Entonces, se mandan algunos científicos fuera, pero lo que se hace más que eso es traer a gente de fuera. Gente con nombre, gente importante, como Von Karman y como otros, ¿no? Y ahí empiezan a restablecerse un poco los vínculos, junto a esas primeras becas que se dan a español. ¿Qué tipo de becas se dan? Aquí se ve muy claramente la cuestión técnica. Físicos, químicos, ingenieros, médicos. Y algunas otras especialidades, pero ahí es el núcleo. Claro, estamos hablando de decenas de personas, no más. Son pocos, son muy pocos porque hay poco dinero. A esto, claro, hay un problema de formación. O sea, dentro no se puede adquirir, fuera no podemos adquirirla tampoco porque no podemos mandar y desde fuera no quieren venir mucho porque España es un agujero en Europa. O sea, es una cosa un poco... ¿Cuál es seguramente el elemento que rompe esa dinámica no virtuosa, sino defectuosa? Estados Unidos. Estados Unidos, el establecimiento de bases y la ampliación a España de los circuitos de formación que han puesto en marcha vía Plan Marshall, vía OTAN, vía Fulbright Program, etcétera, etcétera. ¿Por qué? Porque va a transformar esas pequeñas decenas de personas en varios cientos al principio y luego algunos miles. Entonces, claro, mientras que son los programas militares o los programas de formación técnica los que actúan, los españoles consiguen, siempre negociando con los americanos que tienen la última palabra, mandar lo que ellos quieren, que son técnicos. Porque el régimen considera que no tiene nadie que enseñarle nada de cultura. La cultura, la española, y se acabó. Católica, romana, y en fin. Lo que necesita es técnica, tecnología. Y ya está, ¿no? Entonces, ellos quieren mandar técnicos. Pero, por ejemplo, en el caso de la Comisión Fulbright, hay un problema. La negociación dura 4 años porque los americanos quieren que se desarrollen en España, como han hecho en otros puntos de Europa, los American Studies, que son historia, sociología, economía. Claro, viveros de liberalistas, del liberalismo, de ideas progresistas y tal y cual. Mientras que los españoles quieren que haya técnicos. Pues lo mismo que antes, ingenieros, físicos, etcétera, etcétera. Eso complica un poco las cosas. La llegada de los americanos es muy importante en el sentido porque los europeos van a estar en términos generales desaparecidos hasta la segunda mitad de los 60. Hay muy pocos programas de intercambio con los europeos y no son muy numerosos. Va a ser ya los 60 muy avanzados. ¿Y dónde va a estar el segundo punto de inflexión? Los norteamericanos llevan diciéndoles a los dirigentes del régimen que tienen que hacer un cambio económico, pues poco después de llegar aquí. Pero se resisten porque el aparato económico del régimen que sale de la guerra civil está muy vinculado a ideas autárquicas, a la falange, a sectores muy conservadores. El punto de ruptura va a ser un plan de estabilización que se hace en el año 59 con la ayuda de organizaciones internacionales, con su asesoramiento, que va a hacer que España no liberaliza del todo la economía, pero la abre. Entonces, el dilema en España no va a ser tanto conservadores, liberales, con los militares actuando un poco entre los dos. Va a ser entre aperturistas e inmovilistas. Los aperturistas, que van a ser los tecnócratas, parte del Opus y otros que en realidad son muy conservadores y muy reaccionarios ideológicamente. Pero apuesta por el crecimiento económico como una manera de conseguir que el régimen se perpetúe y se readapte a los nuevos tiempos. Mientras que los inmovilistas quieren seguir con las bases de la victoria de la guerra civil. No quieren cambiar nada. Pero el problema es que el país no aguanta, porque tiene problemas de divisas, no produce lo suficiente. están quedándose cada vez más atrasados. Entonces, esa mezcla de intervención exterior, aplicación de recetas, muchas de ellas exteriores, que funcionan, va a permitir que el régimen acepte ese umbral de cambio, que va a tardar mucho en producir efectos democratizadores, porque tarda más de una década, bueno, década y media en producirlos, y porque se muere el dictador, en fin, y por otras cosas, pero que sí va a permitir que en el ámbito científico se abra bastante las compuertas, cosa que antes no había ocurrido. He sido muy sistemático, me he dejado cosas.
Carlos,
Okay.
please.
So I'll try to be telegraphic. So, within the shift of Portugal to democracy, there was this urgency to respond to the European agenda, and at the same time to rely on the market dynamics. And this is stressed because of the financial limitations of the country, and this is a key factor here. So the country will really focus on major spectacular events in order to get the best cost effect consequences. So this is very, very important. But at the same time, we are adapting as a country. Politically, internally, the country is also still shifting between a social democratic regime or a possible, but not concretized, communist regime. So this tension was going there. But this happens when the country says, we are Portuguese, we are European, we were always here. You didn't see us, but we were here. So could you please accept us back? That's why we open the collections, we open everything, because yes, we have all these treasures of European culture that you don't know, that you don't visit. For instance, the scientific collections of the Coimbra University. When they are presented in Brussels for an Europali exhibition, it's a brouhaha, amazing, because it's 19th century lab collections that were not known in Europe. And suddenly, it's not only about Baroque collections, it's also about scientific knowledge that was available and apparently in a very high situation. But we want to be European, but at the same time, the winds coming from the West are American. So we have to be pragmatic. There's no other option than to be permeable to all this tension that it's coming. But this mass culture is the mass culture that allows Brazilian culture to be very effective within Portuguese population through soap opera, telenovela. And this also makes the shift back to Atlantic. So this is this tension between we are American, but we have an Atlantic tradition. American culture is here, and keeping in mind that American Cultural Institute was in Lisbon, British Council was in Lisbon, and Alliance Française was in Lisbon. Goethe Institute. And Goethe Institute played a very important role in allowing, for instance, Portuguese groups, theater groups, to perform forbidden plays within the territory of the installations of the Goethe Institute. So they could, Barraca and Comuna, they could perform there when they would have censorship outside these facilities. So within this dynamic, the circulation of exiled people is very, very powerful. I was explaining to Professor Costa in the coffee break. Apparently, the regime managed to crystallize the organization, the cultural organization, but they could not stop the flux of people in between, within the organizations. So all these people that was circulating was coming with another vision, another idea. So if apparently the organizations were delayed regarding European way of doing, the people within were up to date. So they managed to make the organizations very quickly to change in order to deliver in this new exception of being European and a European way of producing the image of Portugal. This is the shift. Portugal was really spending time with itself, the discussion that Eduardo Lorenzo brings to the table, and also to respond to the bureaucracy, a new bureaucracy of Europe, and to adapt itself to the negotiations within Europe. This will give time to decompress, if possible, the post-colonial relations with former colonies, but also gave space to Brazil to, at the same time, going kind of also a dictatorship in democracy, redefine his own role within South America as a global regional power, and emerging post or new colonial tensions from Brazil regarding the Portuguese-speaking countries. Within this discussion and this tension, they are trying unilaterally to address these countries as an opportunity because they realize that Portugal has to keep aside. That's why Portugal, in 1990, celebrates the agreement of Portuguese language with Brazil in order to keep the language a unified tool. And that's why in 96, together with Brazil, they create CPLP, the Organization of the Portuguese-Speaking Countries. So it's a way of, in a multilateral platform, address the former colonies, but also to try to control the position of Brazil within this dynamics.
Thank you.
So, Albert, thank you for the question. Unfortunately, Dimitris is not in the room, so I will start answering now. And if he comes, perhaps he can add some more things. Who takes advantage of culture? It depends on what period you're referring. I mean, it was not the same in the 19th century, not the same in the interwar period. It's different after the Second World War. But mainly cultural heritage was and is part of building national identity. So actually the state capitalizes on that, state agencies. And I cannot see actually the connection with Atapuerca because this was not part of Spanish identity as far as I understand. It was more of a reference to the beginning of mankind.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, it's about the human as a species.
Spain at the origins of humanity.
Yes.
Of course.
It is still an issue. It is still a political issue and is often used and abused in public discussions, but mainly I think it's the state. Every archaeological site in Greece is still public, so.
But I would like to add some comment. Maybe Dimitris want to add something to benefit of, yeah, and then I will say something.
Sorry, is this about who
capitalizes?
Sorry, I'm sorry, I missed your answer. Well, the Greek Archaeological Service is the oldest public state service in Greece. It was established soon after 1830. Archaeology is one of the great pylons of nationalism in Greece, but also in Cyprus, in Egypt, in Italy. So I think that the political, social, and cultural elites
in Greece since the 18th century even have worked together in order to create this cultural capital, understanding what Western elites were after. And this is, now it has become common property, so everyone benefits from this. The elites themselves, professional archaeologists, I mean, okay, I don't count myself as a nationalist. My work is not nationalist, I think, but I studied archaeology simply because I grew up in such an environment. Archaeology was always relevant in Greece. I'm relevant in Greece because of my profession. And people, okay, this backfires because people expect me to do what you think I expect me to do. However, I do believe that we all play our part in it. So you have the cultural elites and the political elites taking advantage of this capital in cultural diplomacy, but also in political diplomacy. I suppose you all know the conflict about Macedonia and then North Macedonia, the name and all that. So this was for some reason, of course, this was a very real discussion, a very real problem, but it was, for some reason, it was discussed within archaeology. So politically, socially, culturally, archaeology helps create these narratives that help us make sense of the past and especially the present. And this is not a Greek idiosyncrasy. Areti mentioned the Balkans, and actually I want to say that your paper illustrated what Herzfeld, Hamilakis, and myself call a buffer zone, a buffer state. This is why you need Greece to create it as a buffer zone against the lands that are yet untamed. And now, if you go around Southeastern Europe, you find that in Bulgaria, even in state archaeological sites and state museums, people talk a lot about the Thracians. The Thracians are a sort of elusive Greek people, not Greek as such, but sort of Hellenized at some point. And now everything goes back to the Thracians, like Tony yesterday was telling that some things would go back to the Spaniards, to the Iberians. The Iberians, obviously. The Thracians have created mathematics. The Thracians were responsible for the building of the pyramids. The Thracians were responsible for the invention of architecture. And this is state official rhetoric. If you go to Albania, you'll find the Illyrians. If you go to Romania, you'll find the Dacians and Franco, since we were talking about Franco, and Ioannina Antonescu were great pals because Trajan, who was born in Iberia, conquered the Dacians, and somehow this made them very Romans, and Mussolini was very happy to have Antonescu and Franco in his group. So this is why we create archaeology. This is why we do this, because we all benefit from it, and we all are in a way sharing this gift. So I'm sorry I missed your answer to this.
I would like to add something very in the direction that Dimitri said, because some sort of intellectual archaeology, I would say, which is not only the political use, it's also the strength of very old and deep tradition. When I started to study philosophy, after studying medicine, I studied philosophy and history several years. So history of philosophy started, Western culture started with Greece, the pre-Socratic, the Socratic, the physiology, and so on. And this was also what you found in a handbook of history of medicine or history of science. always this started with Greece. Nothing with the Asians, nothing with China or with India, with anything. So it was this. All our discussion is also to much extent conditioned by the importance of this German tradition, not only German, but in many senses, German erudition talking about and the new humanism that was constructed in interwar years and before by German historiography around this.
Which is,
and this is also a complementary part of your perspective.
Which is very colonial, and a word that we haven't used so far, very, very white.
Yeah.
This is why you don't go further. I mean, even now, OCD, I mean, Oxford, OED, Oxford English Dictionary, and Oxford Classical Dictionary, when they give the etymology of the word, they go to the Greek root, and they stop there. There could be an Aramaic root before that, a Semitic root. Heaven forbid that something goes back to, non-white people. So for Greece, promoting Greek archaeology is also a way to remind the world that we have always been white, not just here, not just relevant, not just important, but very, 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 very white, because there was a time, and of course here on this table with Spaniards and Portuguese, we're missing the Irish, but anyway, and the Italians. In the States, neither the Italians, nor the Irish, nor the Spaniards, nor the Greeks were thought of as white. We were not black, obviously, but not very white. It was only very certain races that were accepted as white. And well, the Irish had to come up with their own mythology, the Druids and all that. The Greeks and the Italians had to come up with classical culture, otherwise they couldn't pass as acceptable.
And in the case of Greece, it doesn't go back to the Middle Ages like in Portugal or in Spain, but to contemporary times.
Now that's interesting, because when you consider of Greek medieval, you go to Byzantium. And this was one of the points, and this somehow comes to your question. It's like after the Second World War, because the Americans were very interested in Greece, Byzantium sort of retreated.
Yeah.
But if you look in the interwar period, actually Greece hadn't decided yet were they east or were they west. And we have Tarouchis saying, the Greek painter, that the Greek identity is both Eastern and Western.
Yeah. I think that's very important.
And yes, but after the war, the Soviet Union and the Eastern communist countries omitted Byzantium because it was too Christian. And we actually didn't follow it very well because it was very Eastern. However, there was an exhibition in 1964, one of the Council of Europe's exhibitions, that was about Byzantine art, clearly. Now, to discuss about the Western issue, I don't know if you have anything. No. Okay. Now, if you're situated in Southeast Europe, but you believe and you have to say that you're Western, what is the Western? That's a problem. In Greece, relations to the States didn't have great roots. Our connection was to Europe. Greece became an independent state anyway, following the orders of the British, the French, the Russians, the Prussians, and that's it. I mean, this is how the autonomous Greek state, the modern Greek state, came into being. So our connection was to Europe, and there was a feeling that perhaps we're Europeans, but it's debated. I mean, even to today, you speak about yourself and Europe as if you're not part of it. And so somehow I feel like I'm the first or the second generation in Greece that grew up feeling part of the European community. I doubt it if my grandmother felt like that. There was a more Oriental character within Greek culture, within the society. So to become Western after the Second World War was, as I said, a one-way route. You didn't have any other choice. So you have to be Westernized fast.
So where to go? Communist.
Yeah, the option was
That's
Russian or
that's-
communist.
exactly. That was the idea.
Turkey was in the nut.
Well, what do you know?
In OECD?
Now, I asked this question in the direction that Lorenzo said but now you have remembered me of another question, but not so academic, but more.
If it's not academic, we can go back. Because I don't know.
I don't know very well Greece. I have an idea, but I haven't reached there. I know a little Balkan, Europe, and so on. And for me, it was a surprise that I think the Western concept of Europe, that it become hegemonic, it's partial because the Europe that has to do with Byzantium and with the connection Byzantium, ancient Greece, it's also an example. Each country which had Greek alphabet know our alphabet. We don't know Greek alphabet, but I tried because I find so interesting that it's a part of Europe, of the history of Europe, of the culture of Europe, and we live apart. So when you say the Greeks don't know exactly what happens also in Russia, no? And this, but in part is due to Greek identity but in part also because there's a concept of Europe that only as Oriental, no, looks to this Oriental European culture.
Well, I think this is a construction of the Cold War too, because there was this division between East and West. But if you see in the interwar period or earlier, or if you see states like the Czech Republic or Slovakia, countries that came from old empires and were Eastern afterwards, you see a very traumatic division in European culture. And these are stereotypes that, decide if you're Eastern, what is Eastern, and which are European borders. Where does Europe stop?
In a geographical way, in a political way.
What is West cultural?
A single border, or political and philosophical.
I've read many theories on that, many statements of how to decide what is East and West. Some say we see the Cyrillic alphabet. Those who use the Cyrillic alphabet are Eastern.
And there is no West without East, without Orient.
And also usually is the bridge, the bridge stereotype. Greece bridges East and West, not Turkey bridges West, or Cyprus bridges.
When I've been to the republics in the Baltics, I heard the same, exactly the same.
Everybody is a bridge.
We are in
It's a bridge between East and West.
Yes, we are.
Empires collide.
Yeah. But also about Byzantium. Byzantium was also Russian. And this was another reason to avoid it if you talk about Europe. So there's a Bulgarian Byzantium, there's a Russian Byzantium, there are many sort of Byzantiums. So it was better, left aside.
Hey, can we start with the session?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, okay. Then we start with the session of our workshop. Before we start, I have a question to Luis because I couldn't find what the acronym means. ISCTE. That is Institute.
It's no longer an acronym. We use it as a name. But it's a long history. I may try to tell it just in a sentence or two. The institute was created in 1972 during the dictatorship, and the government did not allow the use of the word. It was an institute of sociology and business. The government did not allow the use of the word sociology because it was very similar to socialism. So ISCTE means Instituto Superior de Ciências do Trabalho e da Empresa, meaning Higher Institute of Labor and Business Sciences.
Okay, I was then correct when I understood I as institute, but the rest was absolutely.
In a few years ago, we decided to just, because it's a very well-known name in Portugal, we just use ISCTE as a name, and then we added Instituto Universitário de Lisboa, University Institute of Lisbon.
And now between socialism and sociology, that's not a problem, eh? That's not.
Nowadays, it's not anymore. That's not socialism anymore.
Okay. Then with this nice form to begin the last session, let me present our colleague Luis Nuno Rodrigues. He's a full professor of history at this institute. I forgot the name, but belonging to the University Institute of Lisbon, and where he coordinates the master and PhD programs in international studies. With American background, a PhD from the University of Wisconsin, he's the author and editor of around 20 books on topics related to the history of Portugal, Portuguese foreign policy, and particularly the relations between Portugal and the United States of America. He served as a director of the Center for International Studies in his institute and directed the PhD program in History, Security, and Defense Studies in partnership, and that is interesting, with the Military Academy for over a decade. He has also been a visiting professor at Brown University on several occasions, and among his works is the book Kennedy Salazar, A Crisis of an Alliance, Loose American Relationship between 1961 and 1963, and the article Establishing a Cultural Base, that's the question, the creation of the Fulbright program in Portugal, published in the International History Review. On this topic, Luis will talk about the Cold War and educational exchange, the Fulbright program in Portugal. Okay, Luis, you have 30 minutes, okay? 30 minutes.
No, 40.
40, I think.
Okay, but I mean 40.
Everybody have 40, but you have 30.
Luis, 40 in a mathematical meaning, né? 40. Okay, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I want to give my compliments to the organizers and to my colleagues. I'm very happy to participate in this workshop. My presentation deals with the cultural and educational relations between the United States and Portugal in the early Cold War. It is built upon this premise that also underlines this whole event, that cultural policies, cultural relations between states are a fundamental part of international relations. And in recent years, history of international relations, or international history, if you prefer, has been able to perform this cultural turn, overcoming an analysis based only on the more traditional fields of diplomatic, political, military, or economic relations, to address what we call as cultural diplomacy. And the Cold War period, because of its historical features, it is particularly relevant to the study of processes of cultural diplomacy, and we can even consider it as the golden age of cultural diplomacy. Within the field of cultural diplomacy, in this presentation, I will focus on the specific area of education, dealing with the origins of the Fulbright program in Portugal. I want to clarify that my paper is about the process that led up to the creation of the Fulbright program in Portugal, not about the actual program and its cultural and political impact, but kind of a pre-history of the Fulbright agreement. As we all know, and as we have been learning in this last yesterday and today, cultural diplomacy in Southern Europe during the Cold War is a topic that already has attracted many scholars, several of them participating in this workshop. There is already a considerable body of literature on this topic that can lead us to speak about a truly re-education of Southern Europe, to use the expression of historian Christian Alemann-Gionde, when she studied the case of Italy in the immediate post-war period, and the influence of American experts on education in the program of de-fascistization of the educational system in Italy, re-education of Italy. Greece was, of course, another priority of the United States in the early Cold War, and in terms of education, it became one of the first, if not the first, European country to benefit from the Fulbright program, created in 1946 by the Truman administration. Fulbright program with the goal of developing educational exchanges between the United States and other countries. The agreement between the US and Greece was signed, if I'm not mistaken, in April 1948. And our colleague, Óscar Martín, for instance, studied the same process, the implementation of the Fulbright program in Spain, and how it was designed to project a positive image of the United States. I'm quoting you among in Spanish society, especially among Spanish students. So now moving to the case of Portugal. The history of international relations between Portugal and the US in the early years of the Cold War shows us that there was a gradual integration of Portugal within the US sphere of influence in Western Europe. Portugal had been a neutral country during World War II. The Portuguese regime, led by dictator Oliveira Salazar since 1932, gradually understood that an alliance with the United States, or at least an integration within this American sphere of influence, was essential for the survival of the regime after the war, and also for the maintenance of the Portuguese colonial empire after World War II. This process of integration in the American sphere of influence, however, was not very easy. And the Portuguese dictator himself and a significant sector of the Portuguese political, economic, cultural elites had strong reservations about it. Salazar always looked with suspicion what he thought were the imperialist ambitions of America in Europe, in Africa, and in the world in general. He continued to, although he was a realist, but he continued to dream or to imagine a post-war international order in which the United Kingdom would remain as a dominant power, where Europe would remain as a relevant actor, and where Euro-African links would allow Western Europe to remain a pillar in the international system. So the rise of the United States to an hegemonic position was a scenario that somehow worried Salazar, because it would mean the preponderance of a democratic power with an anti-colonialist discourse, although tempered by the demands of the Cold War later on. But sooner or later, Salazar suspected these principles, democracy and anti-colonialism, would come into confrontation with the type of regime in Portugal and with the maintenance of the Portuguese Empire. Nevertheless, that being said, the integration of Portugal into the Western Bloc, let's say, was facilitated by the importance of the military base the United States utilized since World War II in the Azores, a group of Portuguese islands, an archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic, with the original agreement between Portugal and the US being signed in 1944, so even during World War II. In the immediate post-war period, the Azores continued to play a key strategic role for American military strategy, and a central role as well in US-Portuguese relations. The American base, now established in the Lajes airfield, where it still is today. The American base in the Azores was one of the main points in the new American plan to create this vast system of naval and air bases scattered all over the globe. And according to this importance of the Azores, after negotiations that were always difficult and prolonged, Portugal and the United States signed several agreements renewing the authorization for the American base in the Azores. And this was done in 1946, then in 1948, and again in 1951. So several renewals of the Azores agreement. So with the beginning of the Cold War, the importance of the base in the Azores was always reinforced in the reports of US military authorities. Of all the events, the Truman Doctrine, the coup in Czechoslovakia, the Berlin blockade, the Korean War, all these events and developments were a constant reminder, or led to constant reminders from US military authorities of how important, reminders from the military authorities to the President and the State Department, of how important were the military facilities in the Azores, and how the US should treat the Portuguese dictatorship as an ally, without interference in its domestic affairs, and without any kind of significant pressure towards democratization or decolonization. And this would be the rule until 1974, with the brief exception of the Kennedy administration that I studied in my many decades ago in my PhD dissertation. It comes to my mind the title of a book by US historian David Schmitz, published, I think, in 1990s, maybe, called "Thank God They Are on Our Side, the United States and Right-Wing Dictatorships, 1921-1926." It's an analysis of, this. And then he has a second book, mostly based on United States and the right-wing military dictatorships in Latin America in the late 60s and, beginning in Brazil and then in Argentina, Peru, and Chile. On the other hand, the integration of Portugal in the US sphere of influence also took place at an economic level, but we already know that with Portugal's participation in the Marshall Plan, for which it was invited in July 1947. Our colleague Fernanda Hall, who is the specialist here on this topic, she already addressed many of the intended and unintended consequences of Portuguese participation in the ERP, the European Recovery Program, and also how for Portugal the Marshall Plan was not only a way to receive the necessary funds for Portuguese for the development of the recovery of Portuguese economy, but also a way of international integration and acceptance. Because despite all these bilateral agreements with the United States, we must have in mind that in 1946, the Soviet Union vetoed Portuguese participation in the United Nations. Portugal will only be admitted in 1955. So to overcome this fear of international isolation and also looking to what was happening to Spain, especially in 1946, participation in multilateral institutions, even if this was not a favorite plan of action to Salazar, but it was a way to overcome the fear of ostracism and international isolation. And finally, in this process of reluctant but gradual integration of Portugal into the US sphere, we should mention the Portuguese participation in NATO as a founding member in 1949, contrary to Spain and Greece in this case. And this was probably the hallmark of this process of integration of Portugal into the new American-led international order, of the international acceptance, of the international legitimization of the Portuguese regime by the US and by Western Europe. You know, to have a dictatorship as a founding member of an international organization that had the goal to preserve freedom and democracy. So Portugal signed the Treaty of Washington and becoming a founding member of NATO. 2 years later, 1951, Portugal and the US would sign two key agreements that would regulate the bilateral relations between the two countries for the following decades. The first agreement signed in January 1951 was a mutual defense assistance agreement under the Mutual Defense Assistance Act of 1949, and this basically regulated the terms of military assistance and cooperation, and providing for the creation of the very powerful Military Assistance Advisory Group in Lisbon. The second one, signed in September 1951, was and I quote, a defense agreement between the US and Portugal respecting the use of facilities in the Azores. So it was the 1951 Azores Agreement, renewing the right of US forces to use the base of the Azores, now in the framework of NATO and in the case of war. But according to this 1951 agreement, in times of peace, the United States were only allowed to remain in the Azores for a period of 5 years. Those American troops were only authorized to remain in the Azores until September 1956, and then the agreement had to be renegotiated, and eventually it was renewed in 1957, allowing the US to remain for another 5 years. But this 5-year period was a way devised by the Portuguese government and accepted by the Americans to retain some political leverage and to force another round of negotiations every 5 years. And we will see later on how this was important and even related to the Fulbright agreements. It is questionable, however, whether this political and economic process of integration had a parallel on the cultural level. After all, for the Portuguese regime, led by Salazar since 1932, and for a society like the Portuguese in the late 40s and the early 50s, predominantly rural, conservative, Catholic, the United States seemed to represent what George Kennan, who, by the way, was chargé d'affaires at the Lisbon, US Embassy in Lisbon during World War II. The United States seemed to represent to Salazar, wrote George Kennan, the immorality of Hollywood and the materialism of Wall Street. So we might say that Salazar and the Portuguese political and cultural elites were in the early Cold War as much anti-American as they were anti-communist, if you can understand what I mean. The Americans were, and this is another funny quote that I remembered this morning. I could not verify, but I believe it's from the British ambassador in Lisbon, Campbell, saying that Salazar believed that the Americans were a people enlightened not by God, but by the electric light, which means a lot on the perception. But this was not necessarily an original position from Salazar. Although, as we discussed this morning, the US empire in Western Europe was an empire by invitation, to quote Geert Lundestad, there were many European circles in almost all European countries that maintained a very Eurocentric view of world affairs, and especially of world culture. So in this sense, Salazar's position was not much different from other European leaders of that time, reflecting this idea that US culture, US civilization, US mentality was somehow inferior to European standards. Therefore, from a cultural point of view, the major influence in Portuguese cultural and intellectual circles in the early years of the Cold War were France, or the United Kingdom, or even Germany. So it was within this context that this context of US-Portugal relations that educational exchanges between the two countries began to take place. In fact, I was also thinking this morning that the most important, throughout the dictatorship, the most important political movements, political traditions, political institutions, Salazar's political regime, the clandestine Communist Party, and perhaps even the Catholic Church, and probably the two most important socio-political entities in the second half of the 20th century, the regime, the clandestine Communist Party, and even the Catholic Church, all of them were profoundly anti-American in a sense. And these had a never-lasting impact in Portuguese culture and public opinion. Coca-Cola was forbidden for a long time, I think until democracy. Western movies were referred, American Westerns were referred with disdain as a cowboyada or an americanada. Americans were seen as ignorant, parochial. And as late as 1978, with the TV series Dallas, that we all know, the US was seen as a society deprived of values, of real Christian values, of family values. You know, Americans driven by the greed of money, you know, in the example of that family in Texas. And this is something that we can hear in Portugal from immobilist Salazarists, from communist partisans, and from fervent Catholics. You know, the same anti-American discourse, not only in elites, but in public opinion as well. Almost a sense of superiority of Portuguese culture and tradition that we were also talking about this morning, of the Portuguese way of doing things and being civilized over whatever is American. Even in military culture, the Portuguese military in the late 60s were convinced that they were doing better, and they were more intelligent in the way they were conducting their wars in Africa than the Americans in Vietnam. The Americans should learn from the Portuguese generals, the strategies of counterinsurgency. Anyway, context. U.S. cultural, I think I probably must change. No, I'm still here. U.S. cultural diplomacy programs after World War II, as we already saw in this conference, were a priority since very soon. And several important initiatives were launched in the post-war years. And one of the best examples is, in fact, the Fulbright Act, signed by President Truman in 1946, allowing in the following years the development of educational exchanges between the United States and other countries. The original bill had been introduced by Senator William Fulbright, with the goal of, and I quote, promotion of international goodwill through the exchange of students, the fields of education, culture and science. The Fulbright program had already been identified as one of the most important tools in the Cold War battle for the hearts and minds, and as a favorite way for the American government to communicate with targeted foreign audiences. Portugal, however, despite its political and strategical importance, was not part of the initial Fulbright program created in 1946. Being a dictatorship, a single-party regime, a deep and entrenched anti-communist discourse and practice, I think that Washington did not believe that Portugal would become a significant theater of the cultural battles of the early Cold War, or that Portugal would be the target of any specific Soviet propaganda program justifying counter-propaganda measures. So therefore, Portugal was not part of the program, and the educational exchanges between the two countries were for a while managed by the State Department through the Bureau of Educational and Cultural Affairs, initially called Division of Cultural Relations. Of course, we already saw that considerable other efforts of US propaganda in Portugal, namely related to Marshall Plan activities, as Fernanda explained yesterday, and there were field trips and scholarship, but mostly, as we were also discussing this morning, mostly for Portuguese technicians. That was the interest of the Portuguese government, to go to the US. Portugal was interested in sending technicians, engineers, agricultural experts, culture, humanities, what we call today social sciences. That was not a priority. On the other hand, the exclusion of Portugal from the Fulbright program was also related to the way that the program was funded. Since its creation, the Fulbright program was funded by the sale of a vast quantity of war surplus material that was scattered around the world, especially in Europe and in the Pacific regions. So its geography, therefore, was determined, the geography of the Fulbright program was determined not only for the specific importance of a certain country, but also determined by the post-war distribution of surplus material. And these made United Kingdom and France its major beneficiaries in Europe in these early years. As a neutral country during the war, Portugal did not have any American surplus material. There was some in the Azores, but that was sailed, almost given to the Portuguese military. And this was another reason for the delay, or for the reason why there was no Fulbright program for Portugal in these early years. Finally, the Portuguese government, as I just mentioned, was not very interested in promoting this kind of cultural and educational exchanges with the United States. The dominant cultural reference was the French culture. Educational exchanges between the US and Portugal only existed through specific initiatives or very isolated cases of students and professors that generally faced many obstacles to go to the United States or to travel to Portugal coming from the US. Among these obstacles, the most paramount and difficult to overcome was the very nature of the Portuguese regime. Salazar's regime looked with suspicion to foreigners who wanted to visit the country. And the formal authorization from the Portuguese political police was mandatory and very difficult to obtain. I have several examples here, don't have a lot of time, of attempts for educational exchanges, of US students trying to travel to Portugal in the late 40s and early 50s, always finding resistance from the part of Portuguese authorities. I have, for instance, this example of an American student, August 1945, wanted to spend an academic year at the University of Coimbra to improve the knowledge of Portuguese language. She went to the Portuguese consulate in San Francisco. She realized that she needed a special authorization from the Portuguese political police to apply for a visa. She requested that authorization. She paid for it. The Portuguese consul informed that the authorization would take between a week and a month to be ready, and that it would be necessary for the student to have someone she knew that could follow the process in Lisbon. So basically, there was no visa, the student didn't go, there was a complaint addressed to the Portuguese embassy, the Portuguese ambassador in Washington referred the matter to Lisbon, no significant advance. The ambassador wrote that, and I quote, "If the Portuguese government is interested in promoting cultural exchanges by having American students attending Portuguese universities, it should perhaps consider how to simplify their enrollments and other necessary steps." But nothing really happened, at least regarding this case. Resistance also from the universities. I have here another example. Portuguese universities and other educational institutions, I think most of them, they were not willing or prepared to receive foreign students, lacking specialized personnel to deal with this issue. And simply they were not particularly interested in educational exchanges. A student from University of New Mexico in Albuquerque that complained to the Portuguese embassy about the difficulties in establishing contacts with universities of Lisbon and Coimbra. Students in this university that were specializing in Portuguese language and history, they wanted to spend the school university. Letters were sent for Lisbon and Coimbra, and for several months, and the institutions simply did not answer to the letters. So now the University of New Mexico was complaining to the Portuguese embassy, requesting information regarding the possibility of these students attend some universities in Portugal. The Portuguese ambassador in the United States referred the matter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Portugal, and said, well, they just didn't get a reply from the Portuguese universities. Sorry, and he wrote, "This was a sensitive question because, and I quote, because professors and students from American schools, whose information services are generally remarkable, do not understand that the same does not happen with educational institutions in other countries, especially when it comes to universities with great tradition and reputation abroad." So then the process was sent to the Ministry of Education, but there was no significant reply. These are just two examples of the kind of difficulties at the bureaucratic level, both the government and universities, but I think this is also a reflex of a larger cultural problem. The picture began to change in the early 50s. And this change reflected the growing, in my opinion, intensity and globalization of the Cold War. And also in bilateral terms, the stabilization of political and military relations provided by Portuguese membership in NATO, and also by the bilateral agreements of 1951. And those closer political and economic relations were matched on the cultural level by the appointment of a new cultural attaché to the US Embassy in Lisbon in March 1951, just 2 months after the signing of the Mutual Defense Assistance Agreement. Leroy Benoit, person had a PhD from Harvard University and a former member of the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services. In 1951, the State Department hired him from Johns Hopkins University to be cultural attaché in Lisbon. And his action was undoubtedly instrumental in developing the cultural diplomacy of the United States in Portugal. This was also a very common situation. Historian Peter Arndt pointed out that even during World War II, the Division of Cultural Relations from the State Department was already recruiting university intellectuals and so-called area scholars and moved them into embassies in other parts of the world based on the principle that, and I quote, sophisticated field representation was indispensable. So these were, as Peter Arndt wrote, these were the cultural diplomats that the US start to send a little bit all over the world. They were again quoting Peter Arndt, they were the intellectual nerve centers and pump primers for enticing university scholars and students and intellectuals and educators into bilateral dialogue. This was something that the United States was doing in other places, not only in Portugal, but this was something that somehow had been left behind in previous years and was now much needed in Lisbon from the US point of view. So I have here a quote from an interview given to the Portuguese newspaper República in May 1943, describing the activities that Benoit took during his first 2 years in Lisbon. The cultural exchange of students and professors that I have been promoting in Portugal and the United States with scholarships, the number of conferences that I made in the country that hosts me, and the numerous visits of the United States that to the United States that I promoted, with expenses paid by the US government of high Portuguese officials, occupying posts of command and with civil influence in industry, commerce, education, science, and arts, in order to observe and to study the life, services, institutions, working methods in the United States, to learn practical and useful lessons, perhaps applicable to Portugal. So I think it's the definition of cultural and science diplomacy. It's a very candid interview given by the cultural attaché in Lisbon and published in the Portuguese press in 1953. So although the activity promoted by Leroy Benoit marked a significant departure from the previous period, it was not until the late 1950s, later in that decade, that the US and Portugal began negotiations for the development of the Fulbright program in Portugal. In April 1957, the US Embassy in Lisbon proposed to the Portuguese government negotiations for the signature of an exchange agreement. The US government was now, and I quote the letter, was now willing to celebrate a cultural agreement with Portugal, assuming the responsibility for funding the program and proposing the creation of a binational commission for educational exchange to administer the program in Portugal, similar to the commissions that already exist in other countries. Recent historiography, Nancy Yahek, for example, claims that the last years of the 1950s witnessed this period, a period of intense transatlantic relations, and she mentions the existence of a second wave of Fulbright agreements in the late 50s in this period. And these new agreements were also made possible due to the new financial provisions of the program. In 1954, US Congress approved a provision allowing that this time surplus agricultural commodities abroad could be used for funding educational exchanges. And this new and fresh money led to the extension of the Fulbright program to additional countries where there had been no bilateral agreements. So new Fulbright agreements were signed in countries like Portugal, Spain, but also Cyprus, Malaysia, Afghanistan, Tunisia, Yugoslavia, among others. It should also be noted that this American offer in 1957 came at a delicate period of Portuguese-American relations. Now with the end of the European colonial empires and the globalization of the Cold War, the United States was changing its African policy and its position regarding European colonialism. Portugal, one of the remaining colonial powers, resented this new attitude from the United States, especially since 1954, when the Eisenhower administration refused to make a public statement condemning the actions of the Indian government in the Portuguese enclaves in India. So 1954, for the first time since World War II, Portugal was faced with the reluctance of the United States to openly support its colonial policy. And the Portuguese government, and now we go back to the initial point, the Portuguese government immediately suspended negotiations for the renewal of the Azores Agreement, which would end in December 1956. Suspended the negotiations until the Eisenhower administration cleared the so-called Dulles, John Foster Dulles Cunha, Paulo Cunha, Portuguese Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dulles Cunha Memorandum in 1955. This memorandum recognized, signed by the two leaders, recognized the existence of Portuguese provinces instead of colonies in Asia. And this subtle distinction was crucial for the Portuguese government, who claimed that they did not have an empire or any colonies in Africa or Asia, but instead overseas provinces with the same constitutional status as the continental provinces. So this might look a juridical detail, but later on it would be one of the main arguments of Portugal in the debates in the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Luis, you have 3 minutes, né?
Oh, okay.
5 minutes, 5 minutes, okay.
So the Portuguese government delayed negotiations on the Azores as much as it could, and the proposal for a Fulbright agreement came exactly within this context, as I would say, as a gesture of goodwill on the part of the United States, trying to clear the diplomatic waters, the diplomatic atmosphere to help on the real negotiations that were important for the military base on the Azores. The American proposal came in April 1957, exactly in the middle of the negotiations. So it's a good example of the role of cultural relations and the importance of cultural diplomacy, since it helped to improve the climate between the two countries. And the new agreement on the Azores would be signed in 7 months later, in November 1957, a few months after the initial American proposal for the Fulbright agreement. And these agreements, Azores agreement, signed in 1957, allowing for the continuation of the American base until 1962. After receiving the initial American proposal for a Fulbright agreement, the Portuguese government raised several objections. First, the financial aspects of the proposed agreement. The Portuguese government wanted to know how much the American government was willing to spend each year on the Portuguese Fulbright program. And Portuguese authorities were also, let me just change here. Portuguese authorities were also concerned with the balance or lack of it between the funds allocated for American citizens who wanted to study in Portugal, which were far more substantial than the funds promised for Portuguese citizens who want to pursue their studies in the United States. So this was one of the complaints. According to Portuguese authorities, under the proposed deal, Portuguese students would only get payment of their travel, while American students in Portugal would obtain full funding for travel, tuitions, accommodation, and other expenses. So the Portuguese Institute of Higher Culture that we talked about yesterday, which was the institute who wrote this report on the American proposal, led by this man, Cabral de Moncada, the former German supporter or Germanophile during World War II. This report said that if this clause of the agreement was not modified, and I quote, we would risk having our schools full of rich Americans and only a few poor Portuguese in America. Second point raised by Moncada and the Portuguese Institute of High Culture, what we can call cultural resistance to Americanization. These were Moncada had strong reservations regarding the American proposal, and he wrote that although the agreement was of great utility for Portugal because it would provide more funds for Portuguese students and scholars who wanted to go to the US, it seemed, he wrote, that the project for the Fulbright agreement had been conceived with a total lack of knowledge, I'm quoting and paraphrasing, a total lack of knowledge of how Portuguese cultural institutions are organized. So he was particularly upset because the projected agreement did not preview any kind of collaboration or understanding between the new Commission for Educational Exchange and the Institute of Higher Culture or any other Portuguese cultural institution. Therefore, the projected Commission for Educational Exchange, responsible for the management of the program with its headquarters in Lisbon, this commission looked much more like an independent cultural institution, almost like an autonomous American institute in Lisbon. And this was what was concerning Moncada. Again, these complaints stressed by Portuguese authorities involved were not uncommon. Since its origins, the Fulbright program was characterized by the asymmetry. We talked about asymmetry in the very first speech by Professor Costas, asymmetry in the relationship between the United States and the partner countries. And this was a point raised by historian Sam Lebovich, who wrote about the Fulbright program, saying that, and I quote, "From the negotiations of exchange treaties to the selection of board representatives and exchange visitors, asymmetries of power undercut claims to mutual exchange." So the Fulbright program, according to this author, was a project for the political transmission of American culture abroad. And this was the reason why the State Department was the responsible for negotiation, not any other American institution. There were official recommendations for, and I quote, an American flavor of the binational boards responsible for the administration of the Fulbright program in each country. This meant that American negotiators were instructed to achieve American majorities in the foundation board and to keep them free from foreign education control. These institutions were to be controlled by, even in the cases, and this was the case of Portugal, even in the cases when foreign governments, usually European governments, were able to secure half the votes of the board, then the president, which normally was the director, was normally the American ambassador, has the decisive vote in case of a draw in the decisions.
Luis, 1 minute for conclusions.
Oh, okay. So the debate went on with many exchanges. The American part replied to the objections of the Portuguese authorities. This took a while. Arguments were exchanged between the two parts. Moncada did not accept the American arguments. He wrote one last quote that indeed the Fulbright Commission to be created in Lisbon would have a unilateral characteristic, and he concluded with in a letter he sent to the Portuguese government that I like to quote. He said that after all, the Fulbright Commission will be no more than, quote, a truly American cultural base in our territory. So Portugal already had a military base, and Moncada was saying that with the Fulbright agreement, this was the equivalent of establishing an American cultural base in Portugal instead of a Portuguese American international cultural center. But despite Cabral de Moncada's arguments, the Portuguese government decided to accept this opportunity for a bilateral agreement with the US. Even Moncada, Cabral de Moncada, recognized that this would be a too great opportunity to be lost. So negotiations will be eventually concluded in March 1960. For the Portuguese government, I mean, the anti-Americanism was still there, but the conditions in the late 50s, as I said, had changed significantly. Portugal was interested in maintaining close relations, especially due to the colonial question, fears of isolation and international pressure. In December 1960, the UN General Assembly would approve a specific resolution on Portuguese colonialism. And meanwhile, and this always counts on Portuguese politics, while these discussions were taking place, the United States signed a similar agreement with Spain in November 1958, and this also speeded up the process in Portugal. It's in the always delicate Iberian political balance. The Portuguese government wanted to avoid the appearance of being left behind by the United States when compared to its Iberian neighbor. So to conclude, just one more minute, agreement would be signed in March 1960. Portugal would be the 37th country in the world to sign a Fulbright agreement with the United States. The exchange of students and professors would be directed by this new created, it still exists, the Luso-American Cultural Commission, also known as the Fulbright Commission, 8 members, equal number of Americans and Portuguese, but with the US ambassador in Lisbon as a kind of honorary president. And the Fulbright Agreement marked the beginning of a new phase in terms of cultural relations between the two countries and of US cultural diplomacy in Portugal. Educational, cultural, scientific exchanges were no longer the result of specific individual initiatives as they were in the beginning of the Cold War or of the activity of the US Embassy in Lisbon. They were performed under the umbrella of the Fulbright Commission that started its activities in June 1960. And yeah, I had a few more paragraphs, but I think I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Luis, for the nice presentation of the Fulbright program in Portugal. I think we continue directly with Josep Luis, okay?
Okay.
Okay. To make the things more complicated, we have another collaboration, another.
Yes, this one.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
No, it's okay.
The last presentation of today's session and also of this workshop is by Josep Luis Barone. He's a full professor of history of science at the University of Valencia. He has been visiting professor at the universities of Oxford and Bergen in Norway, researcher at the Rockefeller Archive Centers in New York, at the European University Institute in Florence too. Since 2017, he's a visiting professor at the Center of Advanced Studies in Kumamoto University, Japan, where he teaches postgraduate courses in the history of science. He's a member of the Secció de Biologia de l'Institut d'Estudis Catalans here in Barcelona, of the Royal Academy of Medicine of the Valencian Community, and honorary member of the Institute of Medieval and Renaissance Studies and Digital Humanities of the University of Salamanca. His research is focused on the social and political study of health, hunger and nutrition in Europe in the early 20th century and interwar years, based on historical holdings from the League of Nations, Rockefeller Archive Centers, the World Health Organization, and the Food and Agriculture Organization, among others. Among his most recent books, Nutritional Policies and International Diplomacy, 2021, where he analyzed nutritional and public health policies in interwar Japan and health policies in interwar Europe, a transnational perspective from 2019. It's a comparative analysis on health policies in Europe in the first half of the 20th century. For today, Josep Luis had prepared a presentation of the medicine in early Franco's international diplomacy. I don't know if it makes sense to say you that you have only 40 minutes, but okay, today is Friday, we have time.
It makes sense. I will do my best. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I hope that is enough. I hope that is enough to do your.
Okay, I hope so as well. Well, I'm really very thankful for the organizers for inviting me to participate in this meeting, and I want also to congratulate Eva and Mauricio for the organization and the kind welcome to every one of us. It has been very stimulating and very encouraging for me to listen such good quality papers from very different perspectives, normally quite different than the ones that I'm used to in the fora in which I usually take part. Anyhow, when Albert called me and we had the first speech, sincerely, to be honest, I didn't see the point to participate, contributing with my own research to this workshop, because trying to do something related to international diplomacy and trying to also focus on health and medicine and nutrition from an international perspective, my point was not a national point. I used to work, as it has been said, with documents from the League of Nations, the Rockefeller Foundation, trying to see how these international institutions try to lead and to influence national policies in the interwar years. So interwar years is the historical period. Now we are not talking, I'm not going to talk about interwar years. Interwar years is the point, and the perspective talking about international diplomacy in relation to health, medicine, and nutritional policies at a very specific moment: nutrition, rationing, war, scientific standards. This was a very complex context. Was the point I have developed, together with the second one that I don't want to forget, is to pay some attention in my research to the doctors, technicians, and scientists that were refugees as a consequence of the Spanish War, that were to the exile, or were prosecuted, or rejected, or condemned to prison, or killed by the Franco regime. This is the context, but the invitation, Albert is very convincing, I would say that. And second, I would say that I am easy to convince. Yeah. That's why I have a right to this point in my life, because I didn't say no to many possibilities, opportunities. It's like I am. Anyhow, I will try to I accepted the invitation, and this allowed me to change the perspective of the materials I had and the prejudices I had with new readings, and particularly with new sources from the World Health Organization. And as a result, this is a first approach. Please take it as a first approach. I don't know if we have to charge my PowerPoint presentation. Can you do that for me?
Just.
Okay. Right. So I will start and the presentation will come. The Spanish War and the advent of the Franco regime at times of great international tension meant a turning point for Spanish foreign policy in relation to science, medicine, and technology. It is the one that says Barona something else. It was in the screen. The screen, yeah. No, the minutes, those minutes shouldn't be taken into account. Okay. That's it. We're sharing the screen, maybe? Okay. No, right. Copy the PowerPoint. Yeah, derecha. Okay.
Dispara.
Okay.
Ahora.
So, and to pass, I should.
You should click on the number slide, the second slide.
And the slides here. Okay. Okay, so the international diplomacy of the Spanish Second Republic was a powerful instrument used in international relations. The scientific policies of creating international networks of young researchers who receive government grants, not only, but government grants to do research in European and North American laboratories was a diplomatic strategy of soft power promoted since 1907 in Spain. So 1907 to 1940, we can say, or 1936 at least. And in addition, since 1924, the financial support and the technical guidance of the Rockefeller Foundation helped to boost scientific and public health policies. In the coming years, medical diplomacy was expanded with a strong presence of Spanish experts in the health organization of the League of Nations, such as Gustavo Pitaluga, Marcelino Pascua, Sadi de Buen, among others. In the field of medicine, the initiatives of the Second Spanish Republic, 1931-39, were aimed at seeking international agreements regarding health organization, the fight against malaria and other infectious diseases, and the production of vaccines. Young Spanish scholars participated in the internationalization policies promoted by the Instituto de Estudis Catalans, as well, the Diputaciones Provinciales, the provincial governments, who took part together with other initiatives at an international level, like the international conferences of hygiene and demography, on charity, on tuberculosis or venereal diseases in different parts of Europe that took place since the last quarter of the 19th century. You said go to the second one. So between 1907 and 1939, one can say that a scientific community was shaped in Spain through public policies which gave rise to the creation of a scientific institutions such as the National Institute of Sciences, the National Museum of Natural Sciences, the Cajal Institute, the Marine Biology Mission in Galicia, together with a series of small laboratories and research institutes in the Junta para Ampliación de Estudios, I will say high, to refer to this, the Residencia de Estudiantes, and also certain laboratories here in Barcelona around the Instituto de Estudis Catalans, and also for the development of mathematics, architecture, engineering, and arts. In addition, health institutions promoted by the central and local administrations were established, such as the municipal and provincial institutes of hygiene, the so-called at that time Alfonso XIII National Institute of Hygiene, similar or imitating the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, the Pasteur Institute, and others in Berlin or in other capital cities in Europe, the leprosy sanatories, the sea sanatories that were considered to be special places for all the European children and tuberculosis patients, and infectious diseases in general, to name some significant examples. Those institutional developments fostered international networks and extensive scientific diplomacy in the wide sense. During 3 decades, I would say some numbers, some 446 young scientists obtained grants from the HAE to visit foreign research centers and groups. This is an example. I don't count here the Rockefeller and other ones. Some of them, 230 were medical doctors, young medical doctors, 13 were mathematicians, 7 pharmacists, 36 engineers, 72 physicists and chemists, and 78 naturalists and biologists. This is just an example to see more or less the dimension. Despite the ups and downs of the politics, the result of the was a genesis of a young, let's say, dynamic scientific community with active participation in the international context thanks mainly to the involvement of the state in favor of this sort of policies. So modest grants of young researchers, you can see this in the letter saying, I don't receive the money, I cannot survive anymore. And Doctors of International Research Networks was a clear strategy or development of science, modernization, cultural diplomacy. So this period, 1907, 1936, is called in the historiography the Silver Age of science and medicine. So this is important to be considered as a background of my paper today, because the abruptly interrupted interruption of this network of international relations due to the coup d'etat, the military coup, according to the data provided by some historians like Santos Juliá and others, at the end of the war, there were some around 700,000 prisoners in Franco prisons, and data that we can obtain from the Ministry of Justice indicate that 2 years later, in 1941, there were still 280,000 Republicans imprisoned for political reasons. In addition to this, some 500,000 Republicans passed through internment camps, and other secondary literature, like the book of Francisco Guerra, concentrating in doctors, in medical doctors, provides an inventory of immediate victims of the Franco uprising that included the names of more than 60 doctors murdered in Andalusia, 40 doctors in Aragon, 30 in Galicia, same as in Castilla, etc., etc. It's just an easy context. So the military coup not only altered the normal functioning of the laboratories, the universities, the teaching and academic institutions, the hospitals, it was also a severe setback for the scientific community, accept the term, as a whole. Because the exile, prison, and disqualification of doctors, pharmacists, engineers, chemists, and many other scientists, academics, and professionals was a tremendous drain on Spanish society, and something easy to recover, difficulty to recover loss for scientific and international power. They represented, to much extent, an elite of science and medicine then. So we pass next to the main figure in the period I'm going to talk about, 1940, 1936, let's say 37, 1955, there was this man here, José Alberto Palanca, a key figure in the health diplomacy of the Franco regime. The list of scientists in exile represented the leading nucleus of that incipient Spanish scientific community. However, some Francoist leaders had participated in health diplomacy before the war, and this is the case of this man, José Alberto Palanca, Rodrigues Fortún, man responsible for Franco's health policies during the war and during the years of the autarky, the isolation. He was a member of the Catholic military sector of Franco regime when the military coup d'etat occurred in July 1936. He acted as general director of health in the part of the section of the nationalist between 39 and 57. So committed to the Francoist army during the war, he held the position of Jefe Nacional de Sanidad, some national head of health based in Valladolid. And in 1940, he obtained immediately the chair of hygiene. Most of those refugees and exilied people left a lot of chairs that could be covered by these new elites that came from the Franco time in the Central University. So Palanca represented accordingly with some historians, and now I want to mention Brighton, that has done a very interesting and well-focused approach to that period of Nazi-Franco relations in the case of medicine, and not only. He considered that this man represented the control in the case of health policies by what we can consider Catholic military sector, which was sometimes in conflict with the Phalangist clearly authoritarian and Nazi sector during the autarky years. In the early 40s, Palanca established links with the Third Reich, organizing campaigns to fight tuberculosis, promoting the activities of the National Anti-Tuberculosis Board, and sustaining the fight against leprosy through the creation of a new institution, the Trillo Leprosy Institute, promoting the fight against trachoma and malaria, declaring mandatory the vaccine against diphtheria bacteria in 1943, participating as well in the drafting and approval of the Ley de Bases de Sanidad, and in 1944, taking part in the National School of Health, reforming it and promoting the training on childcare nurses to fight against infant mortality, and trying to spread health education campaigns against venereal diseases. Between 1951 and 54, he was the Spanish representative in front of the World Health Organization, contributing decisively to the membership, WHO, in the future. With the outcome of the war, Palanca became the main international mediator of the Franco regime in health matter. He had an active part in medical relations with the Third Reich and was the main reference, this is also important, for the Rockefeller Foundation and for the World Health Organization. I will refer to these three elements. Palanca had enjoyed as a grantee of the Rockefeller Foundation for a grant between 1926 and 1927 at the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, and had experience in military health and management, sanitary management. So during the Spanish War, he was considered, this is internal reports by the Rockefeller Foundation leaders, he was considered by them as, I quote, someone with a conservative ideology and with political projection in the Franco regime. So his previous contact allowed him to resume conversations after the war. He was again awarded a grant of the Rockefeller Foundation in 1940 to visit the nursing schools in Budapest and Zagreb, a project that he finally carried out, but that showed his interest in establishing some sort of nurses of public health for public health in a very critical sanitary moment. So since the beginning of the war, Palanca acquired a prominent role as leader of the Franco healthcare system. We can say this was a healthcare system. In a confidential report written by Rolla Hill in January 1938, Palanca appeared as targeted to influence changes in the Spanish health organization after the war, while maintaining collaboration with the Franco government. So prior to this, what was the collaboration of the Franco regime with the Third Reich in the first part of the last part of the Spanish war and the first years of the Second World War? They maintained close rights, as you say, and it has been many times shown in these 2 days papers, particularly during the first half of the Second World War. Spanish health authorities collaborated with colleagues from Nazi Germany, sending the largest delegation to the conference, international conference in Berlin on tuberculosis, participating also in several medical visits, tours, and exchanges. This tuberculosis conference was the result of the increased incidence of the disease in 1939. It's easy to understand the context, the social and the difficult context from a sanitary perspective. And it was organized at the invitation of the Reich Health Office, it encompassing only Axis, this is interesting, trying to counteract the effects of the international movement coordinated by the Rockefeller and the League of Nations. Countries of the Axis occupied or neutral states in the context of this very strong health crisis that was the result of a Nazi war occupation causing the starvation of millions of Soviet prisoners, restrictions of food and medical supplies across the occupied territories, and also the spread of diseases, particularly in Jewish ghettos. The conference was a part of a much wider pattern of wartime health cooperation between medical professionals and public health officials across these Axis-aligned countries until 1942, before starting the undermined by German military defeats. Health was a part of a wide range of international initiatives convened under this Nazi New Europe. The majority of Spanish medical authorities in the relationship with the Third Reich were military Catholic ones. Once more, Bryden and also Rosa Ballester have explained how in October 1941, Palanca, accompanied by Primitivo de la Quintana, I think it should be the next one here, 6, yeah, maybe. No, not yet, but it's okay. Who was the head of the public health in Madrid, traveled over 2 months of the tour of this new Europe. They went to Berlin, they went to Stuttgart, Munich, Vienna, Krakow, Warsaw, Lemberg, Milan, Rome, visiting sanatoria, military hospitals, studying the nutritional situation in various countries, and discussing strategies in front of the typhus epidemic, attending also this international tuberculosis conference. Although the two men belonged to the Catholic military branch of the regime and did not share the fervent pro-Nazi sympathies of the Phalangists, the tour became relevant for them and for the links, between the health administration and also the Third Reich. Two main topics, obviously, was the conference on tuberculosis and also the typhus pandemic in Central Europe and also affecting Spain. Typhus had become endemic in this part, also after the First World War, but also at this time, as a consequence also of the displacement of military troops and also civilians along Europe and the different borders. And in the case of Spain, it suffered also from an outbreak after the Spanish War, which obviously in that case, it was due in part to the regime's reluctance to recognize that the problem happened and also making responsible the bad Republican organization during the war. Spanish doctors were involved in international cooperation concerning this typhus control, and typhus experts or infectious diseases experts came also from Germany to Spain. The Spanish delegations went to Hamburg, to the Institute of Tropical Medicine that was mentioned yesterday, also to the Frankfurt Institute of Experimental Therapy, and then took visits. And German researchers came to Sevilla and to the places where typhus was really more severe. Also, some Spanish students were invited to join international teams working on typhus vaccines at that time, and also visiting the institutes of research, serology, virology in Krakow, and also some private, like the Bering Institute in Lemberg. Primitivo de la Quintana here was precisely the head of the fight against typhus in Madrid in 1942 and 41. And during this trip in Germany, he established this collaborative and informative actions together with the Reich Medical Association in Berlin, even getting in touch with the Reich Health Minister, Leonardo Conti. In 1942, Palanca recognized the importance, the political and the sanitary and military importance of this visit, and received the support of the Reich Medical Association in the Spanish anti-typhus programs. In the field of tuberculosis, the collaboration of the Franco authorities in the German-Italian counterparts had begun short after the starting of the Spanish War, much before of this overcome of the war by the nationalists. Franco authorities, following previous experiences and initiatives, had established a national anti-tuberculosis council. Obviously, the leadership was Palanca in 1936. And just after the outbreak of the Civil War, they look at what was going on in Italy and in Germany particularly. And well, they saw that there was also a national anti-tuberculosis committee in Germany, and in Italy, they had found a National Fascist Federation for the fight against tuberculosis. So they started at the end of the Spanish War, a sort of three countries collaboration, regularly sending experts to participate at national conferences, organizing tours, exchanging, etc. Some of these points have to be studied in depth in order to evaluate to what extent this was effective or not, and the importance they have. Because, well, I will say after why, when I go to the World Health Organization. The most important event of Palanca and Quintana's tour was the International Tuberculosis Conference. The Spanish delegation included the director of the National School of Public Health, Gerardo Clavero, and the leading figures of the National Anti-Tuberculosis Camp. It was organized by the Ministry of Health of the German government, also to Otto Walter, the president of the Reich Tuberculosis Committee, with the goal of forging international cooperation, particularly in these topics. The new International Association Against Tuberculosis would disseminate experiences and ideas, and also promote a sort of annual or biannual meeting, together with the creation of international journals in order to exchange information. This proposed structure reflects also to a certain extent the existence of certain hierarchies. Brian also mentioned that. In this new Europe, Germany and Italy were the senior roles, and then in the second level, we found also the representatives of Hungary and Spain being also the countries taking part, but not being the administrators of the organization, or in the seat that was located in Berlin. For the phalangists, the other sector, medicine played an important role in the context of a wider political relation with the Reich, particularly in the case of the medical services of the Blue Division, those volunteers that went to fight in favor of Hitler during the Second World War. The division hospitals and medical services provided an opportunity for phalangist soldiers, doctors, and nurses to know better from the inside the Third Reich. The Blue Division veteran Agustin Aznar developed ties, very close ties, with Leonardo Conti, the minister, and was involved in the dispatch of Spanish doctors to work in the Reich. Another leading phalangist, the founder of History of Medicine in my country, Pedro Laín Entralgo, also developed strong links with German authorities and was one of the advocates of the Axis causing during the early years of the war. So most of the health-related cooperation between Spain and the Reich during the war involved the Spanish Department of Health. And it is interesting to consider that, well, health was included in the Ministerio de la Gobernación, Internal Affairs Ministry or something like that. That was led by Valentin Galarza during this year, a military and phalangist. But in his memoirs, in his memories published in 1964, Palanca was main performer, a main character in this story, remembered or at least reproduced his experiences with this Nazi Germany in a negative light. he described this tuberculosis conference of 1941 as a small farce theater, showing his criticism to the atheism of the Nazi regime. Now the Catholic perspective is gaining importance, claiming that he knew that the Nazis weren't interested in combating the typhus epidemic in ghettos, and recounting a particular story of an incident he witnessed in which the head of the public health institutions in Warsaw was mistreated by as a Jewish doctor, and that threatened to be sent to a concentration camp. So the Spanish attitudes with the time passing towards these relations were much more cautious, and also, let's say, the support of these racist or race concepts also took the lead from the Catholic Church, opposing any sort of what they consider to be negative eugenic policies. In 1942, the head of the infant hygiene services, Juan Bosch Marín, a pediatrician from Valencia, published a monograph based on a conference that he held in the Italian Institute of Culture, entitled "How Mussolini's Italy Has Resolved the Demographic Problem," 1942. So considering it as one of the greatest achievements of Mussolini's government, and successfully addressing a problem that was besetting the whole civilized Europe. Bosch Marín was Subdirector General of Health since 1935, head of the Services of Puericulture of the state since the 1937 state, and director of the School of Puericulture, vice president of the Consejo Superior de Protección a la Infancia, High Board of for protecting the children. So despite their ideological differences, both regimes use the fight against infectious diseases as a means to exert also political control over undesirable social groups. In the case of Germans, the Nazi-occupied East Central Europe, typhus control was intimately bound up with the control and destruction of the Jewish populations. And in Spanish case, typhus was used as a tool to exert social control and to legitimize the Franco regime, with the disease blaming on moral and material failings in the Republican zone. In a similar way, tuberculosis was used by both governments as a means of controlling working class communities, reinforcing political discourses around race and social hygiene. Well, going to the just a final comment on this moment. When Primitivo de la Quintana and Pedro Laín Entralgo came back in February 1942 from Germany to Spain, they published articles on the role of the state in relation to medical care. The articles highlighted the involvement of the state from ancient Greece, once more, to the present, defending the ties between the state and the healthcare as an inevitable outcome for political, social, and scientific programs. So this idea that totalitarian Europe, the new totalitarian Europe, the new Europe states, represented the future for collective healthcare systems or organization, was in that case an argument in favor of the taking again an idea that started with the Republican time, that the creation of a seguro obligatorio de enfermedad. El seguro obligatorio de enfermedad, that, those plans for a new health insurance system were drawn during the Second Republic and were retaken after the Civil War by the first Francoist government, which saw social policy and social insurance as a means of prestige. Yeah, for the beginning, it was really a chaos, the real functioning of this system, but it provoked a sort of division and certain conflict between the Ministry of Health, that, as has been said, belong more to the military Catholic sector, and the Falangist sector that received the National Welfare Institute, Instituto Nacional de Previsión, established not in the context of the Ministerio de la Gobernación, but in the context of Ministry of Labor. And under the Falangist, Girón de Velasco, Fernando Girón de Velasco, appointed minister in May 1941. So the report of these insurance schemes were looking at this, the new totalitarian state, I mean, Germany, Italy, Romania, and Portugal. Good relations with the Nazi authorities aimed to secure vital supplies also during the period of shortages in which Germany, to much extent, dominated in the European distribution network. So I'm talking about pharmaceutical products, vaccines, and others that could be purchased during the Second World War and after the Spanish War. This is a point in which one of my colleagues contributing our last research project, trying to study the relation with private German laboratories and Spanish laboratories just in this period at the end of the Spanish War and the first years, Rafaela Domínguez, now in Madrid. But Spanish authorities were primarily motivated by the traditional prestige of German science and medicine. This is another point to take into account. Germany had long been regarded during the previous years, 1920s, 1930s, by Spanish researchers at the center of European science and medicine, being the destination of most of the Spanish scholars prior to the Civil War. So several Spanish doctors and public health experts who operated have been mentioned as cooperating with the Third Reich, including Primitivo de la Quintana, Laín and Tralgo, had studied in Germany during the 20s and 30s, maintaining those links with German colleagues. Wartime cooperation was facilitated, in that case, by a range of organizations also interested in reinforcing these links, like the Hispano-German relations, the German Ibero-American Medical Academy, and others. The International Tuberculosis Conference was accompanied by a meeting between José Palanca, the Ministry of Health of the Third Reich, Leonardo Conti, and the health ministers of Italy and Hungary, in which Conti sealed agreements regarding Italian treatment of wounded soldiers and sick German soldiers, and Spanish purchased German pharmaceutical supplies. At the end of the following year, the German government was able to use its strong relationships with the Spanish Department of Health to reach an agreement providing Spanish doctors to work in German hospitals. In reality, Spanish Department of Health justified this agreement on the grounds of a professional opportunity for young doctors. But at the time in which high mortality, high morbidity, a terrible health condition in the Spanish society at the time, when the country was facing shortages and lack of qualified personnel following the death, persecution, and exile of so many parts of the previous Republican doctors. Talking about this opportunity was a decision that clearly prioritized relations with Germany over the sanitary interest of the Spanish population. So now I go to another actor, which is the Rockefeller Foundation, that was quite active since the mid of the 20s until the war, in collaborating in a series of programs that I'm not going to mention here, but that served to keep the research and the funds for a vaccine laboratory at the National Institute of Hygiene. First, it was Alfonso XIII, after just during the Republic, simply National Institute of Hygiene. During the war and post-war years, most Republican doctors, as said, left the country, and the scientific activity, in many senses, stopped. Except for military collaboration with the Third Reich, the only research project at least that I know, that remained active with the help of the Rockefeller Foundation, was focused on the production of vaccines at the National Institute of Hygiene. The lab was led by Eduardo Gallardo, a former Rockefeller Fellow in the during the Republican time, 33-34, who became director of this virus research laboratory at the National Institute of Hygiene. The internal reports one can read at the Rockefeller Archive Center were in favor of granting his experimental work on vaccines. The Rockefeller Institute, as you know, was focused in New York. It was focused on serology and immunology. And in 1934, when Gallardo came back to Madrid, to Spain, present with a proposal of grant a subsidy of 2 years and 5 months to research and the production of a new method for producing smallpox vaccine at the laboratory. The idea was to produce vaccines that could be used throughout the country. Gallardo received materials, not only money, from the Rockefeller, like filters, devices for vacuum desiccation, and at the same time, the problems that arose for Gallardo in the migrations or the virulence were routinely consulted directly with the expert of the Rockefeller Institute, Rivers, Hill, and others. There are letters that could give a consistency to this statement. In 1936, the vaccine was already being produced by drying, in addition to that produced by previous procedure. It was a new procedure that was successful. So the Rockefeller Foundation and the archive keeps a letter from Rivers to Warren telling him that he had reviewed Gallardo's research and that the scientific article that Gallardo had written was good enough to be published in the American Journal of Hygiene. Second option, this is the, okay, here. A second option would be the Journal of Experimental Medicine, and I quote, because it is an important contribution to the subject of vaccination. When finally Gallardo's manuscript was published in the American Journal of Hygiene under the title of Bacteria-Free Smallpox Vaccine and Subcutaneous Vaccination. So the Rockefeller really set aside as a neutral, let's say, foundation in the case of the defeat of all the Republicans that took to the door in order to obtain some help to go out, but still remained in favor of influencing the Franco strategies in the next years.
Josep Luis, you have... Okay, the time is over, but you have 5 minutes more, né?
5 minutes, okay, it's enough. So in November, that the new stage, and my final point in my intervention is the admission of the Franco regime at the United Nations and the World Health Organization. It happened between 1950 and 55. The United Nations General Assembly in November 1950 agreed to withdraw the sanctions imposed to Spain since 1946. In the context of the Cold War, the Assembly was in favor to its entry into the United Nations. A long process of conversation began that lasted until December 1955, when Spain joined the United Nations as a full member. Previously, the diplomatic display of the regime allowed the entry in UNESCO 1952, UNICEF 1954, and 1955. And the source here is Bosco Marin and Blasco Otero memories. After Spain ratified the constitution of the WHO in 1951, the path to its entry as a 77 member of the organization started the process. And once more, Palanca became the main character in this negotiation process. He intervened in the Fourth World Assembly that approved the entry of Spain, arguing that Franco Spain had maintained an attitude of sympathy towards the new United Nations organization cooperating in information matters. Rosa Ballester has studied these early documentations. Spanish entry coincided with the withdrawal of the WHO from the countries of the Soviet socialist bloc. a crisis that would not be solved until 55 and 57. So Spain's admission can be considered as a movement of pawns in the boat of a Cold War chess opportunity. The entry into the WHO was an important goal to overcome isolation, recovering scientific and technical exchanges, and a lot of references have been done in this sense. The economic aid and mutual defense agreements that had been immediately signed previously with the states in 1953 granted the recognition and the stability of the Franco regime with a section for scientific and technical collaboration. So cultural diplomacy served to sweet, let's say, the international image of the dictatorship. And my last slide. The first two specific agreements went on infections and epidemic diseases, leptospirosis, brucellosis, rabies. There were also specific agreements on venereal diseases and maternal and child health. In addition, before the existence of a formal agreement, Spain had been accepted as a global influenza surveillance program, including also Gallardo virus laboratory that we have already previously explained, supported by the Rockefeller Foundation. So the European Regional Office of the WHO advised the Spanish authorities through experts at various levels, contributing to new laboratory techniques, with direct interventions in the field when requested, with meetings with Spanish health professionals organizing training courses, taking them to Geneva. Also, its objective was to strengthen Spanish health services. Many material resources, financing, personnel facilities were the responsibility for the Spanish government, although to incorporate some technical resources also was supported by the UNICEF in certain cases. I mean, X-ray facilities, incubators, orthopedic devices, and things like that. I'm going to the end. A source of great interest were the reports of consultants. That's one point that I want to develop further in depth. The consultants and directors of the WHO that came periodically to visit Spain at that time, since the early 50s until the 60s, reporting the health situation and policies being carried out. All these reports were hidden, were not published in Spain, but now are available in the library and archiving of the World Health Organization in Geneva. The Spanish government said during the Parliament did not make this report public at all. Between 51 and 52, there were visits by the 4 WHO members before the entrance and the acting regional director and several consultants as well. During the 50s, 5 collaboration projects were initiated, devoted to infectious and epidemic diseases, 1952, maternal and child hygiene, 1954, venereal diseases and trachoma, 55, and rehabilitation of disabled children, 1956. It should be noticed that no malaria, no tuberculosis appeared, 2 of the main problems at that time for the Spanish population. Maybe this is linked, as I was going to say before, with a previous model of action that had been implemented in accordance to the right policies. Well, in this initial period, the World Health Organization assigned to Spain 118 scholarships, and Spain joined initiatives such as regional conferences. Also, 2 experts in nursing and health education collaborated in the preparation of a European meeting in 1933. And Spain also joined the program of visits for experts, which considered receiving fellows sent by the WHO from foreign countries. In the case of Spain, it has been noticed that an Italian grant was given to an Italian researcher in order to study the population of Anopheles mosquitoes in Valencia area, in Albufera. Also from the Belgian and Portuguese colonies in Africa to study leprosy, a Portuguese researcher to attend a course of venereology in Madrid, etc. And in April, I finished. In April 1956, a meeting on aspects of diseases caused by viruses and rickettsia on interest to public health laboratories was held in Madrid, a 10-day conference, not like this one here, 10 days conference. The event lasted 10 days with the participation of professionals of 35 countries. And it's easy to understand that this event was used by the regime and by the Franco media, the press, as propaganda of the international acceptance and relevance of the Franco regime. Well, simply in this late, the interventions of the Spanish delegates in front of the Assembly of the Welfare Foundation were many times very formal, and in most cases, this is related to something that was heard before, they went in favor of maintaining the protectorates in Africa, opposing the acceptance of Morocco as a new country, and defending that in any mention to this, the French protectorate or Spanish protectorate was used as an expression. So this is what I have already finished, but to summarize in 30 seconds, I would say that the medical diplomacy, the Franco regime was focused on the collaboration with the Third Reich first, and the end of until the mid of the Second World War, and after trying to adapt to the new situation, trying to overcome the autarky, the isolation, and to overcome also the lack of international recognition, blocking any initiative. So, however, with the settlement of the Cold War and the leave of international organizations from the USSR and other countries of the Soviet bloc, Franco Spain took advantage of the new situation, this geostrategic, as it had been said in different papers this morning and yesterday, and its alignment with the American bloc. So the admission into the WHO opened a new stage in medical international diplomacy since the 1950s. My step in the future is try to go further in some of the documents and research that I have initially presented today. Many thanks for your attention at this very last time of that.
Josep, thank you for the nice. Can you go back to the slide number 12, please? Yeah. I saw.
Yeah.
When
ha fallecido el científico Einstein. Yeah.
That's at the same day. At the same day. Excuse me, the history can be very well.
That's not the original newspaper.
Probably Einstein read that Spanish had been admitted to the United Nations and he suddenly died.
If you look at the dates of each article, they are different. This is a later preparation for the year.
Oh,
well, it's in the same year, no?
It was la vanguardia española at that time.
Yes. Y en la fotografía que se ve a Franco y a Hitler saludando,
sí.
Una pregunta, ¿acaban de salir de la consulta del urólogo o...?
A ver, ¿dónde estábamos aquí? Aquí.
In fact,
todo bien.
The picture is a fake. That's not the original one. The arm is false.
We live in a fake world nowadays. Yeah.
And Franco had a
exultant declaration. Franco was exultant. Yeah,
that's true. But that's not the original. Franco was not erasing the arm.
¿Vas a hacer de moderador, Albert?
A ver, si me dejáis, sí. Pero no. But I think we have now a break. ¿no? I see in the schedule we have a break, and then the discussion.
We need now a break.
I would rather prefer to continue with. What about continuing?
It's what we did last year. We changed and we did it just together. Yes.
So let's finish.
absolutely fit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we
We continue or we have?
We continue.
We go on.
yes.
We go on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Go on.
A comment is more a comment than a question related to Luis Nuno's very interesting presentation. And I'm very interested in your discussion on the Portuguese objections during the negotiations leading to the establishment of the Fulbright Commission between Portugal and the US. And in Spain, or in the Spanish case, happened something similar. I mean, also during the negotiations, there were different positions. The negotiations were tougher than the Americans had expected. Also in the Spanish case. And this brings us again to this concept that we discussed this morning, this consensual hegemony, but also it brings us to other concept that it has been developed in a recent book co-edited by Lorien Cramp and Susanna Erlandson, which is the concept of margins of maneuver. I mean, even accepting this contention of Lebovich regarding the asymmetry in relations, the weak part in these relations, I mean, the Spanish part or the Portuguese part, also had room for maneuver. I mean, they also had their own political agendas, and they also had capacity of agency. And I think that this is important when it comes to discuss these cultural relations between Spain or Portugal with US.
Can I say something?
¿Puedo seguir el interrogatorio, Luis?
Claro. Sí, no.
A ver, enlazo un poco con como empezaba Josep Luis. Bueno, primero, por cierto, muchas gracias a los organizadores. Creo que no se las hemos dado antes con esto de ir, como teníamos que intervenir dos y teníamos poco tiempo. La verdad es que está siendo una oportunidad estupenda para conocer a unos cuantos colegas sobre investigaciones que además quedan muy cerca de lo que he venido haciendo en los últimos años. De hecho, yo soy un tránsfuga que se ha pasado de la diplomacia cultural a la diplomacia científica, ¿no? Y enlazaba con la intervención de Josep Luis porque la primera petición que me hicieron Mauricio y Albert era para que hablase del programa Fulbright. Y luego, pues no sé quién lió a quién, creo que en este caso fui yo quien nos dijo que estaba trabajando con Óscar en esto de las cosas espaciales y nos dijisteis, bueno, vale, venga, hacerlo y tal. Pero claro, hace unos 15 años yo hice un libro sobre la Comisión Fulbright y España, porque se cumplían los 50 años, porque habíamos organizado el archivo. Entonces, claro, descubrí toda una serie de cosas que antes me habían pasado desapercibidas. Y la verdad es que habría sido estupendo que entonces hubiera toda una serie de trabajos que ahora están empezando sobre diplomacia cultural y sobre el programa Fulbright, porque yo me enfrenté un poco al vacío, porque salvo el caso austriaco no se había estudiado ningún otro. Entonces, claro, uno tiene que aprender mucho sobre la marcha. O sea, por ejemplo, aprende que el programa Fulbright no tenía fondos propios. Es decir, el programa Fulbright se financiaba con el dinero de las deudas de aquellos que habían tenido suministros de Estados Unidos en la Segunda Guerra Mundial, tanques, alimentos, etcétera, etcétera, y lo tenían que devolver. O con los fondos de contrapartida del programa Marshall. El programa Marshall significaba que se daban dólares para comprar una serie de suministros y que en lugar de volver a pagarlos, o sea, porque no había, era el gap dólar, ¿no? Pues había cuentas en los países que estaban a disposición de Estados Unidos y que lo podía gastar en lo que quisiera. Pero claro, la condición que se puso para admitir la enmienda Fulbright de la que sale el programa es que no costase un duro más a los contribuyentes norteamericanos. Y esto es así hasta el año 63. Claro, ¿esto qué significa? Que para tener un programa Fulbright uno tiene que tener ayuda norteamericana de otros programas. Por ejemplo, en el caso español, el programa Fulbright se financiaba con los fondos de contrapartida del programa de excedentes agrícolas.
Alimentos, sí.
O sea, y claro, ¿qué pasaba con esto? Que quien pagaba era solo una parte, los americanos. Luego, quien ponía las condiciones, que tenía más capacidad, es lo que decía Óscar, la capacidad de maniobra, ¿no? Eran más los americanos que los españoles. Pero los americanos buscaban un poco que fuera una cierta reciprocidad. Claro, en el caso español, por ejemplo, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que también hay? Las negociaciones se dilatan durante casi 4 años, ¿no? Y no por culpa de los americanos, sino por culpa de los españoles. ¿Qué es lo que pretendían los americanos? Pues lo que estaban haciendo en otros países europeos, que creo que esto lo hemos hablado un momentito. Intentar extender el conocimiento sobre la sociedad americana en otros países. ¿Pero qué es lo que querían los españoles? Pues el programa de formación técnica que se había firmado vinculado a los programas militares solo duraba hasta el año 63. Querían que cuando acabase ese programa, el Fulbright diera continuidad a la formación en Estados Unidos. Pues allá había, o sea, era un problema, digamos, de tipo económico, era un problema de los objetivos que perseguía cada uno y luego estaba el tema ideológico al que has hecho referencia. Si iban técnicos, eran más neutrales, no pasaba nada. Pero si iban gente de humanidades y ciencias sociales, que ya sabéis que en estas especialidades nuestras mentes las carga el diablo, pues claro, eran susceptibles de caer en las redes del liberalismo y de otro tipo de males que no se querían para la esta. Entonces, eso por un lado, ¿no? Porque claro, para el caso español, o sea, además el programa Fulbright no financiaba igual a los norteamericanos y a los extranjeros. En el caso de los norteamericanos pagaban todos los gastos, en el caso de los españoles no pagaban todos los gastos. Hacía falta que las universidades norteamericanas asignasen becas a los estudiantes que iban allí. Solo se pagaban los gastos de transporte. Pero claro, luego venía la segunda cuestión. ¿En barcos españoles o en barcos norteamericanos? Porque no costaban lo mismo. Unos se pagaban en pesetas y otros en dólares. En fin, no me voy a liar con todo eso, pero a mí me hizo falta irme enterando de todas estas cosas para entender una serie de problemas de logística que daban, ¿no? Luego estaba otra cuestión a la que has hecho referencia y que también provocaba muchas quejas españolas. ¿Quién y cómo se elige a los becarios? ¿Quién y cómo elige quiénes van a ser los adjudicatarios de las becas Fulbright? En los países, claro, en países como España, no sé, Portugal, acostumbrados en el franquismo sobre todo, a la asignación digital, pues claro, que hubiera un comité de selección que mandase los candidatos, que tuviera que mandar sus méritos y que la selección se hiciera en Estados Unidos, admitiendo, no gustaba nada, porque era susceptible de que cambiasen los criterios de asignación y que no fueran los que en principio estaban designados, ¿no? Eso también generó bastantes problemas. Pero siempre en el caso español, esto veo que en el portugués no fue así, el director ejecutivo era español. Y la comisión estaba formada en términos de reciprocidad. 5 americanos, 5 españoles. Eran recíprocos. O sea, no
había mayoría
americanos. No, eran los mismos de cada nacionalidad. Y tenían que tomar las decisiones, en teoría, por consenso, ¿no? Eso, bueno, pues enseñó a funcionar de otra manera a los responsables españoles. Y de hecho, una de las cosas más interesantes del programa Fulbright en España es que buena parte de los principios y métodos de funcionamiento del programa se van a aplicar a partir de los años 70 a la reforma del sistema científico y a los métodos de revisión per review, o sea, por pares, la fundamentación de los proyectos de investigación antes de la asignación de recursos. O sea, buena parte de los criterios que luego van a estar en la base de la evaluación científica de becas y proyectos proceden de ahí, en España. Entonces, es una cosa realmente muy interesante, ¿no? Otra cuestión a la que me quería referir también, y ya está la última, y luego paso a la cosa de Josep Luis. Claro, en el caso del programa Fulbright en España, en realidad nadie consiguió lo que buscaba. Pero quizás eso fue lo más interesante. Porque los norteamericanos lo que querían era intermediarios culturales, mediadores culturales entre las dos sociedades. Lo consiguieron solo a medias. Y los norteamericanos lo que querían, o sea, los españoles lo que querían eran más becas para técnicos que para continuar esa formación. Y también lo consiguieron solo a medias. Seguramente por eso el programa llega hasta hoy. Porque nadie acabó saliéndose con la suya. Nadie consiguió todos sus objetivos. Y eso les hizo tener que... Y luego, claro, otra cosa que también fue muy interesante en el estudio que hicimos, que está a vuestra disposición, os lo puedo mandar si queréis, es que pudimos comprobar de dónde venían los becarios, a dónde iban. Claro, Madrid, Barcelona, principales, Madrid sobre todo, centralismo, era el sitio donde procedían la mayor parte de los becarios, por los mecanismos de asignación de tal, ¿no? ¿A dónde iban? Pues curiosamente iban a sitios bastante potentes, al MIT, a Chicago, o sea, una serie de universidades, eso también lo conocemos. ¿Qué especialidades tenían? También conocemos cuáles eran las principales especialidades, ¿no? ¿De qué capas sociales venían? Capas sociales medias. ¿Quién conocía inglés? ¿Quién tenía acceso a estos circuitos? ¿Quién podía permitirse? Y por eso yo empecé a meterme en diplomacia científica, lo que conocíamos menos era el impacto. Claro, eso es lo que también salía en el debate con Fernanda y tiene que ver muchas veces con la diplomacia, o sea, este paso, la diplomacia cultural, claro, este debate, no sé cómo llamarlo, balanza que se pone entre la alta cultura y la cultura popular, a la que hacía referencia Carlos, pues también está en estos ámbitos, ¿no? O sea, ¿cómo repartimos esto para que impregne a las sociedades o no, ¿no? Porque de ahí luego se derivan muchas cosas, desde posiciones de artistas hasta creación de laboratorios, ¿no? Entonces, por ahí yo fui por donde me empecé a meter en berenjenales como la energía nuclear o el espacio o otras cosas por el estilo. Así que yo creo que es muy interesante esto de hacer investigación en paralelo y desde luego a mí me interesa mucho estar al tanto de todas las cosas que aquí habéis contado y que confío que sigáis contando, ¿no? Y enlazando un poco con esas cosas que me han ido saliendo al hilo de todo esto, ahora me meto con los médicos, ¿no? En España había una canción de los años 90 cuyo momento era las chicas son guerreras, ¿no? No sé si acordáis, ¿no? Las chicas son guerreras. En este caso, los médicos son viajeros, ¿no? O sea, los médicos han sido el colectivo, seguramente, que más ha viajado en el siglo XX con becas de investigación en España. Seguramente. Eran de los que más viajaban en el primer tercio del siglo y fueron de los que más viajaron también después, por lo menos durante el periodo de Franco, los primeros años, ¿no? Seguramente por las propias necesidades del sistema médico español, que eran muchas, y más después de la guerra y lo que has comentado, ¿no? Yo conozco más lo que ocurre donde lo has dejado. En los años, a mediados de los años 50, ¿no? El papel de la OMS y de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, etcétera, etcétera, ¿no? Que a su vez está conectado en España, según investigaciones que ha hecho gente que ha trabajado en nuestro grupo, con la ayuda americana, con la ayuda social americana. Porque la ayuda social americana no solo fue la leche famosa para los colegios y todas estas cosas, sino también el inicio de cambios nutricionales en la escuela y un mayor control sanitario de los chicos, vacunas, etcétera, etcétera. Entonces son campañas que también empiezan a promover de alguna manera a los americanos o directamente o indirectamente a través de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Pues lo que nos ha aparecido a nosotros y es lo que te pregunto, ¿no? ¿Hasta qué punto eso cambia buena parte de los paradigmas que tienen? Porque nosotros lo hemos investigado en relación a la educación, ¿no? Cómo va cambiando cómo la reforma educativa que se empieza a poner en marcha desde mediados de los años 50 no solo cambia los contenidos de la enseñanza, sino también las condiciones de los chicos en la escuela, ¿no? Que tienen que ver en parte con cuestiones de higiene y de salud. ¿Habéis seguido ese tipo de cosas y ya me callo? No.
Well, no, I wanted to say something, but later. No, if you have seen the questions of...
Yeah, I am aware of them. I'm aware of them, but maybe Luis want to start answering.
Is there any question there for me?
No.
I don't think
No.
so.
No, for Joseph.
Okay.
Can I
Because
ask
it's
one?
Joseph, Luis, but it's not me.
No, this is me.
Thank you very much, Óscar and Lorenzo, for your questions and comments, especially more than questions. I'll start with Lorenzo. Yes, the parallels are there. And I think it's pretty much, if you look at, let's say, as a whole, Portuguese and Spanish history from after World War II until the mid-70s, it's always the same thing. You see, there are strong parallel lines. Probably the most important things are equal, but then there are small details. Who goes first? Who, for instance, I was looking. I think that Portugal also entered the United Nations in 1955, just like Spain. But for some reason, and Fernando will help me if you know, I think Portugal was admitted in the World Health Organization much before. I think even in the late 40s. So sometimes there are these small differences of 5 years, 10 years, or who pays, or the composition of the commission. So the general lines are there, and I think the road of our two countries was very similar. The way that the Americans thought about the Iberian Peninsula, they probably thought it as a whole in strategic terms, but then they had to deal with day-to-day diplomacy. And I mean, if you go to the National Archives, you will see that sometimes it's a conversation, a small difference that delays an agreement, or of course there are differences. Portugal has the empire, and is it NATO? Spain, it's not. But in the overall sense of things, that they are the same. And I think in the Fulbright, it's pretty much the same. I mean, I didn't study and evaluate the impact of the Fulbright program. I think that probably Fernando also knows about that. I think probably the impact was important in terms of educational exchanges. I'm not sure if the Fulbright program was successful. I mean, if the goal was to create in Portugal a non-communist liberal intelligentsia, I'm not sure if the Fulbright was successful. But again, I'm not sure. It needs to be studied. I know that the United States resorted to other instruments with that purpose, namely the infamous Congress for Cultural Freedom, which was a cultural arm of the CIA that in the 60s developed closed contacts with a non-communist liberal group of intellectuals, artists, literary people in Lisbon, and even supported and funded their activities, which were not necessarily, political opposition activities in the sense of conspiring for a revolution against the regime, but in promoting, culture and principles. So I don't know if the existence of the activities of the Congress of Cultural Freedom. Again, I would need to study it more and to have comparative studies. If it was very common for the US to have these two kind of approaches, a kind of a covert intellectual operation side by side with. I know that there's this Dutch colleague from Netherlands, Guy Scott Smith, who wrote plenty about this. On the margins of maneuver, well, I agree, and that was basically my argument when I studied this bilateral relation between Portugal and the United States on the political level, because because of the new negotiations on the Azores Agreement that took place in 1961-62. The war in Angola had already begun, and this time the Kennedy administration decided that They would not continue to support Portuguese colonialism, so they voted against the Portuguese government in the United Nations. They placed a limited arms embargo, a series of public declarations against Portuguese colonialism, covered support for nationalists in Angola. All of this was done by the Kennedy administration. And then throughout 1961. And then in early 1962, the American ambassador approached the Portuguese minister and said, well, now it's time to start the negotiations for the Azores Agreement. And the Portuguese government said, we are not going to negotiate an agreement with a country that is actually hurting our interests in Africa. So there's nothing to negotiate. And the agreement would end by the end of the year. And since mid-1962, no more votes, no more US votes against Portugal in the United Nations. The arms embargo started to have a lot of gray zones. No more public declarations. Olden Roberto, the Angolan nationalist leader, who was previously received in the White House and the Department of State. They continue to meet him, but now in a distant hotel in New York by a second-ranked US official in the United Nations. The Portuguese government was aware of all of these, but nevertheless, the agreement was not renewed. Of course, the American troops were not expelled from the Azores, but they stayed until 1971 in a situation where, in an ad hoc basis, without an agreement. The argument being that the negotiations were continuing, and they were only concluded in 1971, already without still dictatorship, but without Salazar. And for the first time in 1971, the Azores Agreement was signed with a financial counterpart from the United States. So yeah, there is also I think there is always a space for the weak part, and there is a agency. I studied in more detail this case from the taking into account the base negotiations, but also in these cultural negotiations. Yeah, I think, I mean, after all, Portugal and Spain, and sorry for the bluntness that I'm going to use, but Portugal and Spain were allies. I mean, they were not like any Central American country that the US could just invade and change the government. There were rules that had to be, even with all the weight and the hegemony and the capacity of the United States to give orders to the Spanish and Portuguese governments, there were still some necessity for accommodation. Of course, it was an unequal, asymmetric relationship, but it was not a zero-sum game.
The book I referred to, I think the title is Smaller Powers in Cold War Europe.
Okay.
And they develop this concept of margins of maneuver. Nice.
Can I add a question to this? Thank you both for the very interesting papers. I have to admit that I never crossed my mind that the medical zone is of so much importance. But thank you. What I had in mind when I was listening to your paper was that for Greece, it was not the Fulbright program that changed the situation. It was more the program initiated during the Kennedy administration, and it was the one that was inviting opinion makers to travel to the States. This was more important and had a larger impact in Greek society because people were returning back and they would write about their experience from the American way of life. And one example is Angelos Prokopiou, whom I mentioned in my paper.
What was the name of the program?
Okay.
There was no program, no name.
Just a policy
It
of
was a
inviting.
policy during the Kennedy
There was a program
administration.
called Visitor Leaders.
It was not-
Foreign leader.
It was not a leader program, it was actually opinion makers, but this could be anyone.
But the opinion maker program is in the further rigor program.
Is that?
I think
Is under the foreign leader.
It's under the large umbrella. Well,
Sometimes.
this for Greece meant that you could have anyone, like the priest of the village or
Okay.
the editor of a great newspaper, and this was very influential. Was the same case in Portugal, or there was none of this kind of exchanges between the countries? It was just a Fulbright program and the
No,
invitation.
I'm sure there were, of course, the more technical / economic specialist exchanges that continue to go on. I didn't study that into detail, but the idea that I have for the 1960s is that, there was a even before. I actually have some books that my father had of Portuguese journalists and intellectuals. I think Joaquim Passo d'Arcos was invited to go to the United States. You know, was a prominent Portuguese, publicist, journalist, writer. He went to the US and he wrote a book, with several chapters. I don't know if that was the same program under which Natalia Correia was also invited in the 1960s, I think, early 60s. So yeah, there were always these, I don't know where they came from, but there was always these visits apparently sponsored by, I don't know where, because I didn't study it in detail, programs under which and invitations under which these Portuguese intellectuals would travel to the United States and then come back with their positive reports about American society.
If I don't know if I may add something just shortly regarding Fulbright, we are studying all the scholars of Fulbright. There are thousands and thousands. The idea is that one, of course, it was an elite, and they are always the same. In several cases, they are also beneficiaries from scholarships from IAC and even from Gulbenkian. So they are always the same. And of course, they were an elite.
And this changed with the democracy, or is
Yes,
it?
of course, totally, totally.
It's the same in Spain.
Totally. But regarding the 60s and 70s, I think that the impact was quite interesting because in some cases, they were opinion leaders or scientific leaders. Okay, so Portugal was very asymmetric in this way. We had a very interesting scientific elite, and it was recognized internationally, which is very interesting. But the gap with the rest of society was huge. So at the level of this scientific elite, it made an impact. And I am convinced that it also made an impact in the idea of accepting the idea of Americanism, and they were ambassadors. And their importance was relevant because when you are in an authoritarian regime, and even if you don't like the states or the American idea, sometimes the states were the freedom and were the support for some kind of opposition in Portugal. So they were good ambassadors from the Americans in Portugal. That's what I think. And regarding what you asked, during the 40s, Marshall Plan, I said it yesterday, was perhaps the major action of propaganda ever made worldwide. And during the 40s, they invited artists, designers, journalists, workers to the Marshall Plan to visit the States, okay? Even with performance. Our artists like Rodrigues, They went to the States and they were paid by the States. The money, because of money, she was paid by the States to make a tour in Europe. But at the same time, the States made propaganda from Portugal in the States. Okay, so it was a major and massive action in propaganda, and also including movies, not only technical ones, but with this kind. So yes, it was huge, and after that, with support of embassy, and Luís spoke about the Mutual Security Agency, because sometimes people don't recognize Marshall Plan. Mutual Security Agency is the same Marshall Plan, okay, because
The Mutual
Security Agency, MSCI.
I see. I didn't talk. I talk about the Military Assistance Advisory Group. Is that?
Okay, no, okay, sorry. I think that you talked about Mutual Security Agency because after 2 years and after the beginning of the Korean War, the Marshall Plan transformed like a military program, like to better to guns, supporting also the military effort from the European countries. And the ERP, that was the former name, European Recovery Program, transformed in Mutual Security Agency and in another one later. So, for instance, in Portugal, we received a lot of military tanks, 50, that were supported by MSCI, but it's the second one of ERP. So, propaganda and the invitations and the engagement. And of course, we have also some spies from the CIA, but we shall get better, even at cultural level, like Fernando Peça, that worked in Portugal with the embassy. Fernando Peça was one of the most relevant journalists in Portugal, and it worked with the embassy. Okay, so, yeah, they had their chance. And just a comment for the doctors in Portugal, what happened, it's also that and the connections. All these institutions were started by the doctors, and they were really persons that were more educated with more resources. So even Jen, etc. Most of them were from doctors. And what happened later, even in the contacts with Spain, the Nobel Prize from Portugal, but most of them, because at the same time that we had these programs, that association for progress from science maintained the contact very close with Spain, because you also had your association for progress, and the domain of medicine was very, very, very well. It's my idea.
So,
Yeah, well, I cannot read.
Sorry, what's his name?
There are questions there for both.
I cannot read the questions from the beginning, but maybe you can do that. And maybe if there are other questions to in my case of my paper, I can, it's up to you. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I can, you can read your questions. Well,
Okay.
Should I start or Paco is going to say something? But how should we proceed?
I don't know if you prefer to ask, if not, we are.
I have more.
Near at the end.
You have a lot of questions.
No, not a lot, but try to be precise. So I have questions for your paper. You said that the Palanca, if I understood well, he visited also the in this 1941 trip. He visited the Hamburg Institute and the Institute of Experimental Therapeutic in Frankfurt. So he made any mention of previous visits, Spanish visits, or why did they choose this particular places or institutions? So second question, he was also a chair in hygiene. So what did he teach? Did he teach more Rockefeller style hygiene or more Nazi style hygiene in the, I don't know in which year he got the chair, but
I can tell you.
So did he teach like a pre-war Rockefeller-style hygiene or more German style hygiene? Yeah, and third, it's more a comment because I was talking yesterday with Eva and other colleagues that I'm always a little bit concerned that normally researchers don't take into account the Moroccan factor in the history of science in Spain. And Palanca had a Moroccan background as well. Yeah. So in 1920, he sent in a malaria commission to Morocco. And then when the Greek War starts, he becomes like the head of a hygiene department because they have to deal with a lot of new troops that are sent to Morocco, and they set up like a hygiene department because they are very concerned about typhus and things like that. So maybe this should also be considered his experience. Although, unlike Franco, for example, who everyone says Franco was born in Africa because he was made there as his idea. I don't think Palanca was made in Africa, but there's a Moroccan factor in his trajectory. So.
Well, I will try to go through most of the things that have been asked from a first general explanation. Let's take some more diachronic perspective. I mean, in 2008, Josep Bernabeu, professor of history of medicine in Alicante, my friend and my colleague, we have had all the time coordinating research projects together about history of nutrition, history of public health in contemporary times, published a book edited by the University of Valencia in Spanish, La Salud y el Estado, Health and the State, el Movimiento Sanitario Internacional y la Administración Española. This has been quite a lot sold, but I don't think so many people have read it. No, that's true, because when we talk about international sanitary movement, we are talking about what happened since 1851, when in the Paris International Sanitary Conference, that was the result of a change in the international policies after the famous Vienna conference and what the shift from the old warriors to the new diplomatic sanitarians started to meet every short time, 4 or 5 times a week. In the second half of the 19th century, at least 7 or 8 international sanitary conferences took place in Vienna, in Paris, in London, again in Paris, in Dresden. And what was the reason for this success? Because there was a very strong concern. We have like 3 years COVID disease. While the pandemics coming from cholera from India were a very distorting international factor for trade, for international trade, for boats. The invention of quarantines, etc., was a factor, second half of the 19th century. This ended in 1907 and was also the foundation of the Paris, well, I was setting in Paris, Office International d'Hygiène Publique. This international office of public hygiene created in Paris in 1907 is a consequence of almost 60 years of international sanitary conferences, in which not only cholera was, they tried to coordinate diplomacy, to coordinate what means quarantine, what to do with boats that came from contaminated areas, how long should they stay, what proof should be applied, and try to create consensus. Not always they were successful. But what I can tell you is that they spend maybe 15 days or 1 month in each of these, both the health authorities of the European governments and also the doctors. So they were really, this is one factor. Second factor, since the last fourth of the 19th century, and this applies to all European countries, there is a movement which not only applies health and medicine, it's the hygienist movement. And the hygienist movement is architecture is teaching, is pedagogy, is medicine, is politics. And those people were strongly concerned about the health in schools, the nutrition of children. So the so-called gotas de leche, the milk depots that starting to spread from Central Europe to any European country, including those that we represent here, and were institutionalized in cities, etc., is the result of international conference about this. And this is also something that could be applied to syphilis or venereal diseases, tuberculosis. So there is already, when we start the 20th century, an international network, not evident, of practical doctors that face the same problems, epidemics. After the First World War, a terrible epidemic of diphtheria happened in Central Europe, and this is really a very strong threat for the economy, for the reconstruction of Europe, etc., etc. So, once and again, I am always considering the importance of diseases to explain the history, not only contemporary history, but also contemporary history. So in this context, when after, well, the interwar years, that is mainly my field, are very conflicted from the perspective of, well, the crisis, not only political, sanitary crisis, but also in the 30s, the Great Depression and unemployment and famine, etc., affecting all European countries as well. And this boosted research on diet, etc. That's when the League of Nations and the Rockefeller say, well, you must intervene and organize all these things in many senses. No? So when we go to after the Second World War, the main goal from a sanitary perspective, please do not repeat all the mistakes that we made in the past. But this couldn't be really developed in a successful way. So when the EDALNU program, for example, in the Franco time, in order to give something to eat to the children, was similar to what happened in the 20s in most European countries, the so-called Oslo breakfast, consisted in taking the children, giving them a piece of and a glass of milk, because accordingly to the nutritional pattern, this had enough proteins and carbohydrates and any elements, nutrients contained minerals in the diet. So we go back. So we should not be, we are not, obviously, I'm sure we are not positivists, but we should not consider that 1950s is a better and is a step forward than the 1920s, because in many senses, from a social and from a political perspective, we go a step forward and a step back. This is a general context that more or less is related to some of the questions, because these pedagogic developments in all European countries, I'm sure that in Portugal happened and in Greece, gave birth at the beginning of the 20th century of laws, sanitary act, protecting the children in Spain, 1904, developed with a certain structure in order to take care of abandoned children, of the arching childs, of delinquents, and also trying to avoid delinquents and all these things, taking them to school and putting a doctor. In most countries, there was the so-called, what we call here, la Inspección Médica Escolar. This is also in many Spanish provinces and journals in the 1920s, putting a doctor at school and organizing these school camps and summer colonies to avoid tuberculosis. This is not a national thing. This is a transnational, international. This is a consequence of this movement of doctors around having some sort of international coordination. I don't know if there is something that we should go back. About Palanca, you asked me, it was a mention of why going to there. Well, this visiting travels, I don't think they were decided from here. But the idea was we're going to show you the relevant places here and there. So when they took the World Health Organization, obviously he's not mentioning that I already know that from my Nazi times, but probably the lack of consideration to tuberculosis as a social problem is already related, because the fight against tuberculosis in our country started at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. Se llama Liga contra el Cáncer, Liga contra la Tuberculosis, recaudación anual, and all these things that were even a political fight between liberals and conservatives, building dispensaries or hospitals, etc. So we are going on in the history in this first decades of the 20th century, but having in that case an important background, because consider that from a therapeutic perspective, infectious diseases were very difficult to prevent and very difficult to treat. Antibiotics start and vaccines to be really implemented just in the period that we have started here, but I haven't studied. With this after the Second World War. So when talking about tuberculosis or talking about syphilis or talking about diphtheria and other and typhus, there were some serums and certain serology about this, but the therapeutic tools were very, very elemental and efficient. The real revolution started in the second half of the 20th century. How teaching? I don't think even he taught.
Yeah, that was
And you know perfectly like me that what you taught was not autonomous. This so-called libertad de cátedra is something that we assume it exists, but the programs were very much public from a state perspective, and probably in the 1940s, early 40s, when he moved from I think from Santiago or from Sevilla to Madrid again, and he became a political leader owning the chair. Well, I don't think he went very much to the classroom.
He didn't publish like a manual.
He has published, but not a manual, but an interesting book of the experience of a handbook of public health, but not following the lectures. This is a point that could be developed in the future. We can talk about this in any case. And I agree with you absolutely about the case of Morocco. They were absolutely upset about trying to avoid the decolonization process. I haven't read about France. My sources in that case are the memories that every 10 years, the World Health Organization public, 10 years of. So the next step would be to find specific documents that are nowadays are quite easy. And may I go now to Albert questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, most of the Franco involvement in this first half of the 1950s, to the extent I have been able to see, are consisted on taking part in already organized conferences, looking for help for certain problems or advisors. In some, can you hear me?
I don't think so. I think it's not.
I think he's gone.
Just in the bad moment.
Yeah.
She's not there anymore.
No.
No.
Oh, hello. He'll be back sometime. Oh, he's at work.
Now it's
Trying.
Yeah, are you there? Sure.
Manifestation.
Should we take our hands?
Spirit, are you there? Make some noise.
It should be around.
The connection is very bad.
Okay, in relation to the first years in the World Health Organization.
But sometimes I lost the connection.
Okay. Are you connected now?
God, he's a spirit.
I am
Okay. A veure, si ens sent ja n'hi ha prou. Ella.
Sí.
Digue'm si tu em sents.
Ahora.
Yeah.
Okay, I go to the chat.
Yeah, but it makes sense if you can hear us. Otherwise, it makes no sense because if I speak and I can also go to the chat. But in that case, yeah, it's better if we take the phone maybe.
But okay. If you have a question, then go forward. That doesn't matter. I can contact you later on.
Yes, please do it. Do it whenever you want. Whenever you want.
Okay.
This sounds nice, eh?
Yeah. No, there is a factor. I don't know if you can hear me, but I have started talking about Spanish Republican refugees and how a certain amount of them, a meaningful part of them, had a technical instruction by the Rockefeller in the States. I mean, in the Johns Hopkins School of Public Health. Among them, Marcelino Pasqua, others. This group that went to the exile, some of them to Mexico or to Venezuela or Colombia, and part of them went also to the OPS and World Health Organization. So they were a force that until the end of the Second World War were all the time expecting to come back to the Republican Spain after the defeat of the Axis of the Nazis and of the war. And those people probably had enough strength inside the World Health Organization, even with the participation of the same Juan Negrin at a certain moment in 1926 against the admission of Spain in order to stop. But when in the 50s, the geopolitical situations changed with the starting of the Cold War, that was a very oxygen possibility for the regime. But the existence of inside the World Health Organization of a quite meaningful number of Spanish Republicans was also a factor to take into account. Not the country itself, but the opponents of the regime.
So,
¿Te has enterado?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Creo que sí.
Okay.
Creo que.
Yeah. Then there is another consideration very briefly that is interesting to consider. When we say medical doctors, we do not distinguish those that clinicians, surgeons that work in the hospitals that are specialists in oncology, then those that make research, I mean laboratory research. Those second group were the most benefited from those fellowships in order to develop a PhD thesis that should be presented in Madrid and started there and then were followed in other European universities or research institutes. So doctors is a quite ambiguous concept. Severo Ochoa was not a medical doctor in a practical sense, and Pío del Río Ortega, twice nominated for the Nobel Prize, was not a practical doctor, same as I would say other names, maybe Rodrigues Lafora, who in the 20s was the director of the pathology psychiatric institute in Washington. So this generation was quite international. And one thing that I will do, following your advice or a question yesterday, is try to find out how many foreigners came to Spain, to these small laboratories during the 20s and 30s. I think it would be a good initiative if the Edad de Plata archives give the information.
Mauricio?
So I want to make a very concrete question. It doesn't appear in your histories, Vallejo Nájera.
He was not a representative of anyone. Well, he was a nice representative of the Franco. I could say also Rodrigues Lafora. He was the rector of the University of Valencia during the Black Decade, and also immediately in the 1940 until his death in 1955. So all both, but this is not our story as international diplomacy, invented stories about the pathological condition of the communists and of they call red people. Rodrigues Lafora in relation to the mental equilibrium, and also in Vallejo Nájera. And Rodrigues Lafora did a couple of, how it's called, conferencias de apertura, opening lectures at the university here not, in Madrid and in Valencia, and really trying to explain the disturbance of the emotions and the bad balance of the emotional physiology of people that were leftists. And this was the answer. This was the answer to the conference that in 1937, Peset Alexandre, the rector of the University of Valencia, a conservative, Esquerra Republicana, but a conservative, did at the university defending the Republic and saying the psychology of the democratic people and democracy in favor of freedom, etc. So instead of the balance, so Rodrigues Lafora invented another theory explaining that those people were really sick, emotionally sick, but with a physiological theory, explaining neurons and the connections and so on. So, well, Peset was shot in 1941.
I asked this because Nájera has been a long time in Germany and had great influence in the theory.
Yeah, well, this is something maybe there are several works, research on Vallejo Nájera here, not in the German influence there. I haven't read about it.
And I wanted to make, I hope, a short comment. That is that before, when Lorenzo spoke on changing from cultural diplomacy to scientist diplomacy, and there are links. And in the case of Lain Entralgo, there are links because he was also a philosopher. And in this trip to Germany, 1942, who paid the trip were the Germans, and in concrete, the Ibero-American Institute in Germany and the German-Spanish Society. And this Ibero-American Medicine Doctors Institute, I don't remember exactly, is connected with the Ibero-American Institute. And this brings to me to the concept of Óscar. Why? Because these are Ibero-American institutes from the Germans. For the Germans were interesting because Spain was an intermediary to have contacts with Ibero-America, but for the Spaniards also, because in this medical institute went doctors from Ibero-America, from Spain. Spain could not pay this, and it was useful for the Germans and useful for the Spaniards, but because they knew more and teach to these Ibero-Americans. This was not without problems, but that's for another day.
Okay. So I think that Albert and Jose Miguel prepared us just a a few words as a conclusion.
Yes.
We miss Albert, so if you like to.
Yes, he asked me to say something.
El PowerPoint diu que demanem els PowerPoints i el meu el temps.
I'm not sure.
No? Però endavant,
Farem
jo
les
les
coses
poso.
amb calma perquè aquí esborrarà.
Okay.
Sorry.
I continue.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking of sparing you all these conclusions. Anyway, so I'll read something. I'm really glad that none of us is a native English speaker. So that's very. In case there was a native British English speaker here, we wouldn't understand. Usually that happens. In the European Commissions, when the English were still there, everybody spoke in English and they understand each other. But when an Englishman spoke, everyone took it. Because no one understood anything. So, okay. I read. Now we come to the end of this multilingual and multidisciplinary meeting. It has been a pleasure to listen to all of you, not only on your presentations, but also in the lively discussions that have followed. Going to more practical questions, please let me remind you that in a rather short time, you will have again news from us. So be aware. Please do not forget to keep working in a more or less definite version of your papers. It's our aim to prepare a book to be published in some months, maybe 4, 5, 6, even a year from now.
Yes.
Or at least we hope so. All of us heartily acknowledge the hospitality of the Universitat Pompeu Fabra here in Barcelona, where our lives have been made so easy.
My life, no.
Oh, so okay. Well, but I think that our lives have been very easy, made very easy with the organization. Okay. Now, a small and obviously biased review of all conversations held in this room. First, a well-humored critique. Though the title included between the end of World War I and the Cold War, there has been a general shift of interests towards more recent times. Well, probably that means that studying the future seems more exciting than that of the past, seemingly more and more far away. Second, we have had the occasion of assisting to a cross-fertilization between various disciplines or even sub-disciplines. Here we have heard about, say, the arts, about engineering questions. So many thanks go, first of all, to Beatrice and Areti altogether. Yes, and the artists and all, how to say, quite of artists. Indeed, technology and its relationship with politics has also had its share. Here I remember Lorenzo and Óscar. Oh, both of you are still here. No? And their interpretations and views on those so sensible topics. They are very sensible. Next. Cultural and scientific diplomacies have also been present. We shall remember Fernanda, Carlos, and Luis over there with their speaking about the diplomatic efforts that had also had some counterparts in other fields. That's what Tony told us about Spanish women traveling. I didn't understand my own writing. So that usually happens. Traveling to Germany in the middle of the Second World War. Well, it's somehow, it's quite strange that 3 Portuguese appear in this
talking on this topic. So, and what would be what was closer than our lives than medicine? Indeed, we have also heard about medicine from Francisco Javier. So, Paco, I'm so sorry you are so close to me.
That's right. That's right.
In Barona. Well, I must say something. You have there is a car. They address you usually with your family name or by your name.
Which one?
Your family name, the Barona.
Barona.
Yeah, you have the same curse as me. Even my wife calls me by my family name. I am Pacheco for my wife.
Not my case.
So it's so funny. Sorry. And last but not least, we must acknowledge Costas by staying with us and having shown us clearly what's going on, as I said. But to come to an end, a happy one, I hope, the question emerged of where are exactly the limits of Europe? That was the topic of this morning. Are there geographical, or are the limits are rather cultural, or perhaps a mixture of both? The discussion on how Western is Greece has been especially deep, at least for me. And there is a question: does Greece extend from Sicily to Egypt? You have what today is called, is named as Iran, or so on India, or on the other end, is the Iberian Peninsula extend? Does the Iberian Peninsula extend to the Americas? Mm-hmm. So what are the limits of Europe? What are the limits and also there are limits in the temporal, but we are not talking about that. Mm-hmm. So I think that I haven't forgotten anyone, I think. So, although I have been listening quite attentively to all of you, it's very difficult to have without any written stuff. It's really difficult to make a sensible description of what happened here in this room. So, okay. So I think, don't forget to work. I think we'll be. Well, I'm threatening you, if possible. I actually threaten you to go on working on the papers, because in a few days or maybe weeks, you'll hear from us, So thank you very much. Good luck to everyone. Good day. Good day.
Thank you.